something unexpected. The labyrinth she had created not only sent the weaker students into illusions, but also left Nox unconscious on the ground. This astonished Marin. That's not how it was supposed to go. Her magic should have been at a level that he could resist. Disturbed by this anomaly, she realized it was a major problem, and decided she would have to intervene directly. Elsewhere, high above the academy, Luna appeared, her red eyes glowing as she looked down upon the scene. She ordered Duff to begin the plan. Duff obeyed and used magic to transport both of them directly into the academy's main hall. Duff felt a bit uneasy, knowing their threat was none other than Noah von Trinity, a formidable opponent. Luna was fully aware of this, yet continued her dangerous mission undeterred. After moving through several locations within the academy, they finally reached their intended destination. Upon entering the chamber, a magical barrier guarding an important area became apparent. Luna ignored the barrier entirely, charging straight through it and shattering it with ease. Inside, the room was cloaked in a frigid atmosphere, encased in ice and snow. At the center stood a massive magical stone protected by another barrier. Just then, a voice echoed, revealing that this person knew Luna's organization would arrive. Noah herself appeared, expressing her anticipation for this event and claiming she had prepared for their arrival. She referred to her opponent's identity as the Captain of Lunatic and also one of the 3 new Sword Emperors. Luna, the last successor of the lunar swordsmanship. Luna's eyes turned a fiery red, a serious glare revealing her readiness to fight if her adversary refused to step aside. She demanded Noah move, drawing her sword and stating that demonic essence crystal is an item that'll bring chaos to the world. The reason she had to destroy it here. Noah responded with an indifferent smile, saying, she already knows what her answer will be. Luna, having expected this, remained silent and began channeling blood-red mana into her sword. In the next moment, she lunged at Noah with an intense attack, her slash powerful enough to shatter anything in its path. However, Noah vanished from that spot, and snowflakes began to fall slowly, filling the room. Recognizing the current danger as Noah activated her ice magic, Luna and Duff stood back to back, alert and cautious. Noah taunted them, noting how much they seemed to enjoy facing powerful opponents. A gust of icy wind surged toward them, followed by an onslaught of massive ice blocks. Luna swiftly swung her sword, shattering the ice into pieces. Using her exceptional ability to blend seamlessly with the frozen surroundings, Noah reappeared behind Luna with a sly grin, commenting, "Paimon is the strongest demon I've faced so far." Luna, frowning at Noah's words, questioned her. "Is that why you're letting him be and allowing him to awaken? So you can fight him again and prove your superiority?" Noah, unfazed by Luna's irritation, responded with a taunting smile, asking if that were true, what Luna would even do about it, calling her a kid. Upon hearing this, Luna's expression hardened, a deadly aura enveloping her as she declared that if Noah's words were true, she would kill her. Amused, Noah laughed at the notion that a child like Luna would even think of killing her, and asked what reason Luna had to do so. Luna offered no elaborate explanation, simply responding, "For myself." Immediately after, Luna charged at Noah, a terrifying red bloodlust surrounding her, though this alone was not enough to overwhelm Noah, an immensely powerful mage. As their fierce battle raged within the demon Paimon's cage, the sealing crystal began emitting an ominous aura. Beside it, Rick was aiding in the crystal's destruction, and now cracks were forming on the demon's seal. The massive demon inside the crystal began to stir, releasing a deadly energy that grew thicker by the moment, signaling the impending disaster looming over the academy. Nox was caught in an illusion. Before him stretched a vast, endless beach, illuminated by a light that made the scene even more breathtaking. He stood there, dazed and unsure of where he was, when suddenly, a radiant glow appeared, capturing his attention. Out of this light, an angel emerged, standing majestically on the water's surface with wide wings spread. Nox was entranced, reaching out as if to grasp the angel and get closer to where she stood. In that moment, he began to run, desperate to chase after her, a fierce longing burning inside him. He had to reach her, believing she held something he had lost. But as he reached the middle of the ocean, she vanished into the waves, leaving Nox standing alone in an endless sea. Tears started to fall from Nox's eyes unconsciously. Only later did he realize he was crying, yet he couldn't understand why, as if he had lost something deeply significant to his life. He stood there, watching the beautiful sunset sink slowly into the sea, pulling away whatever he had lost. He continued to cry, gazing at the twilight, while a voice echoed in his mind, calling his name and urging him to wake up. The voice jolted him awake. In front of him stood Talia and Eleanor, the ones who had woken him. Nox realized it had all been a dream, but he also noticed he was crying and didn't know why. Talia, always concerned about him, sat by his side, worried, her eyes moist with fear that he had suffered something terrible. Nox calmed himself, wondering why he'd had such a vision. He couldn't recall it clearly, but remembered seeing a woman, as though she was trying to tell him something. Suddenly he noticed the two women observing him with concern. He stood and told them he had shown them a pitiful side of himself, and he hoped they would forget what they'd seen. Then he urged the two to keep moving. He didn't allow himself to dwell on these thoughts, refocusing on their current predicament. He knew that although the second labyrinth wasn't too dangerous, he couldn't afford to drag things out. With that, the group ventured deeper into the labyrinth, greeted by a horde of monsters. Each member possessed exceptional abilities from the academy, and Nox led them as their captain. Talia, wielding her fire mana, cloaked her sword and delivered sharp strikes at the monsters blocking their path. Leon, a dark family prodigy, summoned skeletons and commanded them to charge at a stone golem ahead. Although the powerful golem struck down the skeletons one by one, some elite skeletons with weapon skills managed to stab it, knocking it down. Taking advantage of this, the other skeletons attacked the downed monster in a relentless wave. Iana, who looked frail, also showed her strength by supporting Leon. She struck the golem's head, causing it to explode. While the team fought fiercely, Nox entertained his own thoughts. He hadn't forgotten his mission to delay the group's progress. He only attacked superficially, holding back his true power. He even playfully tripped Echidna, apologizing and claiming it was an accident. Echidna was visibly annoyed but couldn't retaliate given the situation. After some time, they defeated all the monsters in the second labyrinth. Leon was exhausted, panting heavily, and visibly drained. Iana, equally weary, had sweat pouring down her face, evidence of the grueling battle. Princess Penelope worriedly checked on Leon to see if he could continue, and Iana explained that Leon was overexerted because she wasn't strong enough, forcing him to fight on her behalf. Feeling guilty and anxious, Iana glanced at Nox, asking him how he was holding up. Nox acted arrogantly and responded that he was just fine, asking her not to compare him to weaklings. Standing nearby, Eleanor laughed and teased him, saying, "It hasn't even been 3 hours since they saw Nox crying, so there's no need for him to act tough in front of them." Princess Penelope, hearing this, immediately spoke up to defend her fiancé, aiming her words at Eleanor, telling her, "You can't talk like that to my future husband." Eleanor, warned, paused for a moment and then gave a pleasant smile, politely asking the princess to forgive her for speaking to Nox. Nox, standing beside them and hearing the exchange between the women as they taunted each other, could only remain silent and feel helpless. Echidna interrupted their conversation, asking what they thought awaited them in the third labyrinth. She was quite worried, since the second labyrinth had already been so challenging. At that moment, Nox returned to his arrogant demeanor and replied that no one knew anything. And in his mind, he thought, it's finally his turn to play his part. He knew that the third labyrinth's boss monster was the labyrinth's flower, and that monster was Nox himself. His eyes glinted dangerously, eagerly anticipating welcoming his friends. Back in the dungeon, where the evil demon Paimon was sealed, the demon was slowly awakening after Rick's interference. Rick smiled and greeted him, calling him Lord Paimon. Just then, from the magic communication orb, Prince Louis's image appeared, asking if Rick could hear him. Rick confirmed that their story's course was stable and that he could hear him clearly. He then reported that everything is going well, there's nothing to be concerned about. Louis smiled with excitement and instructed Rick to make sure everything goes smoothly. This is a rare chance for him to become a hero. Hearing this, Rick confirmed his understanding and assured that he'd handle everything. As soon as the transmission ended, Rick smirked and muttered that the prince was a fool. He wanted to defeat the revived Paimon and become a hero from that victory. Rick couldn't believe Louis thought he could defeat a demon just because they'd be weak right after reviving. Not that Rick cared, as it all worked in his favor. Rick then poured an entire container of blood-red liquid into the crystal imprisoning Paimon, causing cracks to spread across the crystal, signaling the impending awakening of the demon. Moments later, a massive tremor marked the time had come, as the demon's crimson arm emerged, releasing a terrifying sound. Rick kneeled before the towering demon and greeted him. "A pleasure to meet you, Lord Paimon. I am a demonic human. My name is Hausholtz de Nefer." After being imprisoned for so long, Paimon revived, though he complained about being revived in this trash-like body. Yet, the fact that he'd revived at all was an unprecedented miracle. Looking down at Rick, who was kneeling, he asked if his name was indeed Hausholtz, and Rick confirmed it. Paimon then expressed, he could feel it, the scent of a familiar human beyond that wall. The human outside was one of the three who sealed him. He turned toward Rick, asking if he was correct, and Rick confirmed it. Upon hearing this, Paimon's entire body began to emanate a terrifying surge of deadly mana, all his pent-up rage finally overflowing in fury against his enemy, the one who had sealed him, Noah von Trinity. Meanwhile, in another location, Nox received a notification stating that the effect of the artifact Moon Shadow had been activated, creating a shadow of the player. The system then prompted Nox to decide on the appearance of his shadow. Standing before an illusion of himself, Nox adjusted the shadow's stats with a hint of amusement, thinking to himself that this is the last labyrinth they need to clear. However, there is no boss monster here. Nox smirked devilishly and rhetorically questioned those watching about the reason behind this, before grinning like a true villain and declaring that he had killed it, since he really wanted the clear rewards of the boss monster. The large body of the monster lay on the ground, resembling a Nomu-like creature from a certain unnamed anime. Nox stood next to the monster, calmly assessing the rewards he had gained. He got 0.3 random stats as the boss monster clear reward. Now, let's review his stats and information. His name, Nox von Reinhofer, gender male, age 15, main attribute darkness and achievements none. His traits included swordsmanship and combat genius, mana sensitivity genius, insight, memorization genius, steel mentality, and acting genius. Additionally, there was a mysterious skill Void Revelation. Along with these strengths, his weaknesses included terminally ill, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, possessed. Nox's stats, stamina 6.5, plus 2, mana 13.2, plus 3, luck 10, willpower 11.3, charm 26.3, and a hidden stat, dexterity 8. His active skills included Hour of the Genius, Supreme Ruler's Aura, Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition, Visible Transformation, and Dragon Tongue. A notable detail was that the remaining life Nox had due to his terminal illness was 147 days. After reading through all the updated information, Nox cheerfully remarked that thanks to this, his mana and stamina were growing smoothly. Increasing his stats is good and all, but his role as a member of Lunatic is to buy time by ensuring the students remain stuck in the labyrinth. That's why the solution he came up with is to use his shadow created by Moon Shadow and change its appearance. Thanks to his new skill, Moon Shadow, Nox created a clone that was both handsome and cold-looking. He then commanded his shadow to go to the boss's location, reasoning that since it's his shadow, it'll be stronger than the boss monster. After being absent for some time, Nox rejoined the group. Eleanor called his name and questioned his disappearance. Nox, in a disinterested tone, told her to mind her own business and stop worrying about him. Immersed in his own plan, Nox grinned villainously, determined to keep them trapped at all costs. When the group of students approached the boss room, the illusion Nox had set up blocked their path and ordered them to stop. With a sharp tone and a murderous expression, the shadow demanded that they not proceed. Talia, standing beside Nox, grew worried and asked the stranger about his identity. Nox, feeling slightly uneasy, thought to himself that while his shadow could think and make its own judgments, it was born with his personality as its base. If it talked too much, there was a chance they might start finding it suspicious. Leon, observing the situation, remarked that there's no way someone with mana that ominous could be human. Hearing Leon's comment, Nox felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that something unusual might be discovered. Echidna agreed with Leon. adding that the stranger's expression seemed pained and irritated. Her words made Knox feel guilty, as if they were indirectly hinting at him. Eleanor, with a peculiar expression, pressed further, asking about the stranger's identity. The shadow introduced itself as Shane, a mage that roams from place to place. He claimed that he had coincidentally been in the area and got caught up in the magic that was activated. Eleanor blushed slightly and stared suspiciously at Shane, remarking that something about him felt odd, and she found him strangely familiar. Sensing the growing instability of the situation, Knox decided that Shane's chatter was both excessive and unnecessary. Acting decisively, he drew his sword and attacked Shane, loudly declaring to the students, "That's just a monster. There's no need to listen to it. Just kill it." Knox's heart was filled with unease, worried that if they continued conversing, he would be exposed. Despite being just a shadow, Shane was quick and agile, skillfully evading Knox's attacks. Even as Knox continued his onslaught, Shane effortlessly dodged every strike. The two paused momentarily, and Knox assessed that Shane was quite strong. Eleanor then joined the fray, chanting a spell before launching a direct magical attack at Shane. However, Shane swiftly dodged the attack successfully. She turned back and mocked Knox, saying, "It seems like you're just swinging your sword slower." Hearing this, Knox grew frustrated, but said nothing. At that moment, Leon joined the fight. He summoned his skeletal minions, sending them charging toward Shane. Simultaneously, Talia rushed toward Shane, attacking him. Shane swiftly dodged all of Talia's strikes, and just as Leon's skeletons closed in on him, Shane dashed forward with incredible speed. Gathering magic energy in his hands, he prepared his next attack. With a burst of magic, he obliterated the two skeletons. Undeterred, Talia seized the opportunity and launched a flurry of strikes at Shane. Although Shane evaded every attack, Talia, as a knight, was no less formidable. She delivered a powerful kick to Shane's stomach. The pain from this blow transferred directly to Knox, as it affected his true body. Feeling the impact, Knox grimaced, catching Talia's attention. Concerned, she asked if he was okay, and even Eleanor noticed his expression, voicing her curiosity. Knox, however, forced himself to appear unfazed and assured them that he was fine. Internally, Knox realized two crucial things he had overlooked. The first was that his shadow only retained 50% of his abilities, meaning it only had half of his stats. The second was that when his shadow sustained damage, he felt the pain as well. The situation had become far more complicated than he anticipated, and he wondered if he could endure until the right moment. Elsewhere, a fierce battle raged between Luna, the leader of Lunatic, and Noah von Trinity, the principal of Eldain Academy. Despite the looming danger, the two continued their duel until an explosion erupted from the sealed area of the demon Paimon. Both of them halted their fight, sensing an ominous aura awakening. The creature emanated a deathly presence, its hateful gaze fixed on them. Realizing the worst had happened, Luna gritted her teeth in anger, turning to Noah and accusing her. "You've ruined everything. Do you not care about saving mankind?" Without waiting for a response, Luna raised her sword high, unleashing a surge of crimson mana. Noah, standing beside her, realized Luna had been holding back the entire time. Inwardly, Noah thought of the countless times she had destroyed similar threats, noting, "But there's only one way to destroy the demonic essence crystal of a demon archduke, and that's to defeat the demon when it revives." However, she hadn't expected it to revive so quickly. Witnessing Luna's unleashed power, Noah acknowledged her talent and resolved to use her true strength to deal with Paimon. Luna, focusing all her power, delivered a powerful slash at the newly awakened demon, Paimon. At the same time, Noah used her frost magic to freeze Paimon's lower body, immobilizing it and leaving it vulnerable to Luna's strike. The combined forces of their attacks directly hit Paimon, yet the demon remained unscathed. Its calm expression betrayed no concern as it shattered Noah's ice effortlessly. Scoffing, Paimon remarked, "A witch who's lost her powers and some little girl cannot hope to stop me." Channeling an enormous amount of dark magic, he declared, "If that's all, then you'll all die here." Immediately, the orb of magic in his hands exploded, sending shockwaves throughout the room. Back with Knox and the students, they were coordinating attacks against Shane. Since Knox's shadow only retained 50% of his power, Shane found himself overwhelmed and gradually worn down by the students' relentless assaults. Meanwhile, Leon unleashed his magic, commanding all his skeletons to attack Shane continuously. He declared, "Those who possess such ominous magic will not be allowed to pass. I will deal with Shane here." Watching Leon relish his apparent victory over Shane, Nox thought to himself that Leon was an arrogant fool. Yet, inwardly, Nox felt a strange excitement at finally cornering Shane. Determined to end the current stalemate, Nox decided to finish Shane off, reasoning that Shane had already bought him enough time. Suddenly, the entire floor of the academy began to crack. The tremors caused by Paimon's awakening spread destruction across the area like a massive earthquake. Nox grew uneasy, unsure of what was happening. The other students felt the same, their confusion mounting as the cracks deepened. Amid the chaos, the tremors caused a massive fissure to form, and Eleanor was caught off guard. She let out a scream as she fell into the crevice. The students above could do nothing but call her name in despair, unsure of how to save her. At that moment, a swift figure leaped across the falling rocks, moving toward Eleanor. She had her eyes tightly shut, awaiting her fate with no idea what to do. Fortunately for her, Shane came to her rescue. Opening her eyes, she found herself in Shane's arms as he gently asked if she was all right. Blushing and at a loss for words, Eleanor looked at Shane with admiration. She hesitantly asked why he saved her, but Shane, true to his reserved and stoic nature, didn't reply. Instead, he swiftly carried her to a safer area beyond the landslide zone. Once they were safe, Shane set her down, carefully asking if she was hurt. Eleanor, usually composed and cold, felt her defenses crumble under his kind words. Her gaze grew even softer, realizing she might be falling for this side of Nox, a version she had never seen before. Watching this romantic scene unfold, Nox couldn't hide his irritation. Cursing under his breath, he wondered, is it the remnants of Yu Chan, the soul who possessed me, that saved her? Sighing, he admitted that Shane was still a part of him but found him utterly lame. Shaking off his annoyance, Nox turned his focus to the dire situation. A massive fissure had split the academy, and from the darkness within, an ominous energy emanated. His suspicions solidified. The source of this chaos and overwhelming power was none other than the archdemon, Paimon. Realizing the danger, Nox quickly headed toward the place where Paimon had been sealed. The students nearby couldn't stop him, but Talia, worried, called out, asking where he was going. Drawing his sword, Nox muttered to himself, "Things are completely screwed. Where did it all go wrong? If we don't stop Paimon, that monster, it'll be the end of us." Meanwhile, in a devastated chamber where the battle raged on, Paimon's magical outburst had flattened everything. Luna, though heavily injured, managed to pull herself out of the rubble. Scanning the area, she noticed Duff pinned under a massive rock. Rushing to his side, she anxiously asked if he was all right. Still alive but struggling, Duff stammered that he was fine and urged her to focus on killing the archdemon. Grinding her teeth in anger, Luna turned to Noah, demanding an explanation for everything happening. Dusting herself off, Noah called Luna a little girl, chiding her for being distracted at such a critical time. She questioned if Luna truly wanted to divide her attention now. Paimon approached them, his sinister presence growing even more intimidating. Noah unleashed all her remaining power, freezing the air around her with icy mana. Luna observed her carefully, noting, even though she's acting calm, Noah's mana reserves are nearly depleted. She might only be able to use her strongest spell twice more. Gripping her sword tightly, Luna reflected, I'm no better off. I've already used my lunar sword art twice. Paimon sneered at their weakness, his aura growing more oppressive. Mocking them, he declared he would still toy with them before ending it all. He gestured toward the academy and asked if the people there were their students. Realizing his malicious intent, both Luna and Noah tensed. Noah remarked that Paimon had grown even filthier and more vulgar since their last encounter. Paimon, angered by her disdain, unleashed a frightening burst of power, demanding they witness the futility of humanity and her inability to challenge him. He gathered energy into a devastating attack, aiming it at the academy. Luna, panicking, jumped to intercept the blast, but Paimon blocked her, forcing her to defend against his relentless assault. Taking advantage of the distraction, Noah slipped behind Paimon and summoned a magical barrier to halt his attack. But Paimon smirked. It was all part of his plan. As Noah strained to hold back his energy, Paimon charged through the barrier, shattering it and striking her directly. The blow left Noah coughing up blood. In her injured state, memories of her tragic past resurfaced. She recalled her childhood trauma, her village engulfed in flames, people fleeing in terror, and her parents escaping the blaze without her. Left behind, she cried out for them, but no one came back. That pain echoed through her present despair as she muttered, "I don't want to lose anyone ever again. I gained this strength, so I wouldn't have to lose anything." Thrown backward and gravely wounded, Noah gritted her teeth in frustration. She couldn't defeat this demon, but Luna refused to give up. Summoning all her remaining strength, she dashed toward Paimon's magical attack, determined to stop it. Noah, watching helplessly, thought it was too late. No one could stop him now. Suddenly, a streak of violet light sliced through the magical orb, detonating it before it could reach the academy. Standing before the explosion, Luna was shocked to see a new figure had joined the fray. Noah, equally stunned, tried to comprehend what had just happened. Emerging from the shadows with a cold, commanding presence was Nox. Fixing his gaze on Noah, he asked, "Dean, are you going to give up here again? If you, who've already lost your family, now lose your students, you'll have nothing left." Noah's eyes widened in disbelief as Nox stepped forward. She wondered how he knew about her past. With a serious expression and his sword drawn, Nox declared, "I, Nox von Reinhofer, swear upon the long-standing tradition of the Black Sword. Here, I shall slay Paimon." Rewinding to a time earlier, a group of people was swiftly moving through the forest, heading toward the source of the tremors. Nox, holding the mask in his hand, thought for a moment before putting it away. He believed he recovered Shane safely, but that's not the problem right now. His face revealed his worry and urgency. Accompanying him was Marin, who was also deeply concerned and couldn't believe Paimon would really awaken. She wondered, what on earth should they do? Marin knew that Paimon is as powerful as Captain Luna. Realistically, there was nothing they could do. In that case, the only thing she could do would be. Her eyes turned toward the one person who might have the ability to resolve the situation. Nox, calling his name, she declared that she is an archer, so she will save him no matter what. Before she could finish her sentence, Nox interrupted her, telling her, "Don't think of doing anything stupid." He firmly stated that he would not run away and declared resolutely that those of the Reinhofer household do not run away from their responsibilities. Marin, still worried, commented that this isn't a problem that we can deal with. However, Nox, with a serious gaze, asked her one question. "Would you be fine even if Captain Luna died?" These words shook Marin to her core, leaving her trembling and unable to respond. Meanwhile, Nox reflected on Marin's personality. Her strong desires and solid trust. He understood that she's probably feeling those emotions right now because Luna is the one who saved her and rose to the position of leader on her own. Therefore, he would make use of those traits of hers. With his decision made, Nox stopped and spoke, reminding Marin that Luna saved her when she was suffering in a research lab. Because Nox is the villain and good-for-nothing of Inner Lunatic, he was unafraid to provoke her, asking bluntly, "Are you really just going to leave her to die like this?" Marin, angered by his words, gritted her teeth and admitted her helplessness in the current situation. Lowering her head, she asked Nox, "What are you suggesting we do?" With a worried tone, she added, "Paimon is a demon that even the sage and the 3 sword emperors had a hard time with." Nox proposed that Marin use her arrows. Before she could respond, however, a terrifying surge of energy spread toward their location. They recognized it as Paimon's power, Nox remarked. "It looks like Paimon has come out. If we don't work together, it'll be impossible to stop him." Marin hesitated and asked Nox if he heard about her arrow from Captain Luna. Nox, noticing her conflict, dismissed her question, replying, "Is that really important right now?" He could tell that she was conflicted. Marin revealed the risk, reminding Nox that he had experienced it firsthand. She pointed out, "So Nox, you know just how powerful the water shot I fire is. Plus, I go berserk whenever I fire that arrow." Hesitating further, she added that it could kill him. Nox, understanding that Marin inherited the full abilities of the marine race, turned away with a serious expression and told her, Don't flatter yourself. I wouldn't die to the likes of you. Then, he urged Marin to prepare quickly. Despite his confident words, Nox hesitated internally, knowing that not even he would be able to defend against her arrow. But this was the only option if they wanted to stop the ending of the damn game. Marin, still indecisive, was observed by Nox, who smirked mischievously and taunted her. What's there to hesitate about? Did you end up liking me after all? Hearing this, Marin's expression changed, and her hesitation vanished. She prepared her weapon and warned Nox not to regret it. As Marin's mana surged, Nox remained calm and commented that he had no reason to regret. Marin, with a stern tone, remarked, "Stubborn until the very end, I get why Captain Luna calls you the absurd rookie." Nox, turning his back to her as he prepared for the plan, replied, "I'm not really a fan of that nickname, though." Meanwhile, Payman's attack was nearing. Nox channeled dark mana into his sword. A system notification appeared. Stormbringer is absorbing your mana to its limit. Due to the large temporary loss of mana, your mana sensitivity has been reduced. Both Nox and Marine braced themselves for the impact. Counting down. At the count of 3, their combined powers clashed against Paimon's attack, creating a devastating explosion. They successfully blocked the strike aimed at the trainees. Afterward, Nox panted heavily, while Marin began to lose control. Her consciousness faded, and she started attacking wildly. Nox, frustrated, narrowly dodged an arrow from Marin that nearly struck him fatally. Exhausted but feigning composure, Nox remarked sarcastically, "You fail as an archer. To think you'd fire an arrow with so much bloodlust at your junior." Marin, still out of control, continued firing arrows toward Nox, struggling to avoid them. He turned to witness the destruction her attack caused, and couldn't help but feel shaken. Suddenly, Nox called out loudly, "Iana von Soder, stop hiding and come out. Or is the daughter of one of the 3 great dark families into voyeurism?" Discovered, Iana revealed herself, shocked that Nox had noticed her shadowing him. As Marin's uncontrollable attacks continued, Nox, dodging frantically, asked Iana for help. He recalled that Iana should be on the same level as Paracelsus and Leon. Trusting her abilities, he requested that she use her charm skill to stop Marin. Iana, flustered and blushing, stammered her agreement, stating that she didn't want Marin to be in danger. However, with an ambitious glint in her eyes, she demanded that Nox help her replenish her dark mana later. Nox received the request and felt a bit uneasy. He thought that the method for replenishing a succubus's mana was somewhat sensitive, and he would rather not have to do it. However, the current situation didn't allow him to refuse, so he agreed and asked them to start, while he would go to stop Paimon. At this moment, Marine's powerful arrows continued to shoot chaotically everywhere, frightening Iana. However, thinking about Nox transferring mana to her made her excited, and she began to activate her skills. The scene shifted to Paimon's battlefield. The entire area surrounding the battlefield had been completely flattened and left in ruins. Finally, Nox appeared there to assist them. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed Noah exhausted near a collapsed cave. He quickly approached her, thinking about the death of her family and friends that was written in her backstory. She might look crazy, but she is one of the most anguished characters. His body ignited with dark mana as he spoke to Noah. "Dean, are you going to give up here again?" Standing protectively in front of Noah, he said, "If she, who already lost her family, now loses her students, she will have nothing left." He thought, what she needs now is encouragement before she falls into utter despair and gives up on everything. Nox assured her that he will kill Paimon right here, so he wanted her to hold on. Noah, seeing Nox's sudden arrival, was overwhelmed with worry for him. At this moment, Paimon's voice echoed, questioning if Nox was the one who changed the trajectory of his attack. Paimon sniffed the air and said he smelled a familiar scent on Nox, recognizing that mana and sword that contain utter darkness. Paimon laughed menacingly, releasing an oppressive demonic aura that engulfed the entire area. A system notification appeared, warning that his opponent has cast a spell on him. Noah and Luna both felt the terrifying pressure, and had to brace themselves against it. Paimon's sinister laughter grew as he identified Nox as the son of Theo. However, Nox's gaze remained calm, observing the situation. Thanks to the trait, Steel Mentality, he had neutralized the negative trait, Fear. Completely unshaken, Nox confidently stood before the fearsome demon, exuding his family's signature dark mana. Without saying a word, Nox slashed his sword, sending a wave of energy toward Paimon. For Paimon, this attack was trivial. He easily destroyed it with one hand. Nox then asked Paimon, "If I am the son of Theo, so what?" He smirked mockingly, calling the demon before him Archduke Paimon. He even ridiculed Paimon, saying he'd heard Paimon was one of the weaker demons that had been sealed by his father. He added that Theo said Paimon didn't deserve a grand title like Archduke. Paimon, angered by the mockery, retorted that Nox sure knew how to talk and found it quite amusing. Nox was deliberately provoking him, knowing that he is indeed overly emotional, just like his in-game description stated. Nox's sinister grin grew more terrifying than Paimon's, and he resolved to use this to his advantage. Nox began to delve into Paimon's background, and all of the demon's information was revealed. Name Paimon, gender male, species demon, attribute fire, achievements one of the 72 demons. Traits positive include mana sensitivity, rare genius, battle spirit, principled, neutral trait, pure evil, negative traits cruel, madness, desire to kill, sense of superiority, stats stamina, 26, mana 29, luck 6, will 27, charm 16, passive skill art of fire, active skills, flame, disaster flame, condemnation. After reading the information, Nox smiled confidently, acknowledging that Paimon easily surpasses everyone he has fought so far. He also noted that the hellfire he just blocked fires in a straight line and its flames steal life force. The disaster flame is a damage over time skill, and while the damage is RNG, it's dangerous. Condemnation uses a flame sword to attack the enemy. He concluded that asshole only has monstrous skills. Meanwhile, Luna contacted Nox telepathically, calling him rookie, and asking what he was doing there in such a dangerous place. She questioned why he had shown up at all. Nox glanced back at Luna, thinking that Luna and Noah could both easily defeat Paimon. But only after they obtained their items, he reminded himself that he had to defeat him with what he had. He replied to Luna, stating that he had a way to defeat Paimon, and asked her to work with him. Luna, still worried, inquired about Marin's condition and whether she was still alive. Nox confirmed that Marin was alive and assured her that his words were true. Paimon, noticing he was being ignored, grew furious. He drew his own sword and asked Nox if he was distracted while standing before him. At the same time, Paimon unleashed an aura infused with fire mana. The terrifying fire energy surrounded Nox, forcing him to use his sword to defend himself. A system notification appeared. Rare genius of acting is wavering due to a large impact. Paimon's powerful attack sent Nox flying backward. He recognized that this was the condemnation skill. As Nox struggled to get back up, Luna told him that she needed Marin for her plan. She is certain that Marin will be able to overcome her trauma and gain control over her strength. Luna quickly coordinated with Nox and charged toward Paimon. Paimon noticed her and looked at her with terrifying eyes, but Luna was undeterred. She leaped high into the air and attacked Paimon, but he easily blocked her strike with one hand. Luna warned him that he had forgotten she was still there, while simultaneously sending a telepathic message to Nox, telling him she will leave him to her. That's better than everyone dying here. Nox then called out to Dean and asked her, "Can you use wide area magic 2 more times? In that case, please deploy a wide area barrier spell around the area. Make it so that no one can get into it." Noah, having regained her composure, stood up with a smile and agreed with Nox, understanding that Nox wants to protect the students. Hearing this, Nox felt annoyed but dismissed it, saying she could interpret his actions however she liked. Noah began chanting the spell while remarking that Nox wasn't honest with himself. She added that this was why she found him so endearing. Nox ignored her and continued fighting alongside Luna. Meanwhile, Noah's frosty mana began to spread, creating a barrier that isolated the area from the outside. Luna and Paimon were still locked in intense combat. Paimon mocked Luna's attacks as mere tricks, while Luna grew increasingly frustrated with his overwhelming power. He taunted her, asking if she really thought she could buy time against him. Just as he unleashed a devastating strike, Nox intervened, taking the blow in Luna's place. The shock wave from the collision radiated outward. Nox, struggling to endure, forced a smile and remarked, "Is this all an Archduke has to offer?" "This much is nothing." Paimon sneered at Nox, asking, "Do you think you're like your father just because you could block a few attacks?" A warning then appeared, stating, "Your opponent has cast fear on you," Paimon continued, mocking Nox. "Your father was several times stronger than this. And even though that was the case, he couldn't kill me and had to resort to sealing me. I will trample you into the ground in an instant. Under Paimon's heavy assault, Nox began to falter, his body strained, but thanks to the trait Steel Mentality, he neutralized the negative trait. Fear, with a confident smile, he declared, "They won't know until they try." Another notification appeared, stating, "The artifact, Stormbringer, has absorbed his mana to its limit." This caused Nox's power to surge dramatically. He channeled all his strength and swung his sword, deflecting Paimon's attack skyward. However, the effort left him with severe internal injuries, causing him to cough up blood. By this time, Noah had successfully completed the protective barrier. Nox noticed this and felt a sense of relief, wiping the blood from his mouth and regaining his focus. From the outside, the massive frosty barrier appeared as a giant cube enclosing their battleground. Nox thought to himself, "We're almost done. The only plan that can get rid of Paimon." Meanwhile, Luna took over for Nox, keeping Paimon occupied. Observing the battle, Nox grew increasingly worried. He wondered why Luna hadn't awakened yet and felt he was nearing his own limits. The person occupying his thoughts was Marin. Even though she is an extra in the game and someone destined to die and disappear, I don't want her to die. He corrected himself, thinking, saying I don't want her to die sounds funny. Another warning appeared. Remaining mana is low. The energy being consumed will be replaced. Your life has started to be reduced rapidly. Ignoring the notification, Nox resolved that Marin deserved to live her life on her terms, rather than being bound by a preordained fate. Using the last of his strength, he channeled all his remaining mana and charged at Paimon. As he faced him, Nox silently prayed, hoping Marin would awaken now. Marin, restrained and suppressed by Ayana, had a vacant, lifeless expression. Yet suddenly, tears began to fall from her eyes. It seemed that Nox's heartfelt plea had truly reached her. The past of Marin, when she was just a child, had her body nurtured in a laboratory, surrounded by numerous specialists evaluating her condition. Her consciousness gradually emerged. The first breath she took after being born into this world and opening her eyes was not of clear, fresh air, but of stale air that smelled of medicine. Beside her, there were glass capsules lined up together. The experimental tools looked horrifying, and she saw people use those tools to experiment on children. Knowledge would be forced into her mind, and she realized this before she was even able to completely learn all of the knowledge and language that had been instilled within her. This research lab was her home and her birthplace, and she had to prove her worth in this place. That was the only way she could survive. Time passed, and Marin was still a child without her own consciousness. Someone entered, called her H210, and asked if she could hear them speak. Marin replied and confirmed with an emotionless yes. H210. That's the name that was assigned to her. She didn't know exactly why, but she was one of the test subjects for the manifestation of an ancient race's power. She came to know that numerous war orphans had become test subjects because of this. A man called her by the code name H210 and asked her to try moving one block. In her subconscious, Marin said, which is why she always smiled brightly and acted like she was the most useful test subject there. Because I had to show that I was the best at using the blood of the ocean tribe. She had to do that, so that she wouldn't become one of the children that disappeared. But one day, someone came to find her. She greeted Marin and said, "You'll be living with me from today onwards." The woman introduced herself as Jay, a lab researcher. After that, Marin began to live with her. Naturally, she had no choice in the matter. She had to do whatever was asked of her, like a cow being dragged to the slaughterhouse. Jay told Marin that the research lab is no fun. Marin must have gone through a lot. Jay seemed curious and asked, "What kind of things does she like?" Gently brushing Marin's hair, Jay said, "H210 is a bit of a stiff name to call someone by." Since she has blue hair that looks like aquamarine, Jay decided to replace it with the name Marin. That didn't matter much to Marine. She didn't care. She had no expectations. Because until now, all of these people had only treated her like one of the zoo's monkeys. A test subject. But Jay was different. She treated Marin like a person. They played together. She treated Marin like a human instead of a tool. One day, Marin curiously asked Jay, "Why are Jay so good to her?" Marin commented, "Others would say that she is a monster with the blood of the ocean tribe. That she is a weapon that'll be used on a battlefield and left to die there." Jay, though slightly flustered by her words, smiled and reassured Marine. Since you told me your secret, I'll tell you something too. Actually, I'm working here because they took my family hostage. Marin asked Jay if she also missed her family. Jay confirmed sadly and asked Marine, if I end up leaving you, will you not miss me? Hearing that, Marine felt sad and worried. She hugged Jay tightly, afraid Jay might leave her. Jay comforted Marine, saying they were like family. Marine, still curious, asked Jay family to May too, and is that why she is good to Marin? Jay affirmed it and said, she has one more reason to protect Marin. Marin, curious, asked what that was, and Jay said, because Marin is still a child. Children are meant to be protected by adults. She also told Marin must always protect those younger than her. Marin agreed and promised to do so. As Marin spent time with her, she felt a sense of stability. She was also able to slowly realize how to use the power of the ocean tribe. When she looked back on my younger days, she doubts she can find a time when she was happier. No, she is sure there isn't any. And, as always, such happy times are always broken for the most trivial reasons. At this moment, people in cloaks surrounded the two of them. One of them questioned Jay, how long must they wait for? They emphasized that in order to grow the power of the imperial family, they need the power of that ocean tribe. Jay opposed it and demanded, don't call Marin an ocean tribe, her name is Marin. Others argued that she wasn't human, saying, she's a weapon, and weapons are used in times of war, like now. A man grabbed Marin's hand and ordered her to stand immediately. Jay pulled her back and told the man to stop. However, the man struck Jay across the face and demanded she be silent. Looking at Jay with malice, he ordered, get rid of Jay. Since she defied the laws of the imperial family, she is to undergo an execution without trial. He commanded others to seize Jay. Marin, witnessing the scene, pleaded for them to stop, her gaze firm. Seeing Marin resist, the man drew his sword with darkened eyes, saying a weapon couldn't have emotions. He smiled wickedly and asked, if I do this, then what? Marin witnessed the horrifying scene of Jay's arm being severed. Her agonized screams echoed throughout the room. He pointed the blade at Jay and threatened Marin, saying, if she is a tool, then act like one. He warned her, remember this, her right arm will be next. Tears streamed down Marin's face as she shouted, how could you do that? I might not be human, but she is. She's also human like you. How could you cause suffering to one another? However, the man, with his cruel gaze, dismissed her, saying, a mere weapon has no right to ask him questions. Just follow him quietly. Marin defied his command, her eyes burning with rage. Her fury became her strength. A massive mana surge emanated from her body as she declared that they were the real weapons, not her. Marin seemed to lose control. The overwhelming energy radiated around her. Jay tried to call out to Marin, urging her to stop, but Marin's eyes turned white. She no longer recognized friend from foe. Drawing her bow, she prepared to attack. Nothing could stop her. The arrow she unleashed carried an unstoppable force. Time passed. No one knew what happened to them. The mansion was left in ruins. Marin slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, looking around, wondering where she was. At this moment, the voice of a woman calling her alias, H210, echoed. Marin turned around with a face full of skepticism. The woman with blonde hair informed Marin that, based on the reports, that seems to be her name. She introduced herself as Luna, the leader of Lunatic. Marin silently wondered who this person in front of her was, why the laboratory she had lived in no longer existed, and about someone important to her, Jay. Thinking of Jay, Marin immediately asked Luna what had happened to her, describing her as she's a lady with brown hair. She looked after Marin. However, Luna interrupted and told Marin that Jay was dead. Marin couldn't believe what she heard. Luna emphasized further, saying, there's one thing that needs to be made clear. The person who killed her was Marin. This truth shocked Marin to her core. She froze, unable to believe she had done such a thing to Jay. She thought it must be a lie, but Luna clarified that the current mission of Lunatic was to attack the Imperial Research Lab, which has been kidnapping children and experimenting on them. Although the whole situation was over before they even arrived. At that time, Jay was still taking her last breaths. She tried to raise her hand for help and wanted to say something to Luna. She begged for assistance, holding tightly onto an unconscious Marin. However, what she pleaded for wasn't her own salvation. It was for Luna to take Marin with her. Luna asked Jay, was she overwhelmed by the power of the ocean tribe? Jay did not confirm but simply said, it's not her fault. Jay remarked that Marin is just a child who suffered under grown-ups who forcefully experimented on her. She begged Luna, please bring her with you and help her live a normal life. In her final words, Jay affirmed, Marin has done nothing wrong. She never killed anyone. However, Luna did not lie. She reinforced that everyone, including Jay, had died because of Marin. Marin was devastated upon hearing this truth. Trembling, she replayed what had happened and admitted that Jay died because of her attack. She relied on the power that was forcefully injected into her so Marin could save Jay. But, in the end, she didn't save Jay at all. Marin became the very weapon that those people wanted her to be. Suddenly, Luna broke Marin's train of thought and proposed that she join Lunatic. Luna suggested if she wishes to seek revenge against the imperial family that caused her to suffer. Hearing this proposal, the thought of demons surfaced in Marin's mind. Jane told her about them in the past when she read fairy tales to Marin. Demons would squirm their way into weakened human hearts, offering them sweet deals and temptations. But she had no place to go, and so Marin decided to join Lunatic. Even though she knew that a heart of revenge would only drag her into the mud, the feelings of anguish she had towards Jay pushed her onto this path. So, what Luna said was nothing short of salvation to her. Luna approached her and requested that Marin call her captain from now on. With a stern look, Luna stated that Marin's skills are the only thing that matters in Lunatic, emphasizing that Marin was a genius. If Marin learns to control that power even a little, then I'll promote her rank immediately. Marin herself knew that, even though that power and talent didn't belong to her, she needed to run towards Luna like a moth to a flame and make use of her. For the sake of Luna, who saved her, and Jay, whom she killed. Returning to the present in the forest, Marin was restrained by Iana. As Marin gradually regained consciousness, she was greeted by Iana. Looking at Iana, Marin was puzzled by her identity, but quickly recognized her as Iana von Sater. Moments later, memories flooded back, and she was shocked to realize that she had just fired the water shot. She definitely went berserk. However, to her surprise, Iana was still alive somehow. At this moment, Iana knew that Marin was very confused, and explained that she used her ability to suppress Marin. There's no need to worry about going berserk. Marin was quite surprised to learn that the trait of the Sater household, charm, could end Marin's berserk state. That's why Nox entrusted Marin to Iana. Marin hastily asked where Nox was. Iana confirmed that Nox was currently battling the demon. Hearing this, Marin was shocked and worried about Nox's condition. She immediately ran towards the battlefield. Iana warned her of the danger. At that moment, Nox telepathically communicated with Marin, realizing she had regained consciousness. With a confident tone, Nox informed Marin that Luna was still alive, and so was Noah. Hearing this, Marin was relieved and happy, thinking that if Nox could communicate with her now, he must still be fine. However, Nox cut to the chase, asking if Marin understood the current situation. He pointed out that she had once been under Iana von Sater's charm. Marin was puzzled by Nox's words and his plan. Nox then instructed her to shoot at him as she had done before. Marin was shocked and worried about the dangerous plan, fearing she might lose control again. Nox remarked, Paimon is very fast. No matter how well Marin shoots at him, he'll be able to easily dodge her attack. So, when Nox holds him in place, he wants Marin to shoot at him. Marin was confused and questioned why Nox always chose such dangerous methods that involved sacrificing himself. While continuing to fight Paimon, Nox asserted that he wasn't sacrificing himself. Marin didn't believe him and questioned him further, saying who would ask another person to shoot them in the back if that wasn't the case. However, the main character couldn't explain much at this moment. He simply told Marin that she just needed to trust him. Nox let out a terrifying smile, asserting that he could not die. At this moment, Marin appeared near the battlefield. She stood on the remnants of a destroyed wall and asked Nox again if she could truly trust what the main character had told her. The main character, struggling to fend off Paimon's relentless attacks, firmly reassured her. Hearing his unwavering affirmation, Maren smiled, filled with absolute trust in him. She thought to herself, she wonder why those words of him, that tell her that Nox will live, give her such relief. At this moment, Maren's bow was ready and aimed. She informed the main character that he can look forward to this. She smiled confidently and declared she will make sure to tear that back of Nox apart. At this moment, consumed by fury, Paimon declared that if he had his original strength, this trash wouldn't even be able to reach his feet. Enraged, he launched an attack at Nox, warning him, "It's so absurd seeing Nox act all high and mighty." The swift attack narrowly missed Nox, grazing past him. However, the impact of the strike against Noah's protective barrier caused it to tremble and gradually crack. Nox, whose combat ability had significantly diminished, panted heavily as the danger escalated. Beside him, Luna appeared, chastising him as a fool and an arrogant idiot. She knew that Nox was fully aware of the perilous situation, particularly since a crucial part of their plan hinged on Noah's defense barrier being at its limits. She added, "It's not just the defense barrier. She's used up almost all her mana. She'll only be able to block that flame once or twice more." Turning to Nox with concern, Luna demanded, "When does Nox plan on executing that great plan of his?" Nox, gripping the black sword tightly, did not answer her question. Instead, with a determined expression, he instructed Luna to make one more effort. "Pierce through his barrier for me," he explained. "That's a 3-layered barrier cast with advanced magic." In his mind, Nox analyzed the situation, thinking, his attacks are weaker because of that, to the extent that even I can withstand them. However, that also means his defense barrier is that strong. If we can't break it, then having a plan is meaningless. Accepting Nox's request, Luna unleashed her power once again, hoping that Nox's plan would succeed. Meanwhile, Paimon gathered energy in his palm, mocking and belittling Luna, calling her a young girl that's barely even lived. He charged at her, taunting her for not knowing her limits and daring to face him. Luna remained calm, activating her technique. Lunar Sword Art, 3rd Technique, Moon Split. A tremendous surge of power concentrated into her blade, as if it could split the moon itself. The technique unleashed a crimson light that illuminated the entire area, and the devastating slash targeted Paimon. However, the powerful attack only managed to crack the demon's protective shield and failed to reach his body. Exhausted from pouring all her strength into the attack, Luna was thrown backward by the rebound of Paimon's barrier. With a devilish grin, Paimon commended Luna's strike as not bad, but mocked her for being unable to touch him, sneering that all she accomplished was breaking his first shield layer. Unbeknownst to him, Nox had appeared right behind him, wielding the black sword enveloped in violent dark mana, ready to strike. Yet, Paimon's keen senses couldn't be fooled so easily. He swiftly countered, sending Nox flying backward with a single blow. But Nox's plan wasn't over yet. At that moment, he connected with Maren, instructing her to fire the arrow immediately. Maren confirmed and prepared to unleash the arrow, now charged with energy, which she shot through the air toward Nox and Paimon. As the arrow soared, Nox smirked darkly, his confidence unshaken, and declared, "The one who dies won't be me, but Paimon." At the same time, the skill hour of the genius activated. Nox at this moment started counting the seconds as they passed. In his mind he calculated, the speed of the Ocean Tribe's arrow, based on the story settings, would be at least Hookem. When she pulls the bowstring from the rooftop, the distance is about 0.3 kilometers. It should reach him in about 3 seconds, but he wasn't a mathematician, so this wasn't an accurate calculation. By the second, the arrow was already closing in on Nox. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, he will take a gamble here, on his instincts that have helped him survive this long in this damn world. And by the 3rd second, as the arrow was just a heartbeat away from Nox, he pushed his current state to its limit, using incredible speed to narrowly dodge its velocity. The events unfolded so quickly that even Paimon failed to grasp what had happened until Maren's arrow was nearly upon him. True to their plan, they succeeded in piercing through Paimon's defenses entirely, the arrow striking him and making him cough blood. After the attack, Nox turned back and assessed the situation. Paimon lost a lot of strength as well. It's inevitable, since he's been using multiple mana-draining skills consecutively. Through the thick smoke, a shadow emerged. Paimon was still alive, smiling sinisterly and gloating. Nox still wasn't able to break through the last barrier, This is my victory. Despite the sturdy defenses before him, Nox smiled enigmatically and retorted, "Who said we didn't break through?" In the next moment, Nox shifted his state and attire. A system notification appeared. He has equipped the artifact, Lunatic Member's Robe. Another notification followed. The artifact Stormbringer is absorbing the maximum amount of life force from the user. The special effect of the artifact Lunatic Member's Robe has been activated. His attack power has risen. But it didn't stop there. Nox channeled mana into his palm and activated the skill Limit Break. Instantly, a massive surge of mana erupted from him. Sensing danger, the system warned. His enemy is way too strong. He has sacrificed a tremendous amount of life force for the strike required to defeat it. He will not be able to absorb the life force of the enemy he defeats using Limit Break with the Black Flame Ring. The system then asked Nox if he wished to proceed with the skill. Without hesitation, Nox smiled confidently and confirmed. His eyes flashed with a deadly gleam as he looked straight at Paimon. A massive concentration of mana began to gather into his black sword. Raising it toward the sky, Nox prepared his next attack. Seeing the colossal amount of mana Nox was accumulating, Paimon faltered and cursed him. He quickly channeled energy into his own sword and charged at Nox, shouting, "It's no use struggling, nothing will change." Nox effortlessly deflected Paimon's attack, their mana clashing violently and rippling outward. However, Paimon's strength was waning. Seizing the opportunity, Nox struck him, sending him flying backward. Paimon struggled to accept the reality of his weakness. Nox gave him no chance to recover. He dashed forward and unleashed a flurry of slashes with his sword. Activating the skill, Black Sword Art, first technique of the first half, Shadow Blade, slash. Nox's eyes transformed into a mysterious purple hue filled with deadly intent. With a swift strike, Nox cleaved Paimon from top to bottom. Paimon, unable to comprehend what had happened, began trembling in fear before letting out a scream of pain. His body split in two, dissolving into nothingness. As he faded away, he cried out desperately, "No! I finally got the chance to awaken once again, to be defeated by the likes of you." With Paimon's final demise, a brilliant light descended from the sky. Nox's body trembled from the immense strain of the power he had unleashed. The system issued another warning. A tremendous amount of his life force has been reduced. Following this notification, Nox collapsed to the ground, unconscious and utterly drained. The system further warned, his lifespan is less than 30 days. This is a very dangerous situation for Nox. The scene shifted to Marine. Shocked by the news of the battle, she wondered, is this the power of a mere cadet? With Paimon defeated, his mana core floated mid-air. Marin pondered deeply, thinking, even Captain Luna mentioned how fast her arrows are, but Nox dodged it at this distance. Is that something achievable with human reflexes? From her vantage point, she observed the devastation below. The surroundings were utterly destroyed, reduced to rubble. On the ground, Nox remained unconscious, utterly spent. Marin forced a smile, feeling a mix of relief and astonishment. Looks like an incredibly strong person just became my junior, yet, she mused further. His talent might surpass Captain Luna's. It might even surpass that of his father, Theo von Reinhofer. She questioned, why is he keeping such a low profile despite being so talented? Perhaps, she thought, maybe he believes his exceptional talent could one day become a problem for him. Allowing others to call him a good-for-nothing might be his way of hiding his existence. That might also explain why he always has his maid accompanying him. Marin seemed to have finally connected the dots and understood the reason. Overjoyed, she hurried to the scene of the battle and exclaimed, "Rookie, despite looking so handsome, you've got a pretty crafty side to you, but I think it can be done. Together with the Rookie and Captain Luna, we'll be able to bring down Esteban von Archheim, the foolish emperor, although we'll also have to kill his daughter, Penelope, in the process." At the battlefield, Noah, with a lifeless expression, stood next to Luna as they observed the massive mana core left behind by the slain demon. Despite its lifeless state, the core continued to emit an eerie energy at a slow pace. Luna called out to Noah and questioned why she allowed Paimon to awaken. She seemed to understand that Noah's reasoning was that he could destroy the demonic essence crystal. Her eyes filled with anger as she asked Noah once again. Noah remained silent, and Luna took his silence as confirmation. "Now that I think about it, it was really strange," Luna muttered, reflecting on the situation. "Noah, who had suffered so much because of demons, had allowed Paimon to awaken. If it had only been about revenge, that would have been way too childish of Noah. Noah's gaze seemed sorrowful, but the next moment, she regained her cheerful demeanor, smiled, and admitted, "It's true. I wanted revenge. It's a pity my abilities weren't strong enough, but that's all there is to it." Luna understood her words but hoped Noah would provide a proper explanation next time before taking such actions. Noah smiled faintly and replied, "Let's hope that'll be the case," Luna advised Noah. "Better recover your strength as much as possible for the next time we meet. Stronger enemies will surely appear and—" But before she could finish, Noah turned away, waved her hand dismissively, and told Luna not to worry. Sitting beside Nox's unconscious body, she smiled and said, "I'll make sure to look after him." Luna turned away as well, saying, "Then, I'll entrust him to you." Noah watched Luna's silhouette fade into the smoky air. She then turned her gaze to Nox, who lay unconscious on the ground, smiled gently, and whispered words of gratitude that he couldn't hear. At that moment, the protective barrier slowly dissipated, revealing a breathtaking scene. As soon as the barrier was gone, the Academy staff arrived, visibly shocked by the current state of the battlefield. They rushed to check on Noah and inquired about the demonic essence crystal being released from the museum's basement. Noah casually replied, "That just sort of happened." Her nonchalant response worried the two instructors, who pressed her for clarification on what "sort of happened" meant. Meanwhile, a purple-haired professor was horrified to see his prized student, Nox, lying unconscious on the ground. He frantically called out Nox's name, trying to wake him up. Other staff members used magic to begin clearing the debris. The bald professor, still full of questions, asked Noah if she had defeated Paimon alone, suspecting it was her doing. Noah dodged the question with a playful smile and asked, "What do you think about that possibility?" The bald professor sighed, thinking, "That expression she's making, that means she'll never tell us who defeated Paimon." His face grew serious as he discussed with his colleague how to report the incident to the imperial family. Unsure of what to say, they exchanged worried glances. Meanwhile, Noah paid no mind to their concerns and began to leave. Deep in thought, she mused that the demonic essence crystal's seal wouldn't have been broken without a reason and wondered about the cause and the mastermind behind the events. The first person who came to her mind was Prince Louis von Arkheim. If he was involved, it meant that the royal family had been present where the demon had awakened. Her eyes burned with anger as she muttered, "How dare those demon worshippers bring their foul stench into my territory?" 3 days after the incident, students were gossiping about Nox's absence and speculating whether he had died. Talia, worried, asked Nox's maid about his condition and declared, "This is really bad news. We must contact his father immediately and get some medicine for him." However, Jitri stopped her, urging calm and saying, "Let's observe the situation for now." Eleanor, on the other hand, wondered why Nox had been at the scene of the battle with Paimon. Suspicion lingered in her eyes. Leon dismissed her concerns, believing Nox must have had a reason for being there. Their argument continued outside while, inside the Academy's infirmary, Nox lay unconscious in bed. When he finally woke up, his first words were, "This is my first time feeling scared to wake up." Still lying still, he reflected on the events and realized he had recovered at a surprising speed. At the same time, a notification sounded in his mind. "The blessings of the moon are upon you. The blessings of ice are upon you." Feeling grateful, Nox thought, "I can't help it since I have both of their blessings. The Academy needs to stand on the Emperor's side publicly. Yet here I am, a student tied to a criminal organization." He wondered if Noah had helped with his recovery to extract information from him. Either way, he decided to act like he was still asleep to buy time. With that, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, a soft breeze flowing through the window. Later that evening, Nox woke again, unsure of how long he had been asleep. The surroundings seemed quieter. Sitting up and holding his head, he was startled by Eleanor standing beside his bed. "You're awake," she said, her voice breaking the silence. Nox's heart sank at her presence. Sighing inwardly, he braced himself for the trouble she would bring and asked politely, "What brings you here? It's very late at night." Eleanor got straight to the point. She wanted to ask about Shane, the man they had seen in the labyrinth. Her tone was uncharacteristically timid as she questioned Knox about his connection to Shane. It seemed Eleanor had developed feelings for Shane, unaware that he was another version of Knox. What would happen when she discovered the truth? Knox, upon hearing Eleanor's question, felt a bit flustered, but soon became curious, and asked what she meant. Eleanor looked at Knox with a knowing gaze, and told him that when Knox lies, his eyes shift, and his hands tremble slightly. Even these small details of Knox were perceived by Eleanor, causing his expression to freeze momentarily. She smiled at him and asserted that even though his voice remained calm, she could still tell. At that moment, Knox felt a slight fear towards the woman before him and thought to himself that his rare talent for acting isn't enough to deceive Eleanor's genius acting. Petty tricks wouldn't work on her. Now that it had come to this, Knox realized he needed to figure out what she was after. Eventually, he nodded and admitted that Shane is related to him. Eleanor then asked if he was connected to the blood moon and pointed out that Knox and Shane's eyes bore a striking resemblance. Knox grew curious about why she asked this, and Eleanor simply added that she understood everything now and knew that he's from an extended family that his family has hidden. She had heard that the Reinharnated household uses talented people from their extended family as hunting dogs, and she speculated that Shane must be one of those cases. Hearing this, Knox chuckled softly. Eleanor's assumptions weren't overly detrimental to him, but her perception of the Reinharnated family seemed a bit too harsh. After all, his family wouldn't stoop to such malicious deeds. At this point, Eleanor remarked further that she found it strange from the start. He didn't look like he planned to harm them in any way. Knox, not wanting to engage in prolonged conversation, cut to the chase and asked what she wanted from Shane. Eleanor offered a gentle smile and said she wanted to repay him for his help. Her face flushed slightly, reminiscent of a young girl, as she admitted that she had fallen for Shane and wanted to recruit him into her mercenary. Knox, however, paid little attention to her emotions and confirmed that her desire was to set Shane free. She affirmed this, saying that someone of his talent is worth the effort. For the first time, Eleanor revealed such a bright and beautiful smile. A philosopher once said, "The essence of love is the collapse of reason," and it couldn't be truer. Knox tried to maintain the pretense that Eleanor's deductions were entirely accurate. Feigning displeasure, he remarked, he couldn't believe she was trying to steal a talent from the Reinharnated household and asked if she thought it would be that easy. Despite his words, Eleanor wasn't fazed. She stood up and told Knox, please ask him to come to the Rivalin Merchantry headquarters 1 week from now, adding that she would take her leave and hoped for his speedy recovery. Before leaving, she playfully winked at Knox with a mischievous yet endearing charm. Master Knox, you're being too reckless. As I've told you repeatedly, you really went overboard this time round. Not long after, Knox was out of the infirmary, accompanied by Jetri, who relentlessly scolded him, saying he was being too reckless as she had told him repeatedly. Knox really went overboard this time round. She also mentioned that the patriarch is probably concerned about him as well. Hearing the mention of his family irritated Knox, and he told Jetri, don't say anything to his family. He doesn't want to complicate things. However, Jetri revealed that she had already sent a letter back home. This time it couldn't be helped, she argued. As his maid, she had a duty to report what he did and his whereabouts. Knox said no more, retreating into his room and shutting the door, leaving Jetri outside. Alone in the room, Knox leaned against the door, sighed, and lamented that maybe he should have stayed unconscious a little longer. But suddenly, a voice echoed in Knox's room, startling him. He turned to see it was Iana von Sater. She had been waiting for him in his room, reminding him and saying, she is pretty sure Knox is aware, but in order for her, a half-blood succubus, to get mana. Her enchanting gaze fixed on Knox as she spoke in a sweet tone, suggesting there was only one option for him. She asked, with an alluring and suggestive tone, if he would help her. Faced with a beauty like Iana, a succubus by nature, Knox knew that they're demons that are famous for sucking the energy out of men. However, he thought to himself, the kind of development that people are expecting will not be happening because Inner Lunatic is filled with underage children after all. He affirmed, there's no way they could put suspicious scenes with a succubus into the game. In that case, It's a relief for now. With the earnest gaze of a young man unacquainted with love, Knox asked what she needed him to help with. Iana, her face flushed with shyness, surrounded by an almost fragrant aura of youthful femininity, said she wanted to know if she could hold his hand for a few minutes. Hearing the request, Knox thought it wasn't a big deal and confirmed, "You only want to hold my hand, right?" To which Iana shyly and awkwardly affirmed. Before they could proceed with anything ambiguous, Knox had some questions and asked Iana why she had been following him. When asked, Iana lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to meet Knox's eyes. She explained that she too hailed from a dark household, which made her curious about him. As she spoke, her sparkling eyes began to waver, and her face turned increasingly red. She admitted, "Knox seems to have changed quite a lot recently. In the past, Knox were a little more—" She paused, hesitant to continue, leaving Knox curious. He asked her what she was implying about his past self. At the same time, Knox began to remove his outer jacket, which made Iana incredibly tense, causing her to hiccup out of sheer nervousness. Embarrassed, she apologized, unsure of what to say next. Knox decided to let it go, not pressing her further. He sat on the bed and gently asked Iana to give him her hand so he could transfer mana to her. In the quiet room, with only the two of them, Iana seemed flustered, but obeyed. She gently sat down on the bed next to Knox, extending her hand to receive his mana. Knox closed his eyes, contemplating Iana von Sater. While she looks ditzy and naive, unlike a usual succubus, I know the truth since I have played through this game many times. He thought about how Iana had another side, one far more seductive and provocative. Breaking the silence, Knox firmly stated, "We'll only do this for 10 minutes. No overtime." However, Iana's face gradually lost its flush, her breathing growing erratic, even though she was merely holding Knox's hand. Seeing her expression, Knox began to worry about his own condition. Suddenly, Iana turned to look at Knox with a gaze full of allure and lust. Sensing something was wrong, Knox quickly stood up and declared, "Time's up. I need to leave." But before he could, Iana grabbed his sleeve, asking where he was going. At that moment, her true nature was revealed. Her possessive gaze made it clear she wanted to claim him then and there. She firmly clasped his hand, intertwining her fingers with his, and declared that she wasn't satisfied yet. At that moment, a system notification appeared, displaying information about her stats and skills like Pheromone Addict, Charm, and Blood. However, the system screen suddenly glitched, becoming blurry as if disrupted. A warning sounded. Currently, the character is experiencing a status abnormality known as dual personality, and her personality has flipped 180 degrees. Knox, stunned by the notification, couldn't comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, his body was pushed forward onto the bed. Iana, despite Knox's resistance, managed to pin him down with ease. He thought to himself, "This had to happen while I haven't recovered my mana." He urgently called out Iana's name, warning her to calm down and that she would regret continuing this. Yet Iana's body was already overwhelmed with an unusual heat. She loosened her tie slightly, questioning why Knox seemed to dislike her, finding it strange. Sitting fully on top of him now, she provocatively smiled and declared, "I have never met any men that disliked me." Leaning closer, she asked Knox if she should lull him into a dream and inquired about the type of partner he desired for such an experience. In his weakened state, still recovering from the hospital bed, Knox had little strength to resist, or perhaps no ability to oppose her charms. He hurriedly begged Iana to stop immediately. However, just by Knox's words, it was impossible to stop Iana. At this moment, she moved even closer to Knox. With a flushed face filled with excitement, she suggested that they will just kiss for a little while. She even proposed that Knox should step forward and hug her, insisting it would feel really good if they did so. Knox, unable to say anything further, could only resign himself to his fate, preparing for the moment when Iana would take his first time. Suddenly, the door to Knox's room was burst open, and someone came in to ruin their fun. It was Marin. She stormed into the room, and witnessing the awkward scene, turned as red as a beet. A young girl who had never experienced love before, Marin immediately shouted at Knox, calling him a jerk. She angrily yelled at him, accusing him that she is busy wrapping things up, and Nox is secretly fooling around with a girl in here. It seemed this personality of Iana's did not recognize Marin and asked who she was. Marin didn't waste any words. She conjured a water orb and attacked Iana, knocking her unconscious. Nox, somewhat worried, asked Marin what she had done to Iana. Marin replied that she simply blew some mana into her and assured him that she won't be hurt. Marin then looked at Nox with a mysterious smile. Nox, confused by her expression, heard Marin ask if he was happy she had shown up. Sighing, he reluctantly admitted that it was true, even though he didn't want her there. Marin showed some concern, asking how Nox was feeling. Nox, adjusting his clothes, replied that he did share some of his mana, but he feels fine. Marin looked at him silently for a moment, her gaze growing a bit shy, and she said that he had saved her. Nox sighed and told her to forget about it, saying he only did it to survive. Afterward, Nox ignored Marin and left the room, leaving her furious. But after a moment, she smiled warmly as she watched Nox's retreating figure. Nox turned slightly to glance back at Marin, giving her a faint smile. Marin, staying true to her sharp tongue, scolded Nox, saying, "That obnoxious attitude of yours is your problem. Do you think archers are a joke? I'm 2 years older than you." The sky had already turned to night by this point. At the Reinhafer family estate, Luna was present, having learned that Nox defeated Paimon. She found it incredibly hard to believe, but Luna confirmed that it was the truth. The head butler, Rodwell, stood by her side, deeply surprised at the news of Paimon's defeat. He couldn't believe his young master had accomplished such a feat. His gaze turned toward the patriarch, who was now wearing a satisfied smile, full of calculations and schemes. Rodwell wondered to himself if this was true. What kind of events would unfold in their household in the future? The mere thought filled him with unease. Even so, Theo remained calm and didn't seem to understand why Nox would do something so dangerous. In his mind, Theo thought the reason for Nox's actions might be tied to the death of his mother. Theo recalled a scene from the past, a house engulfed in flames. On the night of slaughter, he witnessed the murder of his own mother. After that, he was in a half-crazed state and lived like a good-for-nothing. He didn't care about anyone around him. But now, he must have done that, to avenge his mother. Thinking of this, Theo felt pleased and secretly smiled. Luna, however, thought Theo was lying. She don't know what Theo is scheming, but that power can only be obtained through the bloodline of the Reinhafer household. She knew that the void revelation is something that can only be activated when one reaches their own limit. Now that she had accepted the rookie into lunatic, she wouldn't let him get played by Theo. After a while, Theo spoke up, replying that parents don't necessarily know everything about their children. Hearing this, Luna questioned Theo about, "It's not like Theo were a warm father to Nox." She pointed out that his first son is already with the Imperial faction. To be more precise, he's already working with the demons. Theo understood this and predicted that a storm of blood will be hitting this continent. Luna then left, but before departing, she turned back to remind him that she hopes Theo doesn't forget his promise. Her entire body exuded a terrifying aura as she commented that if his son ever dares to stand in my way, she will kill him. The son she was referring to was none other than Theo's first son. That's how Lunatic operates, and that is his contract with Lunatic, so throw away any personal feelings Theo has. After saying this, Luna vanished in a mysterious swirl of black and red smoke. Meanwhile, Theo sat deep in thought, reflecting on everything about to unfold. He stood up, looking out the window as the blood moon shone through, casting its eerie light into the room. Theo pondered that he knows all of this is for the sake of destroying the Imperial family and the 72 demons. The scene then shifted to Eleanor's mercantile guild. Eleanor was speaking to someone and said, "Simply put, you've piqued my interest, so I want you to sign a contract with the rival in merchantry." She lifted her teacup with a smile and promised that she will make sure to compensate him handsomely. She was proposing a contract to none other than Shane. Shane, with a confused expression, apologized to Eleanor, explaining that he is working with his family. Eleanor smiled warmly, mentioning that she had already heard about this from Nox, and said that Nox has already permitted this, so Shane need not worry. Shane's face showed unease as Nox, in his mind, felt furious, thinking that he had never agreed to this. Though he did take down the boss monster in advance and gained some free stats, he still couldn't work for the Rivalan merchantry. Feeling awkward, Shane addressed Eleanor politely by name, but Eleanor insisted that he call her simply Eleanor. Shane, shy and reserved, thought it best to continue addressing her as Miss Eleanor. Despite this, Eleanor refused and remarked that there's something both Shane and Knox have in common. Gently stroking her hair, she sighed and said she didn't want to turn this into a big deal. But a collateral family of the Reinhafer household that does all its dirty work. If the fact that Shane infiltrated Eldon Academy to execute a secret mission somehow reaches Dean Noah's ears, what do you think will happen? Eleanor's words left Shane unsettled. He said he thought Eleanor was kind and wouldn't exploit others' weaknesses. Eleanor, sipping her tea, replied, "I am a merchant. There's no reason for Shane to be kind." Confused, Shane asked what she wanted him to do. Eleanor, placing her teacup down with a calculated but beautiful smile, asked, "Are you not going to do it?" Whatever she was implying remained unclear. Later, outside the guild, Shane held an item called Fire Spirit's Pendant, knowing it was an overpowered artifact that can only be obtained just before the ending of this game. Eleanor had generously gifted it to Shane, saying it was both her present and the down payment for his contract. Knox, aware of this artifact's nature, recognized that it was great, but it was being tracked. He realized that Eleanor was truly obsessed with Shane. In the guild's lounge, Eleanor sat alone, enjoying her tea when a voice commented that Eleanor had really taken a liking to the man named Shane. Rick noted that he had never seen Eleanor invite someone to recruit them before. Eleanor, glaring at Rick, retorted, "Since when were Rick allowed to comment on what I do?" Realizing he had overstepped, Rick replied, "I wouldn't dare do such a thing." He smiled apologetically, adding, "Please don't worry. You know I'm not that stupid of a person." Eleanor, visibly displeased, accused him of making excuses and internally noted her suspicions about Rick. She knew that accountant head Rick's movements seemed suspicious. He probably started after Paimon was defeated by Dean Noah. While it's too early to conclude anything, something feels off. She then warned Rick to be careful with the decisions he makes from now on, offering a cryptic smile. Rick showed no reaction and only gave a hollow smile, replying, "I'll bear that in mind, Miss Rivelin." Walking through the guild's hallway afterward, Rick thought he had guessed right. He believed that Knox von Reinhafer was a significant threat to his plans. Rick resolved that he needed to get rid of Knox quickly and would also eliminate that stupid prince at the same time. Smiling confidently and maliciously, Rick thought that whatever Knox's goals were, things wouldn't go his way this time. Knox would meet his end soon. Yeah, finally we've made it to this chapter together, bros. For now, Terminally Ill Genius Dark Knight will conclude Season 1 here. Once again, I sincerely thank all of you for your support. Let's look forward to Season 2 together. He is Knox von Reinhafer, the inner lunatic's most notorious villain, a ruthless madman hated by the entire world. But few people know, inside that shell is Yu Chan, a guy who once suffered from an incurable disease, and is now caught up in the very game he used to play all his life. To survive, he is forced to hide under the name Knox, walk between the boundaries of good and evil, and find a way to rewrite his already condemned fate. This is not just a fight for survival, but the resistance of an unyielding soul. Knox von Reinhafer, a new name that he was given in a new world. No, actually it had once belonged to someone. Now, he has stolen that name. He has grown quite accustomed to playing this role. Coupled with his invincibility, allowing him to use powerful skills, from a terminally ill man destined to die, he is now a true villain. Since he came to this world, a lot has happened. Terrifying monsters with powers that no one can compete with, along with secrets about the angelic woman that appeared in his mind, still reveal her true identity to this day. And so many people have promised to stay by my side. But the more Knox gained, the more he suffered from loneliness. Until a notification appeared inviting him. Would you like to start a new game? His memories at this time were very chaotic. He wondered where this was. Looking around the room, he gradually realized that maybe this was his previous room, before he entered the game. On the notification screen inviting him, he was still there, but his mood at this time was very dreamy. He had a very strange feeling, and wondered what this feeling was. He himself could not determine whether this was a dream or real. He held his head and endured the excruciating pain, Perhaps this was the moment his incurable disease was recurring. He thought back over everything and confirmed that it didn't seem right, and he thought about it for just a moment. It's clearly strange. Something like this came to a failure that only played video games stuck alone in a room full of trash. In the past, he was someone who always locked himself in a room full of trash and filth to play games, but now he's headed towards a huge change. He held his head and the pain and questioned himself about who he was. What kind of connection do he have with Nox, and why did he end up possessing Nox? Along with the pain caused by the incurable disease, he painfully collapsed to the floor, along with a stream of confused thoughts. He commented that everything was his in that world, but those things were not completely his. Yes, he is well aware of that. His mind was hazy, as if he was about to faint. The image of the villain Nox von Reinhofer appeared in Yu-chan's mind. He understood that because he couldn't escape Nox von Reinhofer's shadow, so he is still tormented by the pain. Because it was Yu-chan's uncertainty, which made him even more broken and feel more lonely. At this moment, he was determined that he would have to face the truth now. His real name is Yu-chan. I'm still an outsider in this world. The relationships he has created in this world have somehow helped him connect with this place more. Because of them, he has become someone completely different from the Nox he knew. At this time, Yu-chan had to face Theo von Reinhofer, Nox's father, after the fight with the Paimon monster. He, with a serious voice, questioned the Nox. Why did he risk his life to cut down Paimon himself, and did that have anything to do with his mother? Facing the question, the Nox face had an awkward look on its face. I know about the event information. On the night of slaughter, Nox had to watch his mother die by himself. Yu-chan asked himself that if Nox was here, what would he have said here? Theo commented that, later that day, he knew that Nox had started to go astray. Theo knows that. Nox pretend not to remember, but Theo knows that's not true. At this moment, Yu-chan's mind became confused. He asked himself, if Nox was here, how would he have acted here? Yu-chan has stopped worrying about things like that now. Returning to his identity as Nox von Reinhofer, Yu-chan decided to make his own decision. He quickly acted. The surprise was that the Nox suddenly attacked his father and asked him back if he thought that the Nox himself was hiding his power or not. With eyes full of determination, he confirmed that it was definitely so and easily dodged the Nox's attack. At this time, the whole Nox character radiates dark mana along with swordsmanship and shadow blade skills. He is ready to face his father no matter what the reason is. In the Nox mind, he secretly realized that this name has always belonged to him. Although he am treated like a villain, mocked by others, and am fated to be killed in the end. Despite the bad things people around him say about him like, did you hear? There's a rumor that young Master Nox ranked first at the academy. No way. That infamous good-for-nothing? Well, maybe he bribed them or something. What could a good-for-nothing be good at? They say that he defeated young Masters Allen and Hartz all because of his equipment. But Nox did not care about the comments from those buzzing flies. He did not accept that fate and with his efforts helped him prolong the time from death. Returning to the confrontation with his father, after launching that terrifying attack, Theo was still able to use his sword to block the Nox attack, causing the space around the two of them to seem to crack. Theo realized that it was the Shadow Blade skill. He smiled with excitement when the Nox could use that skill. However, with the Nox's ability, that was not enough for him. Theo also used the Shadow Blade skill to teach his unruly son a lesson. The released move makes the Nox unable to defend, and is sent flying backwards. Nox quickly regained his balance and leaned his sword against the floor with fatigue, his mind saying that, even though he is living on borrowed time, he has to continue progressing the story. At this moment, his sweaty face revealed a smile full of confidence and pleasure. And then, a message appears saying, the player's genius trait is now in effect. Nox's whole body was now filled with power. A purple aura surrounded him. He took an instinctive fighting stance with a ghostly smile, ready to continue the fight with his father. In his mind, Nox whispered to himself that he tried to do it, but it could be said that this was the reason why he was desperate and always afraid of impending death. If there's one thing I must overcome, it would be the thing that will soon come to visit me. Death. Everything the Nox did seemed to change the Nox scenario of the game Inner Lunatic. He changed the fate of those who were supposed to die and saved the useless Nox character himself. The Nox plot has gone off the rails, and no matter how it plays out, Yu-chan is now truly into the role and sees this as his life. After the fight with Paimon and the confrontation with his father, it seemed he had to stay in bed for a few more days, now in the conference room and starting a new journey. Jitri then pointed at the map and said that they are currently in the northeastern region of Chaders. She turned to the Nox side with concern and asked him to make sure that they still plan to keep moving like this. Nox with a firm voice confirmed that it was true, and he commented that they are moving northeast. The young knight next to him calls the Nox young Master Nox and tells him that such a plan is very dangerous. Antagiai Thich Rang, more than the monsters, the real concern is the Tajilan kingdom, the enemy of House Reinhafer. Nox understood that because he already knew the plot by heart, and this was his intention, and he affirmed that they were still continuing with their travel plan, and the problem that the young knight mentioned was also the reason he chose this path. Before the Nox's confident decision, the girl in the room was a little worried, but did not give any further advice. Nox commented further that he is heading to the Tajilan kingdom from here, and he asked them to send a letter with the content, "The son of House Reinhafer is coming," and asked them to prepare to welcome Nox. At this time, Nox's face revealed a smile full of meaning and mischief, truly looking forward to the developments at the Tajilan kingdom. Yeah, Season 2 begins. At this time, a red warning from the system sounds indicating that the player has 27 days to leave live. Looking at such a confident and strong guy, we don't notice that he has very little time left and has to earn every hour of his life. When he realized this, the Nox himself felt a bit sad and wondered if everything had turned out in a very bad way. After offering my lifespan to Stormbringer to eliminate Paimon, with only a short time left to live, he was approached by Eleanor, who tried to recruit the awakened succubus, Ayana, and his clone Shane, into her guild. If he don't replenish his lifespan immediately, it'll get dangerous. He sighed and asked himself why things kept happening the way they did. When this information appears for an item, the pendant is known as the Fire Spirit's Pendant is regarded as a high-grade accessory imbued with the fire attribute. When equipped, it grants the wearer a powerful passive skill called Spirit Magic Affinity, an ability that enables the formation of a pact with fire-type spirits. The strength of the spirit that can be contracted depends on the amount of mana the user possesses. However, this piece of jewelry is not meant for just anyone. In order to use it, one must earn the affection or favor of Eleanor de Rivaline. Special Effect becomes bound once equipped and grants the passive skill Spirit Magic Affinity. It allows the wearer to form a contract with a fire spirit. The rank of the spirit that can be contracted with depends on the user's mana. However, Eleanor de Rivaline is constantly able to track the user's location once equipped. Nox looked at the item in his hand with some regret. He put the item away and commented that, "It's a relief that the tracking effect only begins after he equips the artifact. When my mana exceeds 15, a high-rank spirit can be summoned. Once my mana reaches 20 and my stamina exceeds 15, he can contract with the Spirit King, Salamander. It's a ridiculously overpowered item. The problem is, it's a bound item, so his clone Shane can't equip it. If Nox wear it, it'll reveal that Shane and Nox are the same person. Nox knows that. Eleanor has genius acting talent which surpasses his normal acting talent. It's impossible to fool her with a half-baked lie. Information from the Academy, they said the Academy would take at least 2 weeks to settle the situation over there. So Nox decided first he need to return and start planning. Come to think of it, it's been a while since Nox was last at the Reinhafer estate. Rona, May, Alina. It's been a while since he reunited with his unit too. He is worried about Theo's barrage of questions regarding this incident. But what worries him the most is the previous red warning that said he only had 27 days to live. Thinking of this, Nox silently cursed this damn game, and he needed to do something to improve the current critical situation. At this time in the bedroom, Ayana von Sader was lying on the bed unconscious. Her face was red as if she had a fever. Her face grimaced in discomfort. In her dream she remembered the words her mother had said. "I can't believe you still can't drain magic from a man's body. And yet you call yourself a bearer of House Sader's blood? It would have been better if one of your had sisters inherited the demon's blood instead. You're disgusting. Get out of my sight." Faced with her mother's curses, Iana could only bow her face to face her. At this moment, she suddenly woke up from the nightmare, and that was also the truth that she had to go through. She woke up with a face covered in sweat and fear. When she held her head and remembered everything, she realized she had done dark things to Nox. At that time, she was in a state of excitement, her face was red, her breath was rapid, and she whispered to the Nox, "Just a quick kiss would do. Come here and hug me. Just kissing is okay. If it were me, the game would have ended, and there wouldn't be any more chapters." When she remembered everything, Iana felt crazy shy because she had done too much with the Nox. She struggled on the bed embarrassed and did not want to believe what she did was true. Remembering that moment, Iana's whole body could no longer calm down and trembled as if she had lost control. She tried to control herself and now she sat in front of the mirror. A more seductive alter ego of Iana appears in front of the mirror. Looking at Iana with a smile, the girl in the mirror smiled at Iana, making Iana surprised. An illusionary image appeared before Iana's eyes. The personality spoke up and told Iana that she had finally realized this. Let's wait and see what it is. This time at the family Reinhafer, Nox now returned while waiting for the academy to make repairs. At this time, Nox got down from the carriage together. G-Tree next door, the head butler, Rodwell, was waiting to welcome Nox's return and ask about his health condition. Nox replied to him to confirm that his condition was still very healthy, and he asked to see his old father and asked where he was. The head butler replied that Theo was in the Nox room and he would take Nox there. While Nox was passing by, the group of servants working started whispering to each other, "Did you hear? There's a rumor that young Master Nox ranked first at the academy." Other people heard that and expressed disbelief. No way. That infamous good-for-nothing? Others also joined in saying, well, maybe he bribed them or something. What could a good-for-nothing be good at? They say that he defeated young Masters Allen and Hartz all because of his equipment. G-Tree heard the bad gossip about the Nox. His face looked a bit sad. The Nox didn't pay any attention, because anyway, the buzzing flies didn't reduce his lifespan at all. When they arrived in front of the Patriarch's room, the head butler respectfully invited the Nox inside. As soon as he opened the door, a terrifying aura radiated from the room. Inside the room, the Patriarch was sitting there surrounded by aura. As soon as the Nox entered the room, he felt a bit scared. Nox Tumnungi rang. Theo really is a monster. So much so that Nox can't believe he ever dared to stand in front of him in the past. The Patriarch then called out to Nox von Reinhafer with a scary deep voice, and he said Nox seemed to have grown considerably. With a fatherly look of fear, he commented that, for Nox to be able to remain calm even after sensing his presence, it seems the reports weren't wrong. Faced with the scary situation in front of him, the Nox still remained calm with a fearless face and asked his followers to stay calm when meeting him. Nox Cho rang, he told Theo already. He no longer intend to do anything that would harm the family. Theo bin Luan rang. He have heard that Nox have become a candidate to marry the princess and that Nox even took down payment. Theo's words made him realize that normal acting talent is wavering. Theo then questioned the Nox character that he had hidden a lot of things that Theo didn't know. Nox denied and said that he only landed the final blow and he was just lucky. With the Nox's excuse, Theo raised his voice and radiated aura of anger and said that the Nox was trying to lie to him. Theo Cho Biet them rang. Even the family retainers agree that Nox deserved to be punished. Nox was not embarrassed at all, he accepted it, and commented that, if according to the wish to hold him responsible, he would accept it humbly. However, when Theo spoke up and asked if the Nox character knew, his empty words made the Nox confused, the way to suppress and justify all these deceptions and betrayals. It's to become strong. So strong that no one dares to even look Nox in the eye. Theo asked Nox if Nox had said that he was not interested in the position of homeowner. Nox quickly confirmed that it was true. Theo heard the answer and smiled slightly. This made Nox not understand why he laughed because of Nox's answer. The head butler then came forward and gave him the cloak. He took it and put it on with the majesty of a patriarch. He smiled happily and reminded the Nox that he should not underestimate the patriarch's position. Then he headed towards the door and told Nox to follow. At this time in the family arena, father and son were facing each other. With a serious expression, the patriarch asked the Nox to draw his sword. Nox was very awkward and confused in this situation. However, he had no other choice but to face his old father. He signaled for the match to begin, and he wanted to know Nox's power and remind Nox to try to block his attack, otherwise it will be dangerous. Nox was very confused when asked that. He thought that he could not do that. His ability was not possible, but before he could say a word, his father immediately attacked. Nox with quick reflexes blocked Theo's powerful attack. Theo said that he will control his power so Nox need not worry too much. However, no matter how restrained he was, facing the Nox right now was no different from a second Paimon. The lightning attacks quickly covered the entire arena, and the Nox character found it extremely difficult to face his father. Nox can now only focus on blocking those terrifying attacks, and is gradually pushed back. Meanwhile, Theo is still standing in his original position, and he reveals that this is the Reinhafer family's second sword technique, Shadow Blade Chain Slash. Theo now smiled happily and asked how he felt about this skill and asked if he wanted to learn it. Nox, after a series of attacks from his father, he tried to stand up with difficulty, but the next second he showed a devilish smile. His whole body emitted the same aura as Theo did when performing the skill. He happily declared that now it was his turn to attack. Then the Nox's series of attacks were launched, aimed at them. However, no matter how many times he attacks, Theo can still easily dodge and block all of the Nox's slashes. Nox looked annoyed when he couldn't gain the upper hand over his father. At this point, the Nox decided to use all his strength to focus on the attack, creating a slash carrying dark mana aimed towards him. Even facing that powerful attack, Theo still smiled slightly and directly blocked the attack. Not only that, the aftershock of his attack also pushed the Nox back. When the Nox had to kneel on the floor with his sword with difficulty, he slowly walked towards the Nox and asked if that was all the Nox had. At this time, with worry, Head Butler spoke up to dissuade him and said that he believes according to are going a bit too far. Even if it's against young Master Nox, even young Master Garen would have struggled to endure sword techniques of that level. Even though he said that, the head butler was still very scared because the person standing in front of him was now the patriarch of the family Reinhafer. Theo, with a scary face, glanced at the head butler and said he understood. Then he smiled and thought to himself that he had accidentally used too much force on the sword without realizing it. He would need to adjust his strength a bit. Then the patriarch turned around and told the Nox to rest. However, for a stubborn person like the Nox, the patriarch's actions are insulting him. The Nox tries to hold the sword and stand up and asks where he is going. The entire purple aura now covers the Nox and sword. That aura source is no longer just surrounding. Now its shockwave radiates strongly to the surrounding as if this power is endless and never exhausted. Nox spoke provocatively and said, "He still hasn't learned a single thing, Vet." Theo stopped and glanced back at the Nox, and what surprised him was that the Nox still had a lot of strength, and he quickly rushed forward to approach. The Nox then unleashed a powerful slash towards his followers. The shock energy of the two of them colliding with each other spread terrifyingly throughout, even when facing his followers. At this point, the Nox seemed to have completely regained his strength. He continuously slashed at his followers even though all of them were easily blocked by his followers. Theo praised Nox's abilities and said that Nox was very interesting. Nox responded and said that he would take that as permission to learn then. And then the two of them continued to exchange swords with each other. The Nox now showed that he was no longer as weak as before. He fought harder and gradually learned more about his followers' sword moves. However, confronting the Nox is not an ordinary person. He then spoke up and said that he wanted to ask the Nox one last question, which was why did he risk his life to cut down Paimon himself, and does it have anything to do with his mother? Facing the question, the Nox face had an awkward look on its face. I know about the event information. On the night of slaughter, Nox had to watch his mother die by himself. Yuchan asked himself that if Nox was here, what would he have said here? Theo commented that, later that day, he knew that Nox had started to go astray. Theo knows that. Nox pretend not to remember, but Theo knows that's not true. Faced with his father's exposure, the Nox stood still and said nothing, but he continued to attack, and asked his father if he was implying that he was hiding his strength. According to confirmation, that is correct. Nox did not say another word at this time. He focused all his power on the attack. The black sword was now covered with dark mana, and the power from it burst out around like an invisible blade. And that is the Shadow Blade slash move that Theo is trying to teach him. The Nox slash at this time is aimed straight at the follower. Even so, Theo was still able to use his sword to block the Nox attack, causing the space around the two of them to seem to crack. Theo realized that it was the Shadow Blade slash skill. He smiled with excitement when the Nox could use that skill. However, with the Nox's ability, that was not enough for him. Theo also used the Shadow Blade slash skill to teach his unruly son a lesson. The released move makes the Nox unable to defend and is sent flying backwards. Nox quickly regained his balance and leaned his sword against the floor with fatigue, his mind saying that, even though he is living on borrowed time, he has to continue progressing the story. At this moment, his sweaty face revealed a smile full of confidence and pleasure. And then, a message appears saying, the player's genius trait is now in effect. Nox's whole body was now filled with power. A purple aura surrounded him. He took an instinctive fighting stance with a ghostly smile ready to continue the fight with his father. Along with that, the system pops up saying that the Nox has acquired the second technique of the tyrannical Blade of Darkness. Shadow Blade Chain Slash. And his understanding of the tyrannical Blade of Darkness has greatly increased from sparring with a powerful opponent. And now the Nox's slashes are no longer as weak as before. Now he has officially learned the Shadow Blade chain slash. Those slashes continuously attack towards him, causing him to gradually step back to block the attack. Theo then realized that the Nox had learned the Shadow Blade chain slash skill just by observing. Following that, he no longer gave in to the Nox, he blocked the Nox's attack and knocked his black sword away. Nox was now thrown back. His whole body looked very tired at this time with his arms hanging down. Theo then spoke up and told the Nox that, as your father and as the patriarch of House Reinhafer, I say this. One day, I want you to use that sword to pierce through my heart. With serious eyes, he asked the Nox to kill him with his own hands, the person who could not protect the Nox's mother. Nox at this time with white eyes, Theo continued to say, take the position of patriarch for yourself. You are capable of it. However, at this time, the Nox's eyes gradually dimmed, and then he fainted while Theo continued to tell him something. At this time, without knowing how much time has passed, a message appears in the Nox's mind inviting the Nox and asking the Nox, would you like to start a new game? His memories at this time were very chaotic. He wondered where this was. Looking around the room, he gradually realized that maybe this was his previous room, before he entered the game. On the notification screen inviting him, he was still there. But his mood at this time was very dreamy. He had a very strange feeling, and wondered what this feeling was. He himself could not determine whether this was a dream or real. He held his head and endured the excruciating pain. Perhaps this was the moment his incurable disease was recurring. He thought back over everything and confirmed that it didn't seem right, and he thought about it for just a moment. It's clearly strange. At this point, his memory goes back to the time when he faced the doctor and discovered the incurable disease. At that time, he was abandoned by his family, he lost his memories, and he received a terminal diagnosis. It seemed like his memory had returned a bit before the terrible incurable disease took all of his memories, and when he remembered a bit, he couldn't believe that all the evil things that happened to him happened at the same time. He wondered if this was possible and cruel to him. All of these seemingly impossible memories happened to him, making it very hard for him to believe. However, the surprising thing now is that he realized that, before Yuchan entered Nox, Yuchan couldn't remember his name. At this time, when trying to regain his memories, his head began to hurt like never before. At this time, he was trying his best to remember his own name. He tried little by little, but the name he remembered was Nox, not Yuchan. It was confusing, but at this point his abilities reached their limit and he began to fall unconscious. Is it right to call it unconscious since all of these events were taking place while he was unconscious? And the only name he remembered right now and thought was his own name was Nox von Reinhafer. Back to reality, the Nox character is now lying unconscious on the bed due to exhaustion after the battle with the Patriarch. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and the clan's signature purple light glowed. Reinhafer is now clearer than ever. Along with his expressionless face, I don't know who he is now and who he is. Luckily, by this time the Nox's face had regained its normal expression. At the same time, he suddenly woke up and wondered what the feeling he had just experienced was. He then sat up, clutching his aching head, and realized he must have been dreaming about something very important to him. But his privacy didn't last too long, and he realized there were a lot of eyes staring at him. Those were his 3 beautiful wives, looking at the Nox with a confused and slightly worried expression. Nox saw them and looked like he wanted to question him, but he didn't want to think anymore, and sighed and asked them to slowly tell him one by one. Jitri spoke first, as the Nox maid. She spoke in a polite but very scary tone. Kocho rang. There truly isn't a single day that goes by without Nox causing some kind of trouble. At this rate, any maid serving Nox would end up dying from a heart attack. Nox avoided Jitri's eyes and blamed external circumstances and said that things did not turn out as he expected. Jitri no longer had a serious face. She now looked worried. Alina also expressed that Nox mustn't keep getting into such dangerous situations. She then grabbed the Nox hand and held it close to her face. Her face turned red and she looked very happy, saying that they were very worried about him. May behind her was a bit worried and realized that Alina was drunk again. Nox realized something was wrong, immediately withdrew his hand and told Alina to calm down, and then they could continue talking to each other. Alina regretted not being able to continue holding the Nox hand and asked the Nox to let her hold his hand a little longer. Jitri then spread his icy face around and said that the Nox was not feeling well and uncomfortable. Her eyes looked at Alina, making her scared and stop acting. Even so, she still tried to hold on more, but was luckily pulled away from the Nox character. This made the Nox just sigh in frustration, However, when his eyes focused on the maid Rona, he realized that there was something very strange about Rona, because normally she'd have rushed over and given him trouble by now. But he also dismissed that thought and said that, more than that, there's something important he needs to address first. Then he spoke up and said, since they are all here, he has something to say. Starting tomorrow, all of them will be accompanying him to the Chaders region. It's part of a plan he had in mind ever since returning to the family. After eliminating the powerful beasts of Chaders, he need to extend my lifespan. He haven't replenished any of it since my fight with Paimon, and what he's worried about right now is that he only has 27 days left to live, and he needs to act quickly. He then said that he was done talking and that if they had nothing more to do, they could leave because he wanted to rest. Jitri bowed respectfully and confirmed the Nox's order and would go prepare immediately. After they all left, there was a knock in the Nox room. He asked who it was. The maid, standing outside the door with a timid voice, said it was her and said she had something to tell the Nox. Nox allows her to enter. Rona then gently walked into the room, very different from her previous mischievous look. Her tears were now wet. Her whole face was red with worry. Rona then sat down next to the Nox bed and slowly began to speak, with a worried voice and a little fear. Hesitatingly opened her mouth and said that the scary day she went through on the night of slaughter when his mother passed away. She then seemed to realize that the Nox had remembered what happened that night, with eyes full of regret, and asked if it was true that the Nox had remembered or not. Memories of that bloody night reappeared, when the blood moonlight appeared outside the family. Scenes of carnage, bloodshed, and destruction occurred. The demon Paimon, when it appeared, realized that there was a smell of blood nearby. At this time, a woman was holding a baby and hiding in the room. Outside, Paimon was trying to destroy the door to rush inside, but a magic spell was cast on the door to prevent it. The demon Paimon angrily shouted outside when he couldn't get inside, and then after a while of smashing, it also successfully destroyed the door and rushed inside. Inside at that moment, the woman was Nox's mother, carrying him in her arms in an unconscious state, while Rona was a small girl, very scared, standing behind the woman. The Nox mother gritted her teeth and made a decision, stood in front of the two children and cast golden magic to create a shield. She shouted loudly to protect the two children, and she knew that Paimon's target was her. Don't continue killing innocent people. Paimon faced her and growled fearfully. It spoke up and waved its hand to destroy the Nox mother's defense, saying that it was only a weak defense and could not stop him. Then it reached out and grabbed the Nox mother's neck and lifted her up high. With its scary face, meanwhile, the Nox mother is struggling in pain. Paimon then spoke up to confirm that what they wanted was not just her. Nox's mother then tried to speak up, asking Rona to take good care of Nox, with her last gentle smile. Nox was born with far too much strength. That's why he'll need your help. She said she would erase the Nox's memories, even if the Nox who's lost his memories becomes someone different from the one you know. And she asked Rona again whether or not Rona would continue to be willing to take care of Nox, until Nox's memories returned. The two children could only watch in fear. The Nox mother's whole body was now shining, and Paimon's hand was gradually moving forward to finish her off. And then a bright light shined out, and it was unknown what happened next. Returning to the Nox room, Rona admitted everything, she said. Nox already knew what happened afterwards. She spread malicious rumors, so Nox could stay as far away from the family's power struggles, like the battle for airship, as much as possible. It was an incredibly painful thing for her to do, but she had to protect Nox. She sobbed and said that it was the final promise she made to his mother. But now, she doesn't need to do that anymore. She added that, if Nox have regained all his memories, then someone like her, who deceived Nox and hid the truth from Nox, has no right to remain by his side. After that, she hesitated but couldn't speak yet. Nox immediately said that it wasn't a big deal. This shocked Rona, and made her think that she was no longer worthy to continue with the Nox character. Nox looked at Rona and said that everything was in the past, and he then asked her if she knew why he didn't hate her. He confirmed that he knew everything. He knew that every night, when he was bedridden and suffering, Rona would stay by his side for 2 hours out of worry. That even when Rona cursed at him, she always ended up defending him, saying Nox wasn't a bad person. He now realized that was all because of her guilt. However, the Nox has some regret in her mind that the person she is currently serving is not the real Nox. He knew better than anyone how meaningless rumors sometimes weigh on the heart the most. But he still tried to comfort her and said she could relax now. Rona heard those comforting words and burst into tears, calling young Master Nox. In his mind right now he wants to know how much according to loved his wife. how much Knox loved his mother, what kind of feelings Rona holds toward him. And he wants to ask these questions. With himself and with this body. Why Knox? Why did you have to become the villain? At this time, at the family's Knox Hall, the Knox man stood in the middle of the stage and took the oath. In the name of Reinhafer, I make this known. I, Knox von Reinhafer, as a member of the Honorable House Reinhafer, have received permission from the Patriarch to recruit private soldiers and form a anti-demon battalion. If there are any who wish to follow him, gather at the octagonal training ground 1 week from now in the afternoon to undergo a trial. If you defeat me, or if I acknowledge your skill, the Empire will reward you with a monthly payment in gold coins. After the Knox's announcement, notices were posted on the wall with similar content recruiting generals and soldiers for the Knox. Many people stood around reading the information. Many people were curious. Many people thought that what the Knox was doing was just a joke of a noble boy. Some men discussed and thought that the Knox player probably had nothing to play at this time, so he set up this recruitment trick. Some others commented that, surely no one would actually apply for this. This is absurd. Why not? If the pay is good, it might be worth a shot, but is there anyone here who can't beat young Master Knox? The man laughed and commented that even my 4-year-old daughter could give it a go. At this time, a man dressed in a robe commented that the people here seemed to be having a lot of fun, and he slowly walked into the pub, and he challenged them whether they wanted to fight with him or not. He threw on the table a money bag full of gold coins and said, I'd wager that hardly anyone will pass Knox von Reinhafer's trial. A young blonde man stood up and commented that, just by looking at you, you seem like a pampered child from a wealthy household. Haven't you heard the rumors about the youngest son of the Reinhafer family? Hearing the other guy mention Knox, he burst out laughing, which made the men around him wonder why he was laughing. Some men expressed that they were worried about him. Seeing that the people here were worried, the cloaked guy laughed loudly and gradually took off his cape and revealed his identity. The men in the shop then realized that it was young Master Grain. Some people recognized him and commented that they had heard Grain was training at Chater's. Grain then spoke up and told everyone here that he would keep everything that's been said here a secret, but our bet is still on. By the way. At this time he poured out the gold coins in his pocket and said, I think I'd like to wager 50 gold coins on my little brother. This surprised the people here. Returning to the Knox side, he still stood with a majestic appearance in front of the warriors. Some men commented that, Person is really the infamous youngest son? Knox supposedly graduated top of his class at the academy, but it seems like his whole vibe has changed. And the man commented that it was just a lie. The person next to him also agreed and commented, It has to be, right? He must have pulled some kind of trick. Knox stood looking down and could hear many similar bad talks about him, but he said nothing and continued to wait for the first person. He then thought, why has this become such a big deal all of a sudden? I did post a recruitment notice for soldiers to subjugate the monsters in Chater's, but I didn't expect this many people to show up. Did my reputation suddenly go up or something? Ah, now I get it. That bastard stirred things up, doing things I never even told him to. Grain was now below waving to the Knox with a bright smile. His actions unintentionally put the Knox person in a more difficult situation. Knox then asked the person next to him, had everyone gathered here yet? The man confirmed that at this time there were 1,192 men and 126 women registered. Knox, after hearing the results, whispered that, well, maybe it's not all bad. With this many people, there are bound to be some capable ones. At this moment, a hand was raised and had something to say. The man with a large appearance spoke up and asked the Knox, what kind of trial will we be undergoing exactly? Just tell us already. Knox saw that this man was quite happy. He silently exclaimed, oh my, look at him. That arrogance. And that perfectly built physique. The mana radiating from him is no joke either. There's no way someone like him came to enlist as a simple private soldier. And Knox thinks that this man was sent by Garen to cause difficulties for Knox. Even so, he still smiled confidently. He understood that Garen had started checking up on him. It's too bad though. Someone with only that much power is no match for him. After some calculated thinking, Knox answered the man and confirmed that he would tell them the test procedure. Knox spoke up to explain, the rules are simple. Use any method you want to come at me like you're trying to kill me. Even if you succeed in killing me, you will not be held responsible. Hearing the rules that the Knox set out, the man opposite him observed the Knox with a serious face. A feeling of wariness appeared in his mind. He thought things seemed a bit strange. Knox von Reinhofer, he's supposed to be the trash of House Reinhafer. When Lord Garen hired me, I thought it would be an easy job. But what's with his confident demeanor? The man appeared worried in front of the Nox character. Then their fight began with the referee's signal ringing. The man seriously looked at the Nox, while the Nox looked at him with disdain. Then a loud shout from the referee allowed both to start. The next second, the man with murderous intent rushed towards Nox quickly. In his eyes, Nox was just a stupid kid. He thought, Nox can't even react to his speed. And someone like Nox wants to form a battalion? He will show Nox what real strength looks like. He will teach Nox a lesson. That's what this man thought when facing the Nox, and he thinks the Nox is an arrogant brat. Nox, faced with that terrifying aura, still calmly looked at the man, and in the blink of an eye, he quickly leaned over to avoid his attack. The moment the man realized, he was very surprised, and couldn't believe that Nox could dodge. Nox looked at him with a disdainful smile and thought his speed was too slow. And the Nox asked him the question, is that how he fights? After saying that, the Nox cut a slash across the man's chest. Causing his sword to fly away and crack, the man luckily did not die, but his body was frozen as he stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe what had happened. His face was now sweating in fear, and the Nox's blade was pressed against his neck as a declaration that the battle had ended. Nox then spoke up and said that he would give the man one more chance, and asked him to fight seriously. Even the Nox body then radiated a terrifying aura and warned him that, if not, Nox might just send one of his arms flying. Threatened by Nox, the frightened man's face turned pale. Nox glared at him, reminded him of his request, and asked the man to hold up the sword. The man could only tremble and stutter to apologize for his lack of respect. However, Nox did not let him say much. He immediately swung a punch straight at his face, causing the man to throw himself backwards. All the people present in the hall who witnessed that scene and the young master's overwhelming power were also scared. No one dared to speak up. Nox, with a cold, deep voice, told those present, "Cowards who lack even this basic level of courage are of no use to me. Next. Who dares to challenge me?" Of all the people present, no one dared to step forward to challenge Nox's majesty. Grain, standing below, was also very surprised and did not expect that his younger brother had developed so quickly, and expressed the fact that he himself had nothing to teach this younger brother. In his heart, he thought, this bet will probably earn me a nice profit, but that's not what's really important. He is the only rope I have in the Reinhafer family, Nox von Reinhafer. Now that he's begun revealing his true strength, the rest will be smooth sailing for him. As his reputation rises, mine will naturally rise with it as well. At this time, the crowd, after witnessing the young master's fearsomeness, everyone expressed fear and wanted to retreat, and expressed that they did not know their own abilities, and that becoming a knight was beyond their ability. Some of them even made excuses and wanted to return to farming. However, Nox could not let these people retreat easily. He asked them to stand still. His evil eyes looked up at the group of people who wanted to retreat and said that he had not let them retreat yet, and reminded them that they have already applied to become his soldiers. The group of people who heard that were very scared, and knew that they had no way to retreat but to join Nox. Nox now looked scary and commented, "If you give up and try to return now, I'll make sure your lives become worse than hell itself. I swear upon the name of Nox von Reinhafer." Hearing this, the young men present all sweated and prayed for themselves. After that, Nox's testing ritual continued, but the scene at this time was very pathetic. Everyone was overwhelmed by Nox on the ring. When Nox rushed at them, they could only run away. One by one he defeated them, but what was surprising was that Nox accepted all of them, and believed that it was his fault to defeat them even if they resisted. However, a second later, Nox spoke up with a cold voice and reminded them not to be happy too soon, and let them know that, from now on, he will push they all to the brink of death. The men regretted participating and thought they had made a huge mistake in their lives. A few days later, the army led by Nox began moving towards Chater. The girls of Nox sat on the carriage chatting with each other. Alina spoke up and wanted Nox to have some problems. Nox spoke up and told May to help Alina calm down before she asked him random questions. May sighed, expressing that she understood. May then immediately took the apple and put it in Alina's mouth to avoid causing trouble to Nox. Alina did not give up and asked May to stop. However, even that could not stop her. With the expression of an alcoholic, she wondered why. Nox planning to return to Chater's and commented she heard Nox bought the land there. Nox gently explained, because he is going to develop it. Alina heard Nox's wishes and thought it was a difficult task, because that land is barren, unfit for farming, and is crawling with monsters. Nox reassured her and told her that he already had a plan. Hearing that, Alina thought Nox was a stubborn person, but her face turned scarlet and perverted to the point of being scary. Luckily, seeing that Alina's illness had recurred, she immediately covered her mouth to prevent her from talking nonsense. Meanwhile, Nox pondered over some stories. He expressed that, "I can understand the others tagging along, but even Rona, the family maid, came with us. Could it be that she still feels guilty about my mother?" Rona's side looked sad, but the next second her face turned back to a mischievous look and thought about the horse Carl and wondered when she would be able to ride on its back. Seeing that mischievous expression, Nox sighed and thought he was thinking too much. He then observed the surrounding soldiers and silently assessed that the private soldier recruitment for the monster subjugation seems to have gone quite well. The knight walking next to Nox also commented at this time. To be honest, he didn't understand much about the Chaders region. But after Professor Rass's latest paper was published, he realized something. He thinks that Nox truly resembles the Patriarch. Nox has the same sharp insight. And I think Nox is a great guy. Nox hearing those compliments, he asked the knight to stop and talk about this matter later. Nox in his mind, he continued to reflect and felt anticipation of what was to come. He said, "Christopher." Maybe Under was actually concerned about him and sent him a bodyguard. A knight over 2 meters tall and highly skilled apparently, but Knight is so annoyingly talkative. After a while of traveling, the whole group now arrived at Chaders. May looked at the scene of Chaders in front of her and commented that they've developed quite a bit. It's different from last time. Alina excitedly expressed that they've changed a lot. Christopher Len Tieng Bin Luan Rang. They haven't progressed as much as he expected. He guessed it can't be helped development here only really started recently. Now that it's become the land of a dark family, it'll be hard to attract people here. Nox hearing that, I also confirmed, and that's why he brought soldiers here. Hearing Nox say that, Christopher looked excited and admitted that there was a reason Nox recruited them after all. Nox confirmed that it was, however he said, there's something that must be done before we revitalize Chaders. Christopher wonders what it is. Nox explained to me, the monsters in this region. They need to reduce their numbers first. But Nox had completely different thoughts in his heart. He silently expressed that, that's a convincing excuse, but let's be honest, it's not the real reason. Screw the development of Chaders, because what Nox is most worried about right now is that damn notification that's red flashing in front of him and saying that player has 10 days left to live. It asks you, restore his lifespan immediately. Nox grit his teeth in anger and curse the damn system and think that the most important thing right now is how to live first, and leave other damn development matters later. At the gates of Chaders, Grain stood waiting, flanked by several treasure chests, clearly prepared to welcome Nox's arrival with fanfare. As Nox approached and caught sight of the chests overflowing with gold coins, he couldn't help but question why Grain was offering them to him. Grain, wearing a beaming smile, explained cheerfully that it was only natural. After all, the reward was thanks to the achievements of the family's youngest member. With a bright, almost overly enthusiastic grin, Grain seemed intent on pleasing him, insisting that Nox accepting the reward was the most fitting outcome. Nox, watching the display, fell into silent contemplation. He had been the one shouldering every difficulty, while it was Grain who ended up with the money. It struck him as deeply unfair. But now Grain was here, handing all of it over to him. The gesture reeked of excessive flattery, especially coming from him. Still, Nox reminded himself that he had always intended to make use of Grain from the very beginning. This was simply part of the plan. Choosing not to press the matter, he shifted the focus and calmly asked how the development of the Chaders region was progressing. At that, Grain's expression turned slightly strained. He admitted that there weren't many settlers yet. He added that although Professor Raz's announcement had sparked some interest among young men considering migration, there were still many issues. The soil was poor and unsuitable for crops, dangerous monsters roamed the outskirts, and the roads remained unpaved. With a more serious look in his eyes, Grain stated that people were reluctant to move based on potential alone. Nox understood the current state of the region and reassured him not to worry. That, he explained, was the reason the anti-magic corps had been dispatched. Hearing Nox's confident tone and seeing the formidable group of soldiers following behind him, Grain's face lit up once more. He immediately began flattering Nox again, claiming that if the youngest said so, then he felt completely reassured. He then asked Nox when they would be moving out, suggesting that perhaps they should rest for the day, since they had come a long way. With a voice as cold and decisive as steel, Nox stated that they would depart immediately. The declaration sent a wave of unease through the cavalry behind him. Many of them exchanged uncertain glances, questioning quietly whether he truly meant it. But Nox was unfazed. A confident smile spread across his face, one that carried a spark of excitement. Without hesitation, he repeated his intent with absolute clarity. He would be departing immediately. The scene shifted, flashing back to a few days earlier inside the chambers of the patriarch, Theodore. Facing the man before him, Theo voiced his doubts, questioning, almost incredulously, why someone as exceptional as the knight before him would choose to follow Lord Nox. Standing across from him was Christopher, his hands respectfully clasped before his chest, his expression unwavering, firm in the decision he had made. Theo went on, reminding him that the house had always treated him well. There was no reason for him to leave. Christopher responded with a calm smile, saying that he had seen the light. He spoke of the overwhelming talent Nox had displayed, talent so rare it had ignited something within him. In that brilliance, he had glimpsed the very clue he had been seeking, the key to perfecting his swordsmanship. That, he said, was why he now wished to dedicate himself to perfecting Lord Nox's swordplay. Then, with full confidence, he drew his sword and held it forward, not in pledge to anyone else, but in declaration of purpose. He made it clear, it was not for anyone else, but for himself. Theo observed the young knight standing before him, so full of confidence, and for a brief moment, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He then spoke, seeking to clarify the reference Christopher had made earlier regarding swordsmanship. He asked if what the knight meant was the northern sword technique known as snowstorm. Christopher's eyes lit up, and he confirmed it without hesitation. That was indeed what he meant. Recognizing the intensity of the young man's resolve, Theo gave a solemn nod and said simply, "Very well." He granted Christopher permission. Back in the present, at Chaders, Christopher now stood amidst the mobilizing troops, his face clouded with confusion. He thought to himself that he had set out with the intent to help make Lord Nox the greatest knight in the land, but what he was witnessing now, it defied that vision entirely. What is this? He asked himself silently, unable to reconcile what he was seeing with what he had expected. Still stunned, he turned to G-Tree, Nox's close maid, and asked if she had known anything about this. Even G-Tree, who had long been at Nox's side, looked shaken. With wide eyes, she admitted that lately, Nox had indeed taken an interest in magic, but to see him evolve to this extent? It was beyond anything she had imagined. What truly left everyone speechless was Nox himself. At that very moment, he was casting a high-tier spell, an advanced magic technique fueled by an immense mana reserve that no one could have ever imagined possible from a swordsman. The entire spell had formed a massive arcane matrix spanning across the sky above the Chatter's Gate. Below it, a horde of monsters stood restlessly, ready to strike. They hadn't yet realized that their end was already written. For now, they simply watched the strange, shifting pattern in the sky, unable to comprehend the danger looming above. A moment later, the silence shattered. From the skybound magic array, beams of concentrated, high-voltage energy suddenly rained down. They tore through the air and struck the monsters below with unrelenting force. Each blast triggered a terrifying explosion, tearing through the creatures. Only then did the monsters begin to understand the severity of the threat. Panic surged through their ranks as they howled in terror, trying to flee from what was now an unstoppable assault. On the city walls, May and Alina watched the destruction unfold, both completely stunned by the display of power. May, wide-eyed and breathless, muttered in disbelief, "What the? He's gotten even stronger. And it's only been a few months." Alina, unable to contain her worship of Nox, clutched her face with an expression bordering on obsession. Her mind spiraled into wild admiration, already fantasizing about his overwhelming coolness. Back near the battlefield, Nox was slightly winded from the mana expenditure, but stood his ground. Around him, a series of system-like notifications began echoing repeatedly. "You have defeated a Null. Your lifespan has increased by 2 hours." And again. "You have defeated a Null. Your lifespan has increased by 2 hours." The rewards flowed in, as did the quiet awe of everyone watching. Nox was not pleased, and he muttered to himself, feeling frustrated. He couldn't believe that after each kill he was only getting 2 hours. A Null, being a fairly strong mid-tier monster, should have been worth more. According to the effect of the Black Flame Ring, the stronger the opponent compared to his current strength, the more his lifespan would increase upon their defeat. This meant that defeating stronger foes would make him that much stronger, but he couldn't help but feel irritated. With a displeased expression, Nox continued to wave his hand, channeling his power to unleash relentless attacks on the monsters below. The creatures, unable to resist, could only scream in despair. After a while of carnage, the system's notification sounded, informing him that his remaining lifespan had increased by just 4 days. Nox stared at the message, his face full of disdain and annoyance. Even after killing so many, it only increased by 4 days. He thought to himself, "I'll need a solution for this." His gaze then turned cold as he looked down at the Night Army below. No one knew the ironic predicament Nox was facing. All they could see was his formidable presence, which left them in awe. Everyone stood there, mouths agape, unable to speak, silently admiring Nox. Seizing the moment, Alina swiftly ran up to where Nox stood. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, "Lord Nox! You're amazing!" Despite her enthusiastic praise, Nox's expression remained anything but pleased. Afterwards, it was thanks to May's timely intervention, pulling Alina away, that Nox was able to finally find peace. Christopher, who had been standing nearby, was deeply impressed by Nox's abilities. He said that he had thought Nox was only skilled in swordsmanship, but was now surprised to learn that he was also proficient in magic. Christopher was genuinely amazed and could not help but express his curiosity, saying that he was really interested in how far Nox's limits went. Upon hearing Christopher's words, Nox quietly realized and thought to himself that they didn't know he was good at magic. He paused and reflected on this fact. A little later, all of Nox's personnel had gathered to discuss what needed to be done next. To quell their curiosity about his abilities, Nox explained, somewhat reluctantly, that he had learned all of this from Professor Rass, a person with immense theoretical knowledge. His explanation, though reluctant, left everyone present feeling skeptical. Nox, sensing their doubts, put on a somewhat villainous expression and added that if they didn't like it, they didn't have to believe it. Seeing that the situation was starting to spiral out of control, Jitri cleared her throat and suggested that they revisit the issue later. She then pointed to a map below and began analyzing the plan, stating that they were currently in the northeastern region of Chaders. After speaking, she turned to Nox with a worried expression and asked if he was planning to continue moving in that direction. Nox responded with a serious tone, confirming that he would indeed keep heading northeast. Christopher, however, voiced his concern, warning that it was dangerous. He mentioned that the stronger monsters were located in the eastern region. As he spoke, he recalled the scene where Nox had effortlessly slaughtered the monsters by himself, which made him scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. He quickly changed his approach and said, "No, wait, that's not the real concern." He then continued his analysis, pointing out that the greater issue was the Tajilan kingdom, which was hostile toward House Reinhafter. He suggested that it might be dangerous, and that avoiding it could be the better choice. But Nox remained completely unfazed, and calmly explained that this was precisely the reason he was heading in that direction. He declared that he would now head to the Tajilan kingdom. This announcement surprised all the women present in the room, leaving them both shocked and curious about the reason behind Nox's swift decision. Nox then clarified his request, instructing them to send a letter. With a rather villainous expression, he demanded that they write to inform the Tajilan kingdom that a son of House Reinhafter was on the way, and that they should prepare accordingly. The scene then shifted to another fortress, one that bore the ancient and weathered architecture of a remote desert region. Inside a lavishly decorated royal chamber, a man with striking red hair began to awaken. He rose from his bed and approached a large mirror. Standing before it, he removed his outer robe, revealing a well-built physique and a prominent scar across his body, an unmistakable reminder of a life-or-death battle he had once endured. At that moment, an elderly man carrying a ceremonial staff entered the room and addressed the red-haired man as Prince Kushan. Bowing with solemn respect, the old man informed him that the infamous youngest son of House Reinhafer was expected to arrive soon. With a contemptuous expression, the old man added that the boy's arrogance must know no bounds, and questioned whether he truly believed his father's influence extended all the way to Tajilan. Prince Kushan remained composed upon hearing the news. He gave a faint smile and responded calmly, asking the old man if he knew about the day Theo von Reinhofer had killed his father and brothers. Kushan said he still remembered every single person who had stood by his side and protected him that day. The mention of that event caused the old man, whose name was Kramser, to fall silent, his face revealing a sorrowful reflection on Kushan's painful past. Prince Kushan went on to express more of his thoughts to Kramser. He acknowledged that although people often criticized Kramser for being no more than a mere regent, he knew the truth. He remembered how Kramzer had taken on part of the prince's duties during the time Kushan had been paralyzed by grief after the loss of his family. Raising his sword to emphasize his point, Kushan declared that Kramzer had done so for the sake of lessening the burdens of the prince's responsibilities, even if only a little. Kramzer listened to these heartfelt words without saying anything in return. He simply looked upon the prince with a face full of reverence and respect. Kushan then gave an intrigued smile and asked Kramzer to confirm whether the name he had mentioned was Knox von Reinhofer. He went on to state with cold certainty that once he killed Knox, Theo von Reinhofer would finally understand how much he had suffered, and how he had managed to survive that living hell. Kramzer, upon hearing those grim words, bowed respectfully with one hand placed over his chest. He affirmed that he understood and would make the necessary preparations. Now that such a grave decision had been made, he urged the prince to rest at ease. Yet, as soon as he turned away, Kramzer's expression began to contort grotesquely. His face twisted into something vile and perverse, his eyes glowing red with malice, and from between his lips slithered the long, forked tongue of a wicked serpent. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Tajilin, the entire fortress was surrounded by the harsh, arid stretch of desert. Yet within the city itself, signs of prosperity still shone through despite the barren landscape. At the massive gates of Tajilin, 2 guards stood watch. One of them suddenly became alert, his expression tense as he called out sharply, demanding the approaching figure to state their identity. Before them stood a group of figures cloaked completely in hooded garments. The one leading them slowly pulled back his hood, revealing his face, and with a threatening tone, asked the guards if he really needed to do that. The moment the guards saw his face, they instantly recognized him. It was Knox von Reinhofer, the infamous youngest son of the Reinhofer family. Their expressions shifted immediately into ones of fear. Realizing their mistake, the 2 guards quickly apologized, their voices trembling in submission. However, Knox showed no hint of kindness in his demeanor. Instead, his eyes narrowed menacingly, and a deadly aura emanated from his entire being as he growled that standing in this heat for too long had made his blood boil, to the point that he felt like killing someone. The guard who had spoken to him immediately recoiled in terror, stammering that they would escort him inside right away. Without another word, Knox and his group proceeded through the gates of Tajilin, and not a single soul dared to stand in their way. As they moved deeper into the city, one of the gate guards led the way at a brisk pace. Yet even as Knox walked, his mind was interrupted by a sudden warning flashing before his eyes. Player has 9 days left. Defeat monsters to restore your life. Reading the message, Knox's expression darkened. He muttered to himself that crossing the desert had severely drained his remaining lifespan. Still, he reassured himself. It was exactly for this reason that he had come to Tajilin. Once he obtained the item hidden in the ancient ruins of northern Tajilin, and dealt with that guy, he believed he wouldn't just survive. He would grow stronger faster than ever. The thought brought a subtle, sinister smile to his lips as he imagined the next monster he would tear apart. In his mind's eye, the creature's face twisted and reshaped, until it looked just like that wicked man, Kramzer. But things never went as smoothly as he hoped. Without warning, a red system alert flashed violently before him. Penalty applies if lifespan falls below 10 days. Negative trait, dead count has been applied. Almost immediately, Knox felt the impact. His body staggered, overcome by weakness, and a violent cough erupted from deep in his chest, spraying blood into his palm. And then, another message followed. All physical abilities reduced by 20%. The activation probability of the negative trait, lingering ailment, increases exponentially. This caused Knox to become severely exhausted. He held his head in his hands, and sweat continued to pour from his body. Noticing Knox's worsening condition, Rona, who was walking beside him, panicked and asked about his health. Her face was now streaked with tears as she looked at Knox with deep concern. In frustration, Knox expressed his irritation at the system and the damned incurable trait, then quietly told Rona to keep it a secret. He explained that he had come here to improve his physical condition. Although Rona didn't understand what he meant, she quickly nodded in agreement, indicating that she understood. After a while, Knox's group entered the main hall of Tajilin. Above them, Prince Kushan and a woman were already seated, waiting to receive Knox. At that moment, Christopher leaned in and whispered a reminder to Knox, telling him that although he likely already knew it, from this point onward, he would need to be extremely cautious. Then, clenching his fist and wearing an excited expression, Christopher declared enthusiastically that he, Christopher, would serve Knox faithfully, and that Knox had absolutely nothing to worry about. By this time, Knox's group was standing before Prince Kushan. However, the prince looked at them with an indifferent expression, showing no sign of welcome. The woman sitting beside him mirrored his attitude, despite her striking beauty. When Nox approached the seat opposite them and stood before Prince Kushan, the prince finally spoke, saying that Nox had arrived and that they had received his letter. However, the way he addressed Nox showed no respect, sounding more like someone of superior status speaking down to him. This made Nox furious, and it was clear he would not let it slide. Gripping his sword tightly, he didn't even let Kushan finish speaking. In the very next moment, radiating overwhelming presence and killing intent, Nox raised his blade and cleaved the table in half. The unfortunate table, entirely innocent, was shattered into splinters. Then, in a cold, sharp voice, Nox declared that Kushan was merely a prince, not even the ruler of a vassal state. He stated that he had arrived bearing the name of Reinhofer, and questioned whether Kushan truly thought he could greet someone of that name while remaining seated. This terrifying display caught Kushan off guard and made him begin to show signs of hesitation. With a murderous aura enveloping him, Nox glared intensely at Kushan and asked whether he wanted his nation to be erased from the Wa-Pi. Without giving him a chance to respond, Nox then shouted a command, ordering Kushan to kneel immediately. Kushan, overwhelmed by Nox's aggression and terrifying presence, froze entirely, unable to speak a word. At that moment, it became evident that Nox's threats were not empty. His eyes carried a deadly seriousness, and a lethal aura emanated from him as he warned Kushan that if he didn't comply, Nox would erase him first. The scene then shifted to the Reinhofer estate. Inside the Patriarch's chamber were Theo and the head butler, Rodwell. Rodwell broke the silence by asking Theo why he hadn't stopped the young master from heading to Tajulan. Theo, puzzled, asked what he meant. Unbothered, Theo read from a sheet of paper and calmly explained that he believed Nox could handle that much. Then, turning to Rodwell, he added that Rodwell's insight was unmatched, and it was impressive that he had read his thoughts so clearly. Rodwell listened to Theo's words without responding. Theo then acknowledged that he was right, stating that he had decided to name Nox his heir and place him in that seat. He explained that attracting too much attention before Nox was ready was dangerous, and that until he reached a certain level, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Hearing Theo's explanation, Rodwell understood his intentions and confirmed by asking if that was why he had assigned the Black Sword Knights to guard him this time, adding that Theo had always preferred certainty in situations like these. Theo stood up and replied that if any threat were to arise, those elite knights would act immediately. Rodwell listened to Theo's arrangements and agreed with his approach. Theo then looked out the window, his mind drifting back to a time when he and Nox were training together. At that time, he had told Nox, speaking as his father, and as the patriarch of House Reinhofer, that one day he wanted Nox to use that sword to pierce through his heart, to cut him down himself with his own hands for failing to protect his mother, and to take the position of patriarch for himself, saying that he was capable of it. Thinking about those things, his face became pensive, and he said to Rodwell that he must know this as well. His end, the end of Theo von Reinhofer, was drawing near. Theo's words were like a final instruction. Rodwell's face showed sadness, but he understood that it was inevitable and could not be changed. Rodwell then bowed respectfully and declared that he would always stand with his lord. At this moment, Theo's face was full of contemplation, and Rodwell's face showed sadness and regret, reflecting the emotions of a father, the head of a renowned family, and a person about to face an unchangeable fate, death.
Back to Nox. At that moment, his mind was drifting with idle thoughts. He mused that there were two key tips for figuring out a guy's personality in a game. The first, he reflected, was during moments when equipment enhancement fails and explodes. A vivid image formed in his mind of a blacksmith patiently forging gear while failure notifications echoed endlessly beside him. It was just a game, after all, yet the player involved was already on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the absurdly low success rate. Nox continued his train of thought, silently concluding that this first point didn't require much explanation. His eyes then turned to the rude figure standing before him, calmly sizing the man up. The second tip, he thought, revealed itself in situations exactly like this, when a mediocre character, completely unaware of their own limits, decided to act out. Nox admitted to himself that he really hated situations like this. He then recalled the name Kushan Adrian, a character whose entire family had been wiped out by Theo, save for his younger sister. It was understandable, Nox thought, that the man might harbor resentment toward House Reinhofer, but even so, he couldn't help but question it. A mere prince of a vassal state, did he truly dare to express his emotions so freely? At that moment, a quiet scheme began to take shape in Nox's mind. Since he had already decided to pursue the hidden piece in Tajulan, bringing Kushan over to his side would be a necessary move. But before that could happen, he knew what had To be done, he needed to break the man's spirit, just enough to make him more manageable. At that point, Nox spoke up, repeating his earlier warning with a quiet intensity. Asking if he really needed to say it again, Kushan heard the words and forced a polite smile, though irritation flickered beneath the surface. Still, maintaining his courtesy, he replied that it seemed Nox had taken offense to him sitting in the presence of an honored guest. Then, without further hesitation, Kushan lowered himself to his knees before Nox. Declaring that he would remain kneeling in his presence, Nox observed the submissive posture in silence, not rushing to respond. Instead, he shifted his attention to something else. He began carefully examining Kushan's stats. The status panel for Kushan appeared, presenting a detailed overview of his attributes. His name was Kushan Adrian, a 17-year-old human male whose primary elemental affinity lay with Earth. Among his accomplishments, he had been recognized as the direct royal successor of Tajalan, a title that carried significant weight and expectation. On the positive side, Kushan was noted as a poison genius, exhibiting rare talent in martial arts and a normal aptitude for dagger combat. He carried himself with a serious demeanor that suggested discipline and inner focus. Among his neutral traits, he was described as loyal, though this loyalty had yet to be fully awakened. He had not encountered anyone who truly deserved his complete devotion. As such, much of his inner potential remained dormant. At present, he placed a moderate level of trust in royal court mage Kramzer, estimated at around 40%. The negative aspects of his personality painted a more troubled image. Kushan was burdened by self-destructive tendencies and a habit of self-deprecation. He bore an overwhelming sense of responsibility that often left him indecisive and easily swayed. Additionally, his hot temper made him prone to emotional outbursts, complicating his ability to maintain clarity under pressure. Kushan's physical and mystical capabilities were unevenly distributed, reflecting a complex and unbalanced potential. His stamina stood at 11, granting him moderate endurance, while his mana reserve was relatively limited at 7, hinting at a restrained capacity for magical exertion. With a luck stat of only 5 and a willpower score of 4, he appeared vulnerable to external influences and internal doubt. Yet in stark contrast, his charm surged to an impressive 23, suggesting an innate magnetism or persuasive presence that far outweighed his other attributes. In terms of combat skills, he possessed a passive ability known as venom control, enabling him to manipulate toxins with natural ease. Complementing this was his active technique, intermediate poison dagger arts, a specialized form of close-range combat that fused agility with lethal precision. Together, these abilities marked him as a unique and dangerous figure, particularly in the art of poison-based warfare. At that moment, a red warning appeared in front of Nox, alerting him to Kushan's demeanor. His hatred toward House Reinhafer had reached its peak. Simultaneously, Kushan lifted his gaze toward Nox, showing not fear, but a simmering anger visible through his eyes. Thanks to the system's early warning, Nox quickly picked up on this shift. Not wanting the situation to spiral out of control, he offered Kushan a gentle smile and calmly invited him to take a seat. Once both parties had settled in, Nox kept a close eye on Kushan and reflected silently to himself that Kushan Adrian's main flaw was his tendency to be overly self-critical and emotionally immature. Nox recalled how, during his 27th lunatic playthrough, Kushan had been completely deceived by Kramzer, who was not only his regent but also a demonic human in disguise. Kushan had never discovered the truth. In the end, he had fallen into ruin and self-destruction. Although Nox already knew that things were headed in a tragic direction, he remained confident. With the power and knowledge he now possessed, he believed he could prevent all those calamities. That, after all, was why he had come to Tajaleen. Seeing that Nox kept silently observing him without saying a word, Kushan eventually broke the silence and asked respectfully why he had come to the Tajalan kingdom. Nox returned to his serious demeanor and answered curtly that he was there for tourism and to explore ancient ruins, nothing more. Then, with a smile, he added a warning. Until he left, Kushan was to behave properly. He emphasized that Kushan surely understood what that meant. Kushan didn't argue. He simply nodded in understanding and signaled to one of the attendants nearby. Kramzer, catching the signal, gently rang a small bell. Moments later, a group of attendants appeared, exclusively young and beautiful women, with the servants now gathered. Kushan instructed them to make the proper arrangements for Lord Nox to tour the kingdom. and if he made any further requests, they were to treat him with the utmost hospitality. Before Kushan could finish his sentence, Nox interrupted him, clearly displeased, and ordered him to stop speaking. Then, with a sly and indecent smile, Nox suggested they change the guide for the tour. His gaze then shifted toward the young woman sitting next to Kushan, his only sister and the one he cherished most. This caused visible panic in Kushan, who was usually calm and composed. The thought of his beloved sister falling into the hands of the man known as the most vile in the kingdom, Nox von Reinhofer, left him visibly shaken. Nox then looked directly at Arya, a beautiful girl with red hair and golden eyes like a desert, though her expression was vacant, lifeless. He declared that she would personally attend to him and show him around the kingdom. Hearing this, Kushan grew anxious and tried to speak up, seemingly to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. Seeing Kushan's hesitation, Nox asked with a mocking smile whether there was a problem, not wanting to create any conflict or risk further trouble. Kushan reluctantly replied that there was none. He then turned to his sister and instructed her to do her best to assist Lord Nox. Arya gave a lifeless nod in response, showing no resistance at all. Meanwhile, the women accompanying Nox began to grow concerned. Rona, his first wife, was the first to speak up, whispering in alarm to Jitri that it seemed the young master had taken an interest in another woman. Jitri, equally shocked and anxious, replied that she had no idea what to do, admitting she didn't have a manual for handling such a situation. Alina, on the other hand, reacted with even more intensity, nearly screaming in protest that they couldn't let the young master get close to another woman, even if it meant her own death. Her outburst was quickly silenced as May restrained her and signaled her to stay quiet, reminding her to keep calm for the moment. Upon noticing that his harem was beginning to rebel, Nox felt a wave of inner turmoil. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admit to himself that things were spiraling into chaos, so much so that even he might have misunderstood the situation had he not known better. His thoughts soon shifted focus. His gaze turned toward him, and a sharper instinct kicked in. What mattered wasn't the confusion in front of him. He could sense something deeper, something more pressing. He realized that she had already been affected. In Nox's eyes, Princess Arya now appeared as though she were trapped within the clutches of a monstrous being, entirely under its control, powerless in its grasp. Snapping back to the moment, Nox addressed his group, calmly but firmly announcing that it was time to go. He instructed the others to rest, signaling that only a selected few would accompany him. He began naming those who would join him. The first name he called was Alina. Hearing her name, Alina lit up with joy and eagerly confirmed her readiness. Nox met her eyes and told her to come with him. Then, turning to Christopher, he told him that he too would be part of the group. Overjoyed by being chosen, Christopher's face beamed with pride. He responded with enthusiasm, affirming his role as the captain of the Reinhafer Knights. Unable to contain himself, he even shouted that it would be an honor to escort Nox, proudly declaring his name as though this moment defined him. Meanwhile, Jitri stood quietly, her heart sinking at not hearing her name called. She approached Nox and asked with concern whether he would truly be all right without her. To that, Nox responded that she was being overly protective. Then, rising to leave, he reassured her that everything was progressing according to plan, urging her not to worry too much, though Jitri said nothing further. A heavy disappointment settled in her heart. She had hoped to be by his side, and now, being left behind felt like a quiet wound. At that moment, the group that had departed with Nox included Alina, Christopher, and Princess Arya. They had already exited the palace. Alina, noticing Arya's expression, seemed to realize something and began to worry about her. Nox could tell that both Alina and Christopher had sensed something unusual about the princess. He pointed it out, saying that they might have already noticed something strange about the girl. Christopher confirmed it, identifying her as Arya Adrian, Kushan Adrian's only younger sister, and a woman widely known for her extraordinary beauty. However, Nox, clearly annoyed by the irrelevant details, sharply told him to get to the main point. Returning to the matter at hand, Christopher explained that Arya was currently under the influence of illusion magic. Nox acknowledged this and began planning their next move. He told the group that he was going to break the curse placed on her. Alina and Christopher were visibly shaken by this announcement. Christopher, clearly alarmed, questioned whether such a thing was even possible. reminding Nox that the princess was afflicted by a high-level dark magic curse. Nox understood the difficulty of the situation but instructed the group to move to a more private location, away from prying eyes. Sometime later, the group arrived at a mysterious house. As they approached the entrance, a beautiful woman with a seductive figure appeared and warmly greeted them. Upon noticing their noble appearance, she politely remarked that her humble dwelling was not a fitting place for such distinguished guests. Nox heard those words, but said nothing. In his mind, he silently mapped out his plan, reminding himself that there were 3 things he must accomplish here. First, to break Arya's curse. Second, to awaken Alina's powers. And third, at this thought, he hesitated briefly before curling a wicked smile. Then, suddenly, he spoke to the woman before him, asking how the preparations for the rebellion were progressing. Hearing Nox's question, the woman was startled. In the next moment, she vanished and swiftly lunged toward Nox, intent on killing him right then and there, as if the words he had spoken were a secret she desperately wanted to keep. However, her attack was unsuccessful, abruptly stopped by another sword. Christopher did not disappoint Nox. He arrived just in time to intercept the assassination attempt. The burst of energy radiating from their clash showed the force behind the attack was considerable. Confident in his own ability, Christopher even reproached the woman, remarking on her lack of manners for swinging a knife without warning. Realizing her surprise attack had been thwarted, the woman did not seem to give up. Her eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she prepared to strike Nox again, but the focus shifted when Alina's voice rang out, warning her not to bully the young master. Beside Alina, a magical aura manifested, causing several alchemical vials to float and ready themselves to be hurled at the disrespectful woman challenging her master. Seeing that the situation was becoming very difficult, the girl immediately stepped back to plan her next move. At this moment, Nox stepped forward and warned that he thought it would be best if she listened to him. He then asked if she would agree to stop fighting so that both sides could talk instead of continuing the battle. Nox looked at the girl standing before him with a deadly gaze, silently noting that this was the point of contact with a special character named Lise. He recalled the teachings of Professor Rass about magic lessons. In the lecture, the professor had explained that the dispel spell was based on reverse engineering the formula that made up the magic. Simply put, it was like untangling a mess of strings. However, the process of reverse engineering and neutralizing magic was by no means easy. Therefore, it was best not to attempt it alone. In short, it was wiser to seek help from an expert, such as the rare race of elves. Returning to the present, the girl looked at Nox's group with great caution, feeling that the tension was unnecessary. Nox spoke up, telling the 2 of them that enough was enough, and ordered everyone to sheathe their swords. Christopher, worried, protested that she had attempted to attack Nox. However, Nox did not want to explain much and insisted on speaking with her privately, asking everyone else to leave them alone. Hearing Nox's firm words, Christopher reluctantly obeyed and ordered the others to step aside. Though he was clearly uneasy, Nox then emphasized that Christopher should wait outside. Feeling abandoned, Christopher was upset and quickly protested, reminding Nox that he was his bodyguard. But since Nox had already given the order, Christopher had no choice but to quietly step out with a sense of being forsaken by the whole world. Nox then turned to Alina and told her to stay behind, assuring her that he would protect her if anything happened. Alina, a bit foolish and twisted, moaned happily upon hearing this, covering her face with a blush and starting to imagine some ambiguous scenes in her mind. At that time, night was beginning to fall over the harsh desert, and Nox's blue eyes scanned the old houses below. Inside one of them, a conversation between Nox and a mysterious woman began. She questioned him sharply, asking if he knew who she was. Nox responded with a sneering laugh, confirming that he did. She was described by him as an elf who had once been active in combat. Startled and increasingly wary, the elf woman paused at his blunt words. Nox went on to specify that she was from the Astal tribe and was a high-spirit mage named Lise. Upon hearing these details about herself, Lise no longer concealed her true form. She began to transform back into an elf, revealing her long golden hair and the characteristic pointed ears of her race. Her beauty was beyond mundane description. At that moment, she declared that she would no longer hide her identity. Nox judged this to be a wise decision on her part. Lise then looked at Nox with appraisal, and shared her own thoughts, remarking on his hair and eyes and identifying him as the youngest member of House Reinhofer, Knox von Reinhofer. Although Knox was displeased to hear her recount such detailed information about him, he confirmed that what she said was true. He then shifted the conversation back to the main topic, revealing that he also knew she had organized a resistance and that her headquarters were located beneath the inn. Upon hearing that her plan had been exposed, Lise grew annoyed and demanded to know what Knox had come for. Knox did not hesitate to state directly that he wanted Lise to lift the curse on the child. Upon hearing this seemingly contradictory request, Lise responded by revealing that she was someone preparing to rebel against the kingdom. Yet, she questioned how he could expect her to save the kingdom's princess under such circumstances. Knox, with a serious look, explained that if the rebellion were to be launched, Tajalin would be completely destroyed. Regardless of whether it succeeded or failed, the country would fall into the hands of the Empire, which was an outcome neither of them wanted. He asked if she didn't agree, faced with Knox's analysis in question. Lise did not elaborate further, but she wondered what Knox's true purpose was in coming there. She recounted her suspicion that House Reinhofer, the very ones who had led Tajalin to collapse, would have no reason to try to break the princess's curse. Hearing this, Knox internally acknowledged that he understood her curiosity but felt he could not reveal his goal. Therefore, he decided to change the subject. Activating his normal acting talent skill, he spoke with a serious expression, claiming that he knew what Tajalin meant to her. Lise was confused by Knox's remark and asked what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Knox was silently calculating her reaction. He noticed that although she pretended to be calm, she was clearly shaken, because he knew the reason why a high-spirit mage like her was stuck in a place like that, in a different setting. Within the storyline of Lunatic, titled Side Story, Desert Thief, Saren, the narrative focused on a girl named Lise, known as the high-spirit mage. Even among the elves, who were famous for their mana sensitivity, Lise was said to possess unmatched talent. From childhood, she had communicated with countless spirits. By the age of 16, she had made a contract with a top-class spirit and earned the prestigious title of High Spirit Mage. However, her unrestrained talent sometimes brought disaster. Born into the minority Astel race, she had never been properly protected and had wandered through various countries for years. Despite its relatively low combat power, spirit magic was highly coveted for its many uses, which led to Lise living a life of constant pursuit and escape. Eventually, when she arrived at Tajalin, she was attacked by mercenaries from Tajalin and left on the brink of death. It was then that a woman hiding nearby extended a helping hand and told her to hide there, promising to tell others that Lise had fled elsewhere. This woman's name was Saren. Thanks to Saren's aid, Lise was able to settle in that place. Saren was a natural-born leader and was admired by the street children. Lise thought Saren was incredible. One day, when some of the children fell ill, she witnessed how Saren took full responsibility for them and fed all the street children. At the same time, Lise couldn't help but feel worried. Sitting by the fire, she asked Saren if they really had to keep stealing and if there was any other way. Saren, forcing a smile, replied that they had no choice. Without stealing, the children in the slums could not survive. Although stealing was a crime and dangerous, it was the path Saren had chosen to care for the street children. Lise understood the significance of the situation and began searching for a way to help Saren. She started using magic to improve the slums. Although her efforts were modest, she aimed to create a small inn. When she looked at the signboard and the little shop she had built with her own hands, she felt joyful and happy about these small achievements. However, one day, the worst thing happened. She panicked as she ran towards a crowd. That plan never came to fruition, because before she could even see the inn completed, she was faced with a nightmarish scene, a pair of feet dangling lifelessly, not touching the ground. The sight before Lise's eyes plunged her world into darkness, and tears streamed down her face involuntarily. The nightmare she witnessed was that Saren had been executed, hanged at the gallows. Alongside Saren were two children who had also been hanged, a tragic outcome of a cruel and broken society where the weak could do nothing but wait for death. Knox was fully aware of all the details of this side story, even though it was not part of the main plot of the game. At that moment, Knox told Lise that the country was rotten to its core, but warned her that if she tried to overturn it through rebellion, Arkheim would devour everything whole. That was worse than all the terrible things that had happened in that place. It was like a death sentence looming over all of Tajalin. When Lise heard this, her mood became troubled. She lowered her gaze, and although no one could see her face, it was clear that she was deeply distressed. Suddenly, she spoke up and asked Knox why he thought Tajilin had become so full of orphans forced to live in the slums. Her eyes grew fierce as she looked directly at Knox and answered her own question. It was because no one had taken the throne of Tajilin. In her gaze were contained so much hope and pain. She realized that when the throne went vacant, the nobles had only looked after their own interests. Her emotions erupted, and she loudly insisted that if they had seized the opportunity to set things right, things would not have come to this. But in the very next moment, her face fell with sadness and sorrow as she thought of a woman named Saren. At that moment she bowed her head, overcome with grief, and softly said that Saren wouldn't have died either. Seeing Liz's emotional state, Knox did not provoke her. Instead, he gently acknowledged that she was right. Hearing Knox agree with her view only made Liz more confused. She snapped at him, demanding to know what he meant and what he was implying by agreeing with her. Knox did not answer her question directly. He explained that while he agreed with the truth she had recognized, it did not mean he supported the plan she intended to use to change the situation. He comforted her and advised her not to let vengeance consume her and ruin everything. He urged her to think carefully about how to protect everyone because her methods were lacking. What Knox said seemed to awaken Liz, and she managed to realize it before it was too late. Then Knox spoke again, his voice firm and resolute, telling her that was also something she should do for the sake of her friend, Saren.
At that moment, Knox told Liz that he knew she had once had a human friend who had saved her, and that he was also aware that the child had died. Liz was taken aback upon hearing this revelation from Knox. He continued, commenting that it had happened because of the war, but added that Liz's methods were only making things worse. His words struck a chord with her. Shaken, she choked back her emotions and asked him what exactly he intended to do to resolve the situation. Knox then revealed his answer, saying that he would put the prince on the throne. If the prince rose to power and fulfilled his responsibilities, then, slowly but surely, the nation would begin to recover. Hearing his plan, Liz immediately rejected it. She scoffed at the idea, saying that after everything, it was nothing short of a joke. If the prince had truly had the courage to act, then none of this would have happened in the first place. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she started to declare that the only remaining way to save the country was… But before she could finish, Knox interrupted her. He said he knew what she was about to suggest, that the entire place needed to be burned down, but insisted that she wouldn't have chosen that path. He explained that Saren had loved this place. At that point, memories came flooding back to Liz. Memories of Saren's words and the bright smile that accompanied them. She remembered Saren asking her, with childlike hope, whether she thought Tajilin could one day become a beautiful city. Liz had replied that, of course, it wouldn't be easy at first, but Saren had remained optimistic, saying that until the day arrived when they could rest peacefully under a glorious sunset and the protection of a true king, she didn't want to leave the city. As those memories returned to her, tears began to fall from Liz's eyes. In a broken voice, she asked how Knox could possibly know what Saren had wanted. But Knox responded calmly, asking her if she truly believed that what Saren had wanted was for the country to fall into ruin. Then, turning to the young Princess Arya, he asked Liz one final question, whether she believed that this child bore any guilt at all. At that moment, inside the palace of Tajilin, Kushan was sitting on the bed, holding his head in worry as he called out to Kramzer, who stood beside him. With a troubled and desperate expression, he turned to Kramzer and asked what in the world he was supposed to do. He said that if he lost Arya on top of everything else, he didn't know how he could bear it. Kramzer calmly tried to reassure him, telling him not to worry, and that they were doing everything they could to locate the princess and ensure her safety. But deep inside, Kramzer had other thoughts. He kept thinking about the man called Knox. He had believed Knox was just a small-time thug, insignificant. But now things had clearly changed. If this went on, Duke Gremory could be freed without suffering any harm. A sly smile crept onto his face as the thought amused him. Meanwhile, Kushan was still holding his face in frustration and guilt, blaming himself. He thought to himself that he was a coward, that he had handed over his own sister with his own hands. Even if it had cost him his life, he believed he should have protected her. Kramzer, on the other hand, was also wondering silently if there might be a specific reason why Arya had been taken. Then he spoke up, telling Kushan that when Sir Knox arrived later that day, he would poison the banquet. The unexpected plan left Kushan visibly surprised. Kramzer smiled slyly and said it was the late king's weapon. He handed a dagger to Kushan, telling him to use it to eliminate the youngest member of the Reinhafer household. The gesture was clear. It was time for Kushan to make a choice. Kushan took the dagger with a face full of sweat and hesitation. Kramzer continued to persuade him, saying that it was the only way to achieve true revenge and to return Lady Arya to her original self. His expression was sly and venomous, like that of a serpent. At that moment, outside the castle corridor, Nox had already returned and was walking alongside Jitri. Suddenly, the sly voice of Kramzer called out to him, addressing him as, "Sir Nox." Nox turned his head at the sound. Kramzer smiled in a very friendly manner and invited him to come, saying that dinner had been prepared. Even though Nox clearly knew who this old man was, he still asked, "Who are you?" Kramzer maintained his polite demeanor and introduced himself as the court mage, saying he had been instructed by Prince Kushan to serve him. Then, with a bit of hesitation, he asked where Lady Arya was, the one who had come with him. Nox answered casually, saying there was a decent inn nearby and that she was staying there. Kramzer didn't press further. He simply smiled and replied, "I see," without asking anything else. Meanwhile, in the royal dining hall, the maids had already finished preparing a grand feast to welcome Nox and his group. Everyone was eating heartily, enjoying the meal without the slightest sense of caution or suspicion. Jitri at that moment was playing with a green parrot and commented that parrots were truly the most meticulous and amazing creatures. She praised the bird, saying she was astounded that it repeated every single word she said. The parrot obediently repeated the word, "repeated," just as she had exclaimed. Seeing how friendly and well-behaved the parrot was, Jitri expressed that if there were a chance, she would love to bring one back with her. May, sitting beside her, added that there were also quite a few useful materials and even herbs that only grew in the desert. Rona, still chewing with food at the corner of her mouth, noticed that Nox seemed somewhat preoccupied. She leaned in slightly and asked him in a gentle voice how he was feeling. Nox replied calmly, assuring her that he was perfectly fine. At that moment, the old man Kramzer had yet to take his leave. With a forced smile, he commented that he was glad Nox had enjoyed his time in Tajaline. He then added that they had prepared a dish that would surely make the evening even more enjoyable and asked if Nox would like to try it. At his signal, a maid wheeled in a food cart into the room. Upon realizing that the dish was none other than the tail of the silver-faced scorpion, Nox appeared rather impressed. Without hesitation, he began to indulge in the meal. Kramzer, visibly proud, declared that it was a delicacy reserved only for the most honored guests. With a twisted expression, he added that he hoped it suited Nox's taste. Meanwhile, night had fallen over the Tajalan castle, blanketing the entire city in a haunting stillness. Outside the balcony of one of the rooms, a shadowy figure silently infiltrated the castle. His silhouette was cast clearly beneath the bright moonlight. With practiced stealth, he gently opened the door and slipped inside without making a sound. It quickly became apparent that the intruder was Kushan. His face was concealed, and in his hand, he gripped a dagger, his intentions unmistakably deadly. In his heart, he muttered to himself that a single stab would end it all. As he slowly pushed open the door to Nox's bedroom, thoughts of vengeance burned within him. He believed that with this act, he could avenge his father and brothers. Revenge for what Theo had done. His eyes were full of hatred as he told himself that this was the best path. Although his forehead was drenched in sweat from the pressure of the task, he pressed on. The man he was about to assassinate, Nox, was someone whose terrifying power he had witnessed firsthand. Kushan crept closer to the bed, thinking that if Kramzer's plan had worked as intended, then Nox would already be heavily poisoned. If he was to succeed in one strike, now was the perfect moment. He raised his dagger and shouted with bitter conviction that Nox should blame his father for what was about to happen. The blade was already inches from Nox's face, who still appeared to be deep in slumber, unaware of the imminent threat. But in the very next moment Nox's eyes shot open, he sprang up instantly and in a flash blocked the descending dagger. Everything happened so fast that Kushan couldn't react, let alone comprehend what had just occurred. Nox gripped Kushan's arm tightly, and with a chilling voice, demanded to know what he was doing. The sheer force of Nox's grip made Kushan tremble as he struggled in vain. Only then did Kushan fully realize the assassination attempt had failed. 1,000 questions raced through his mind, trying to understand how. Once the gravity of the situation set in, he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Nox. Kushan clenched his teeth in frustration, hatred twisting his expression as he made the decision to charge at Nox once more. With impressive speed and force, his dagger slashed toward Nox's face, yet given Nox's abilities, avoiding such an attack was effortless. Nox's expression remained unchanged. Calmly, he raised his fist and struck directly at Kushan's right flank. The sheer power behind the blow left Kushan unable to defend himself. He was sent crashing to the ground, crying out in pain, struggling to rise, his entire body trembling. He clutched his injured side and muttered a bewildered question. How could this be possible? In response, Nox gave a wicked grin and mockingly said that if Kushan was wondering how he could still move after being poisoned with such a potent toxin, then he had no intention of explaining anything to someone who had just tried to kill him. Realizing that Nox had been fully aware of his plan all along, Kushan fell silent, awaiting judgment. Then, Nox summoned his black sword and pointed its tip toward Kushan, asking with biting sarcasm whether he wouldn't agree. Not long before the current events, Nox, already fully aware of Kushan's assassination plot against him, had taken the initiative to prepare a countermeasure. He discreetly summoned Alina, whose curiosity was piqued by the unexpected request. He told her, in a cryptic manner, that it was the poison of the silver screen scorpion. According to him, it wasn't inherently toxic, but when consumed with certain types of food, it could become lethal. He warned her that Kushan would attempt to poison him with it, and ordered her to create an antidote. Hearing Nox speak about an incident that had yet to happen as if it were a foregone conclusion left Alina deeply shocked. She asked, bewildered, how he could possibly know such a thing. In truth, Nox knew because he had witnessed this scene play out dozens of times in the game, but he had no intention of revealing that to her. Instead, he simply rebuked her, asking when he had ever allowed her to talk back to him. He coldly commanded her to follow orders without question. Although his expression was stern and scolding, Alina seemed perversely thrilled by his dominant attitude. With an excited look on her face, she commented admiringly on how cool and commanding he always was. Nox, ignoring her eccentric behavior, continued his internal thoughts. He noted that even if Kushan were to mobilize many soldiers, it wouldn't matter, because he had already noticed everything. His eyes subtly flicked toward the rooftop of a nearby building, where he silently assessed the figures stationed there. They were the Black Sword Knights, House Reinhafer's elite forces. Just by observing their stance and aura, he could tell how formidable they were in combat. In his mind, he wondered if Theo was the one who had secretly sent them. He allowed himself a faint smile as he thought about Theo, remarking to himself how Theo's overprotective affection for the youngest sibling was almost tear-inducing. These knights were top tier when it came to stealth, even in the game. But to someone who had cleared the game dozens of times, even they couldn't remain hidden. In any case, Nox was confident that even an entire army wouldn't be a threat with just these knights around. Back in the present, Nox stood over Kushan, whose body was sprawled on the ground, and looked down at him with an icy stare. He questioned him coldly, calling him a fool for daring to attempt an assassination against a bloodline of House Reinhafer. With a tone of biting sarcasm, Nox asked whether killing him was supposed to be revenge for Kushan's father. Kushan's face turned pale at the mention of his father. Despite the pain racking his injured body, his eyes still burned with hatred. In a burst of rage, he sprang to his feet and launched himself at Nox, yelling furiously that Nox had no right to speak of his father so lightly. As he attacked, Kushan exuded a murderous aura, his sharp blades gleaming with deadly intent. Yet, every one of his strikes was effortlessly dodged by Nox. Even though his initial assault had failed, Kushan didn't give up. He continued his relentless offense. But Nox didn't even bother retaliating. He merely leaned and dodged casually, evading every blow without effort. No matter how hard Kushan tried, none of his attacks landed. Slowly, he began to realize just how vast the gap in strength between them was. Inwardly, he questioned what he had heard before, that the youngest of House Reinhafer was just a pampered brat. How could someone like that wield such refined swordsmanship? Seeing the frustration on Kushan's face, Nox smiled mockingly, as though playing with prey. He mused that perhaps Kushan, being a prince of a kingdom, at least had the basics of swordplay. But even so, his skill was only at an intermediate level. Bored of the one-sided fight, Nox decided it was time to bring this dull encounter to an end. He concluded that he didn't even need to use any advanced techniques or skills. With that thought, Nox made his move. He didn't resort to complex swordplay. Instead, with sheer physical dominance, he struck Kushan down and pinned his entire body to the ground, easily and decisively. Kushan could hardly believe the immense gap in strength between him and Nox. At that moment, the tip of Nox's sword was already pressed against his throat. With a terrifying gaze fixed on him, Nox demanded to know who had sent him. Kushan stammered in response, claiming that he had acted alone. Nox let out a mocking laugh, clearly not convinced, and accused him of trying to hide the truth until the very end. He then called for Christopher. Upon hearing his name, Christopher appeared immediately. Visibly thrilled to be summoned, his eyes sparkled like stars, and with great enthusiasm, he declared that he had stationed everyone as ordered, and that if it were Nox's command, he would even leap into fire. But Nox found Christopher's excitement irritating and quickly cut him off, issuing his first order, telling him to shut his mouth. His second command was to make Kushan kneel. Christopher responded without hesitation, accepting the order with a loud yes, and politely asked Kushan to excuse him before moving in to carry out the command. Now completely overwhelmed, Kushan found himself unable to resist and could only remain silent under Christopher's pressure. Nox, noticing the resentment still burning in Kushan's eyes, coldly remarked that he could see the hatred in his gaze. He asked Kushan a question. What did he think had ruined him, the kingdom, and his younger sister? Kushan's expression turned troubled upon hearing these accusations. He remained silent. Nox continued pressing him. Since he refused to answer that question, Nox proposed another. His eyes now filled with genuine anger, he asked whether Kushan truly believed he was sitting in the seat meant for him. That remark broke Kushan's composure. He lashed out, demanding what Nox could possibly know to say such a thing. Nox, who was born the youngest in a noble family and had never carried any burdens. But Nox remained indifferent. He told him that one didn't need to bear a burden to understand it. Then he asked Kushan if he knew why he hadn't killed him yet. It was because there was still some value left in that fated throne he held. Kushan, hearing that, was visibly irritated. He shouted that the throne was worthless and that he had never wanted such value in the first place. Nox, with a calm and composed expression, closed his eyes slightly and stated that regardless of what Kushan wanted, he had been born with that value. If he could not bear it, then who else could stand in that position? Who else could possibly take his place? The barrage of rhetorical questions left Kushan speechless, unable to form a reply. Then, Nox finally made an offer. He told Kushan to become the king of Tahalin, and if he did, Nox would reveal the truth to him. Kushan's face reflected deep confusion, unsure of what to say. Nox went on to reveal one truth first. He claimed he had done nothing to Kushan's sister. Even as he said it, the admission seemed reluctant on his part. The two young women who had been eavesdropping behind them were visibly shocked. Kushan, too, appeared stunned and couldn't believe what he had just heard. Elsewhere, at a gathering of Tahalin's leadership, a seductive dancer was performing in front of the assembled officials. One man asked aloud, why exactly that man, Nox, had come to Tahalin this time. Another replied that no one knew. Even after much probing, they had found nothing. No information had been uncovered. An old man at the table slammed his fist down in anger, declaring it absurd. He criticized the idea of Nox, regardless of whether he came from a great house or not, bringing private soldiers into their land. To him, it was an insult to Tahalin. Though angered, some among them admitted that the situation was difficult, murmuring with resignation that there was little they could do since Theo belonged to House Reinhafer. For now, they said, they had no choice but to simply watch. Before the discussion could come to an end, a sly voice interrupted them. It was the old man Kramzer, who suggested that this might actually be an opportunity for them all. Surprised by his sudden statement, one of the men asked what he meant by that. With a cunning smile, Kramzer responded that it was time to get rid of the prince, and that now might be the perfect moment. Hearing this, those present grew visibly uneasy, yet some began to echo his words, saying that perhaps this really was the right time. Another voice, however, expressed hesitation, suggesting that it still felt a bit too early, unwilling to let his plan be shaken. Kramzer pressed on. He reminded them of the disgrace the prince had shown that day, asking if they all hadn't witnessed it. Some of them questioned him, asking if by disgrace he meant the moment the prince had knelt. Another agreed, remarking that it was indeed shameful for a prince to kneel before a mere noble. To ignite the crowd further, Kramzer struck his cane against the floor, his face lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed that the people's discontent had reached its peak, and that they should eliminate the prince along with Nox's group. An aura of raw ambition radiated from his entire being. Despite Kramzer's provocations, a few still hesitated, expressing concern about whether it was truly acceptable to kill the youngest son of House Reinhafer. But Kramzer only laughed triumphantly, revealing that he had already poisoned the meal meant for Nox, calling him a scoundrel. He added that the prince himself had claimed he would end his own life. This revelation stirred excitement among the others. They praised the plan, saying they could pin Nox's death on the prince and use the resulting chaos to spark a war. A brilliant scheme, they called it. Laughter filled the room as more voices joined in, hailing Kramzer as a mastermind. Overwhelmed by their praise, Kramzer laughed uncontrollably, basking in their admiration, Far off in the shadows, a figure who had been there long enough to overhear everything stood still. Someone who had witnessed the entirety of their wicked scheme. That figure was Nox. He now stepped forward alongside Kushan. They had heard it all. Turning to Kushan, Nox asked him what he thought about the truth he had just witnessed firsthand. Kushan, now fully awakened to the reality before him, looked pale and furious. He clenched his teeth and growled in response, calling it filthy and despicable. At that moment, the scene shifted to what resembled the bottom of the deep sea. Arya was drifting within the confines of her own mind, trapped in a haunting illusion. A familiar and sinister voice echoed through her thoughts. It was Kramzer. He taunted her, asking why she thought the late king and queen had perished, and whether she truly didn't understand why Tahalin had fallen into such ruin. According to him, the blame rested on her incompetent older brother, a coward lacking the strength and resolve to claim the throne. Within her mind, Arya struggled desperately to resist the fear and manipulation that Kramzer exuded. She refused to accept his words and cried out in defiance, insisting that it couldn't be true and accusing him of lying. But Kramzer merely laughed with twisted delight, telling her that everything would be easier if she simply let go. He urged her to leave it all to him, insisting that as a princess, she should remain in a long, happy dream. Before her appeared an illusion of her family, together and joyful, an image of the past that no longer existed. Yet this vision was nothing more than a false construct, a mental trap crafted by Kramzer to imprison her within a dream. Her face had grown pale and lifeless as if she were on the verge of surrendering. In her despair, she thought that even though she knew this was a meaningless illusion, she couldn't move her body or even speak. A single, painful question echoed through her mind. Was this truly the end? But just as her will was beginning to crumble, a voice rang out through the silence of her mind, calling her name. Arya Adrian, can you hear me? The unexpected voice jolted her awake from the false dreamscape. Desperately, she looked around for the owner of the voice, asking who it was. Although she had no idea who was speaking, she cried out in desperation, pleading for help, for someone to get her out of that place. The voice responded, telling her that if that was what she wanted, they would do it. They had planned to intervene anyway. Then, a brilliant light suddenly flooded the illusion, shining across Arya's dream world. She began to feel a warmth stirring within her, strength slowly returning to her limbs. Confused but relieved, she wondered aloud what in the world was happening. The scene shifted once more, this time to the walls of the palace in Tahalin. There, Kushan knelt before Nox, guilt written across his face as he confessed his faults. He admitted that he had believed everything Kramzel had told him, about Tahalin's politics, its morals, and even the worth of its people. Nox interrupted him sternly, blaming Kushan's weakness for having surrendered his judgment to others. Kushan lowered his head in shame and anguish, saying that this pain was the consequence he now bore. In a voice filled with regret, he asked what he must do to set things right. But Nox, unyielding, told him that was a question he would have to ask someone else, not him. At that moment, several women stepped forward behind Nox. Among them were Arya and Liz. Arya's expression was bright and alive again, a clear sign that Liz had helped free her from the illusion created by Kramzer. When Arya saw her older brother again, she gave him a radiant smile, one she hadn't shown in a long time. Kushan, startled and moved by the sight of her restored spirit, quickly stood up, grasped her small hand and asked if she was truly all right and what had happened. Nox answered for her, explaining that she had been under Kramzer's brainwashing. The revelation shocked Kushan, who repeated the word in disbelief. Brainwashing? No way. But Nox affirmed it firmly. He said that Kramzel was not just manipulative. He was a demon, a devil. Kushan wanted to reject the idea, but suddenly, fragments of memories, long buried and suppressed, rushed back to him. The confusion and force of it all sent waves of pain through his head. Seeing this, Nox calmly explained that Kushan too had been partially brainwashed. As the truth returned to him, the illusion shattered bit by bit, causing the splitting headache. But Nox assured him that if he waited a while longer, the pain would ease, and he would come to understand what he truly needed to do. Just as those words left Nox's mouth, something unexpected happened. Kushan sensed a presence behind him. When he turned around, Liz was already there, her eyes blazing with fury. Without hesitation, she struck him hard across the face. She shouted at him with righteous anger, warning that if even now he failed to make the right decision, she would hang his head on the royal tower. Upon hearing the accusations, Kushan remained silent, merely listening without offering any rebuttal. Liz, overwhelmed with fury, continued to shout that it was because of Kramsel's tyranny and Kushan's weakness that things had come to such a tragic end. Standing nearby, Nox quietly reflected to himself that her reaction was to be expected. Everything, he thought, had stemmed from Kramsel's machinations. That man, once the royal court magician, had manipulated the kingdom through regency and brainwashing. But beneath that facade, he was, in truth, a demon whose ultimate goal had been to resurrect Gremory, one of the 72 demons. Through his control over the king and queen of Tahalan, who had been brainwashed, Kramsel incited them to act against the royal family. This enraged the Archheim Empire, which, following Kramsel's plan, ordered the Reinharbor family to directly subjugate Tahalan. In the end, it was through the ruthless efforts of Theo, Rodwell, Christopher, and the Black Sword Knights that the king of Tahalan, and countless others, lost their lives. To Nox, the revelation of these truths had been deeply shocking when he first uncovered them. He now saw that Liza's rage and Kushan's frailty were mere consequences of that greater tragedy. After a moment lost in thought, Nox finally spoke, telling both of them that they had experienced the same pain. He reminded them that in war, there were no true winners or losers. No one could be entirely defended, nor wholly blamed, but he urged them not to misplace their resentment. Lise, however, was not ready to listen. Angrily, she shouted at Nox that it was too late, that Kushan had still not found the resolve to act. If he had had even a shred of courage to seize the throne, Saren and the children might still be alive. Nox, undeterred, gently insisted that even if it was too late, people could only grow by reflecting on the past. He encouraged her to move forward, even if the reality they faced was grim and miserable. Lise was unexpectedly moved by his sincere words. In that moment, she saw the shadow of an old friend in Nox, almost as if that friend were standing before her again, speaking those very same words. Overcome with emotion, Lise began to sob, and in her heart she admitted to herself that she had known it all along. Kushan was just like her. They both carried the helplessness of losing everyone they loved, the unbearable weight of that loss. They had wanted to run, to hide, to vanish from the world, but even so, there was still something they had to protect. At that moment, Kushan was filled with intense regret. But then, the clear voice of his younger sister rang out, calling to him. He looked up to see Arya, his kind and gentle sister, who offered him comfort, telling him that this time she would be by his side. Her words gave Kushan a renewed sense of confidence, and he thanked her warmly. Then, a notification reached Nox. Kushan Adrian's trait loyalty has bloomed. Kushan Adrian's loyalty to Nox von Reinharbor has sharply risen to 100. Now Kushan Adrian will show unshakable, eternal loyalty to the player. With their resolve restored, both Kushan and Lise regained the confidence and faith they had once lost. In their hearts, they swore they would no longer run away from their past. Nox, upon receiving this confirmation, smiled with quiet satisfaction. In his mind, he thought that it was done. He had successfully secured both Kushan Adrian and Lise. Now, they would become two of his most reliable units. Just like with Marin, he would help them grow stronger. After her inner turmoil and the moving words she had heard, Lise finally spoke up. She thanked Nox, saying that her anger had finally found its rightful direction. He didn't seem at all like the man she had heard about in the rumors. Arya also expressed her gratitude, calling Nox her brother's savior and thanking him for saving her as well. Nox, ever humble, responded that he had only opened the path. They had walked it themselves, and just as he was about to continue, his words were interrupted by the sound of loud voices rising from the city. The crowd was shouting in unison. "Let's depose the incompetent Prince Kushan and usher in a new era. Let's crown Lord Kramsel as the new king." Nox's group stood above, observing the scene unfold, yet Nox himself showed no sign of concern. Instead, a crooked smile formed on his face as he remarked with a dark glint in his voice that it was far too early to be receiving thanks. What awaited them now was the true war, a war against their real enemy. Meanwhile, the crowd below, manipulated and incited by Kramser, had fallen into chaos. In a frenzy, they shouted slogans in unison, declaring that there was no kingdom worth handing over to an incompetent prince and princess. They demanded that the royal siblings be found immediately and cried out that only one man could save them, Lord Kramser. Watching the riled-up mob, Kramser looked down with a twisted satisfaction. The image of these manipulated people stirred old memories in him. Specifically, the day he was first given an opportunity, a voice had once echoed within his mind, questioning how long it had taken him to reach this moment. That voice had told him that while a rare few were born with great talent and noble lineage, most people never got to experience such a life. It had sneered that barren talent was like barren land, useless, and that he was just a low-born child with nothing to his name. The voice had seen the hunger in his eyes, but mocked that his low birth and petty talent would forever be a curse. It warned he would wander endlessly, never achieving his goal until he was eventually buried by time itself. "This is not fair," the voice had insisted. "Opportunity must be given equally." And so it had offered him a chance to rise above his worthlessness, even if it meant stepping over others, even if it required selling his soul. That day marked the beginning of his transformation into a venomous serpent who would go on to control all of Tajalin. And now, Kramzer believed that his desperate prayers had finally borne fruit. With the great power bestowed upon him by Lady Gremory, he would not just become someone special, he would seize the kingdom for himself. Back in the present, some of the royal officials were scrambling to locate the prince. They frantically called out, asking whether he had been secured and urging others to find him immediately. But before the search could escalate, Kushan calmly stepped forward and declared that there was no need. His sudden appearance caught Kramzer off guard. Unshaken, Kushan looked him straight in the eye and asked what he was doing. There was something in Kushan's gaze, his presence, that made Kramzer instinctively wary. It was a dangerous shift, one he couldn't ignore. Staring at the young man, Kramzer found himself troubled by what he saw. It was strange. That same prince, once broken and consumed by vengeance, had always seemed a pitiful wreck. Just moments ago, he had been a coward, curled in on himself and unable to shatter his shell. But now, what was this new aura radiating from him? Then it struck him. The brainwashing that had bound the prince and princess had worn off. He couldn't help but wonder, what in the world had happened? Before Kramzer could finish that thought, Kushan began to speak again, confronting him directly. He reminded Kramzer that he had once trusted him like family. Yet in the end, Kramzer had not tried to protect the kingdom of Tahalin. Instead, he had only ever sought to steal the land that Kushan's father and ancestors had built. Despite the accusations and the exposure of his true intentions, Kramzer remained unbothered. With a smug smile that he made no effort to hide, he responded condescendingly. He claimed that His Highness still failed to grasp the reality of the situation. He mocked Kushan for wasting the past 2 years and pointed toward the furious crowd, insisting that the citizens now stood behind him, enraged by the prince's incompetence. Did Kushan no longer have the eyes to see the sorrow in their faces? Even the late king, Kramzer added venomously, must surely be cursing his son from the grave. And as the two men clashed in words, the crowd's roar did not cease. The chants and protests continued, echoing through the streets with unrelenting fury. Kramzer was inwardly delighted, thinking to himself that, at this rate, the furious crowd would kill the prince, and he wouldn't even have to dirty his own hands. However, just then, Knox intervened. Although he claimed he wasn't particularly fond of meddling in another family's affairs, he asserted that there was one thing he had to point out. The moment Knox's voice rang out, everyone present froze in place. Standing atop the fortress wall with a bright smile, he began to openly criticize them. Referring to various individuals as mere clowns, Kramzer and his faction were caught off guard, feeling insulted. Gritting his teeth in anger, Kramzer inwardly cursed Knox, dismissing him as a brat emboldened by a fortunate bloodline and a dangerously inflated ego. Still, outwardly, he looked up respectfully and addressed him as Knox von Reinhofer, questioning what business the esteemed heir of House Reinhofer had with him. Knox remained silent for a moment before responding with a calm smile, accusing Kramzer of being the one who had instigated the war 2 years prior and was now betraying Tahalin's late king. He even went so far as to call Kramzer a dog of the devil. The moment the word devil was mentioned, Kramzer's expression turned ashen, and a visible unease took hold of him. The crowd, overhearing this, began to murmur among themselves, confusion and suspicion spreading. Looking down at the people, Knox compared them to festering parasites and mocked their ignorance, accusing them of committing treason without even realizing it. He urged them to think. When had the royal couple of Tahalin begun turning against their own people? When had relations with the Arkheim Empire started to deteriorate? It had all begun, he reminded them, after Kramzer had taken his position as the court mage. As Knox's words exposed long-buried truths, the attending nobles began to look at Kramzer with eyes full of doubt. Strangely, the crowd also began to feel something was off. Suppressed memories started to resurface, accompanied by splitting headaches. Confused voices cried out, wondering what was happening to them, some even clutching their heads in pain, saying it felt like their skulls would burst. Witnessing this, Kushan realized the horrifying truth about how widespread the brainwashing was. He thought to himself that the headaches were a sign the mind control was breaking down. Not only had Kramzer brainwashed him and his siblings, but he had also manipulated many nobles. Seeing the tide turning, Kramzer panicked and hastily tried to justify himself. He warned them not to be deceived, accused Nox of being the one who truly brought down Tahallen, and questioned whether they would really believe the words of House Reinhafer. Demanding proof that he was aligned with the devil, he threatened Nox, claiming he couldn't guarantee his safety if such rumors continued. Nox responded with a scornful tone, mocking the word guarantee as amusing. Without hesitation, he leapt down into the crowd below. This reckless act caused both May and Christopher to panic, warning him that it was dangerous and that enemies awaited him below. Yet despite descending from such a height, Nox landed unharmed. He turned to his worried companions and dismissed their concerns, saying that the situation was, in fact, the opposite of dangerous. He pointed out that although he had come down alone, not a single one among the armed crowd dared to strike him. He condemned them for being deceived by Kramzer's empty promises of eternal wealth and for exploiting the common people. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword, and a surge of purple aura radiated from him. Enraged by the insults, the crowd's fear turned into fury. They shouted back, demanding to know how someone from House Reinhafer could dare say such things, and questioning his right to judge them. One particularly foolish man among them decided to act, shouting that Nox was alone and that if they killed him now. However, Nox merely looked at the man like he was a fool, not even bothering to acknowledge him. In the next instant, his blade sliced cleanly through the man's torso. Blood sprayed out around them as Nox spoke coldly, declaring that if someone had drawn their sword, then they had better be ready to be cut down. The others recoiled in fear, panicking as one of them exclaimed that he had really killed him. Another shouted in outrage, saying that even if Nox was from House Reinhafer, such interference in the kingdom's affairs was unforgivable. But Nox stood firmly, resting his sword upright before him, his gaze fixed on the cowardly crowd. He told them to understand clearly who it was that had pointed their sword at him, and more importantly, who it truly was that had blinded their eyes. Kramzer, watching the scene unfold, was furious, yet he didn't dare act recklessly. Then, Nox turned and called for Kushan. The latter immediately descended in response to the command. With a calm but commanding tone, Nox told him that a new king would be born in Tahallen tonight, and that he was to show it with his own hands. Kushan nodded without hesitation and answered, "Of course, Sir Nox." Without delay, he rushed toward the nearest enemy and began slaughtering them. The clash above triggered a powerful explosion, sending shockwaves through the lower levels of the city. The citizens below were thrown into confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Seeing the battle erupting above, Lise realized this was the signal they had been waiting for. She turned to her allies and cried out that the time had come. They were to attack. With that, her group charged forward and began cutting down those loyal to Kramzer. The entire area was soon plunged into chaos, turning into a battlefield of carnage and madness. Kramzer, like the coward he was, stood off to the side in irritation, shouting that lowly scum dared to act against him. But what unsettled him more than anything else was the terrifying strength of Nox's subordinates. Alina and May hurled enchanted potions from a distance with relentless precision. Christopher remained at the vanguard, leading the charge with unwavering might, while Princess Arya stood behind him, casting spells in support. Kramzer's face grew pale as sweat beaded down his temples. Panic set in, and he muttered to himself that the situation was turning dire. They needed to regain the upper hand somehow. Just then, his eyes locked onto Jitri, who was fighting alone. Seizing the opportunity like a true coward, he launched a surprise magical attack aimed at killing her. Jitri, unaware of the incoming danger, didn't react in time as the spell closed in. But in that critical moment, Nox intercepted the attack. He stepped in between them and blocked the incoming magic just in time. He now stood protectively before her, his eyes locked on Kramzer, no longer dismissive, but alert and serious. After all, the one standing before him now was no mere man, but a true demon. At that moment, Jitri realized she was safe and immediately grew concerned for Nox, who had taken the attack in her place. Nox, however, simply turned to her and instructed her to step back for her own safety. Meanwhile, Kramzer was seething with rage. Internally, he was in disbelief, unable to accept that his magic had been shattered with a single strike. He fumed at the thought that someone he considered a disgrace to House Reinhafer had managed to defy him so effortlessly. The other men allied with Kramzer found themselves in peril as they were being hunted down. In desperation, they ran toward him, pleading for his help, but Kramzer had no intention of saving them. With a snarl, he unleashed his magic upon his own subordinates, shouting at them to get out of his way. A wave of demonic energy erupted from him, spreading terror across the field, accompanied by the anguished screams of those who drew near. Witnessing this horrific act, Kushan cried out in shock that Kramzer was attacking his own allies. Standing beside him, Lisa's face was filled with dread as she pointed out that a portal was forming. He was trying to escape. She insisted they had to stop him. Just as Lise had realized, Kramzer was indeed attempting to cast a teleportation spell to flee the scene. Inwardly, panic began to rise within him. He believed that if he could retreat and regroup, he might still stand a chance against Nox. But his escape plan was thwarted. A beam of magical light suddenly shot toward him at incredible speed, slicing through the air like an arrow. When it collided with the teleportation circle, it exploded on impact. Kramzer's face twisted in fear and disbelief as he questioned aloud what was happening to the portal. On the opposite side stood Nox, watching with a scornful smirk. He mocked Kramzer, questioning if that was truly the skill of the famed court magician. Magical energy still gathered in his hand, ready for another long-range attack, as he sneered at how sloppy and pathetic Kramzer had become. Sweat streamed down Kramzer's face as he anxiously wondered whether Nox had actually reverse-engineered his magic circle just by observing it. And all in such a short time, Nox began approaching him, remarking that thanks to a certain professor who had once worked him to the bone, dismantling such spells had become second nature. Inwardly, he mused that the professor had been a maniac obsessed with magic, though right now, that madness had proven useful. Soon, Nox stood right in front of Kramzer. He grabbed the man by the collar and called out for everyone to watch closely. What he was about to do, he said, would be undeniable proof that this man was, in fact, a demon. He immediately began casting a spell to expose Kramzer's true demonic form. Realizing the danger, Kramzer screamed for Nox to stop, but it was already too late. Nox's mana surged into Kramzer's body, causing his veins to rise and darken, black mist to seep from his skin, and his eyes to turn a terrifying shade of red and black. He coughed up blood, a sickening dark fluid that only demons bled. The onlookers were stunned. Someone cried out that his mana was backfiring, and another gasped at his monstrous form. The truth was now evident. Court magician Kramzer was a demon. Nox didn't hold back his contempt, declaring Kramzer a vile piece of trash, and adding that those who had followed him were even worse. Exposed and enraged, Kramzer tried to fight back. He cursed Nox, calling him a disgrace to Reinhafer. Then, with a twisted expression, he revealed the name of the demon he served. Gremory, one of the 72 demons and a Grand Duke, he proclaimed himself Gremory's most loyal servant, and warned that once Gremory found out what had happened to him, they would all suffer. But Nox didn't let him continue. Without a word, he thrust his dark sword straight through Kramzer's chest. The demon screamed in agony, his voice rasping as the blade pierced through him. His entire body trembled as fear overtook him, and he began to beg desperately. He pleaded with Guhak to spare him just once, promising to give him everything, wealth, fame, Tahalin, and even the Grand Duke's power, but Nox showed no interest in his words. Gripping his sword tightly with a cold demeanor, he swung it across Kramzer's body. His eyes, more terrifying than any demon's, remained fixed on his target as he coldly declared that he didn't need any of it. Kramzer's body was split in two and began to dissolve into the air, vanishing without even the chance to scream. Despite having known what was coming, Kushan was still deeply shaken upon witnessing the horrifying scene. Standing beside him, Nox calmly explained that Gremory was a devil, who in exchange for granting demons overwhelming power, claimed both their bodies and souls after death. According to him, even those powerful beings were nothing more than her discarded remnants. He added that unless they eradicated them completely, Tahalin would never see the light of dawn. Without pause, he turned to the others and instructed Kushan and Lise that it was time to end the rebellion, receiving the order with serious expressions. Both Kushan and Lise acknowledged it. What followed was a merciless purge. Everyone affiliated with Kramzer's faction was ruthlessly eliminated. During the bloodshed, system notifications echoed repeatedly, declaring, "Enemy eliminated, lifespan increased by 4 hours." As Nox continued cutting down his enemies, he reflected bitterly to himself that although these people had indeed committed atrocities under Kramzer's orders, the act of killing his own kind merely to extend his life by a few hours felt utterly repulsive. He cursed the vile affliction he was suffering from. By the time dawn broke, a faint morning light returned to Tahalin, though the city was still soaked in the stench of blood. At that moment, the Reinharfer family's knights arrived, dispatched to protect Nox. Witnessing the aftermath, all of them were astonished. The leader of the knights silently thought to himself how he had rushed there to protect Lord Nox, only to find that the chaos in all of Tahalin had been quelled in just a single night. His gaze then shifted to Kushan, and he was surprised to see that Kushan was present as well. Recognizing him, Kushan called out his name, asking if he was Rodwell D. Ernark. Rodwell, however, cut him off, stating there was no time for greetings. He demanded to know where Lord Nox was, and warned that if any harm had come to the young master, none of them would survive the wrath of the Black Sword Knights. His eyes gleamed with killing intent, and he already had his sword drawn, awaiting Kushan's answer. At that moment, Nox appeared and instructed Rodwell to lower his sword. Upon seeing him, Rodwell immediately called out his name in relief, exclaiming that the family had been very worried. Nox responded dryly, saying that he could tell, especially considering how many Black Sword Knights had been dispatched. Rodwell replied that it was only proper to bring elite troops when it came to protecting the bloodline of House Rainhafer. Upon hearing those words, he questioned the man before him, asking whether he hadn't considered the consequences. He couldn't believe this was something his father would have done. Surely this decision had been made solely by the man himself. If any punishment were to come from it, he instructed the man to simply say that it was he, Nox, who had summoned him and left him with no other choice. Rodwell, clearly moved by Nox's attempt to protect him, seemed emotionally shaken for a brief moment. But regaining his composure, he calmly clarified that it had indeed been the patriarch, Nox's father, who had made the decision. Nox, caught off guard by this revelation, expressed his surprise, to which Rodwell confirmed once more that it was true. Hearing such a firm answer, Nox found it hard to believe and silently questioned whether Theo had really done that. It was unexpected. Then, Rodwell asked Nox why he was with Prince Kushan. Before Nox could respond, Kushan himself stepped forward and answered that it had been his decision. He struck his chest with a clenched fist, symbolizing his loyalty, and declared that Lord Nox had saved the kingdom of Tahalan. To him, being pulled out of that hopeless pit by Nox was akin to receiving a divine blessing, something he could never repay even in a lifetime. With those words, he dropped to his knees and humbly offered his loyalty to Nox. Nox, visibly pleased, let out a laugh and remarked at the irony of it all. The king of Tahalan pledging allegiance to someone considered a disgrace of House Rainhafer. He then asked Kushan whether he could endure the mockery that might come from his people because of this decision. Kushan, without hesitation, affirmed that he could. His loyalty, he said, was not to House Rainhafer, but to Nox and Nox alone. At that moment, Lise also stepped forward and voiced her agreement, turning to Princess Arya for confirmation. Arya, standing beside her, smiled gently in response, silently affirming her support. Observing this newfound group of allies, Nox smiled to himself, mentally noting that 3 units were now secured and that everything was progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, standing behind them, Rodwell watched Nox's mature figure in silence, reflecting inwardly. For a long time, he admitted, he had harbored a faint sliver of doubt about the young master. But now, that doubt had vanished completely. Witnessing Nox take responsibility for the actions of his subordinates and gradually earning their unwavering loyalty, Rodwell felt certain. The young master, before they had even realized it, was beginning to embody the presence of a true sovereign. But just then, a red alert rang in Nox's ears. A short-term negative trait had been activated. The trait labeled Dead Count was now in effect. Immediately, his body weakened significantly, nearly causing him to collapse. Another notification soon followed, informing him that his physical abilities had decreased by an additional 5%. The system explained that the trait would only be removed once his remaining lifespan increased by more than 30 days. Eyes wide and lips trembling, Nox held a hand to his mouth and wondered why the negative trait had activated when his remaining days were under 10, but now required over 30 days to be removed. A sarcastic thought crossed his mind. Should he have filed a complaint to the developers asking for a patch? Noticing his unusual expression and unstable condition, Jitri grew alarmed and cried out in concern, asking if he was all right. Though clearly weakened, Nox forced a smile and reassured her not to worry. Deep inside, however, he reminded himself that soon his remaining lifespan would increase significantly, and the one he awaited was the real demon, the being responsible for turning this place into a twisted and manipulated domain. The group had begun their journey to hunt down the demon, traversing a vast desert filled with sand and wind. As they moved forward, the system displayed a chilling message. Player's remaining lifespan: 9 days. Nox, still recovering from the recent battle, was visibly weakened. He kept coughing, his health clearly affected, and the rapidly diminishing lifespan only made matters worse. Internally, he cursed himself, lamenting that among all the traits in Inner Lunatic, he had chosen life-limiting. He knew this disaster was entirely of his own making. Sweat dripped down his face as he muttered silent profanities. Alina, quick to notice his deteriorating condition, shouted out with concern, asking if he was feeling unwell, and pointed out that he hadn't taken any rest before plunging into the desert. But almost instantly, her expression shifted disturbingly. With a flirtatious grin, she offered him her lap to rest on, her tone disturbingly suggestive. The sudden change made Kushan, who was riding nearby, visibly uncomfortable. Nox, unfazed but irritated, immediately refused her offer and resumed his internal monologue, thinking how he couldn't even admit he was sick. Playing the villain, he thought, was such a tiring role. Elsewhere, Christopher was having a completely different reaction. Full of energy and enthusiasm, he began setting up camp with the other followers. He confidently instructed his subordinates to pitch tents and declared that the young master need not worry. His over-the-top behavior made Nox sigh and ask him to tone it down a bit. Annoyed, Nox couldn't help but think that his companions were all a bit insane. So frivolous, so unserious. And yet, not everything was bad. He reminded himself of the demon he sought. Gremory, the demon of honesty and sorrow. Among the 72 demons, she was the only one who didn't interfere with the main storyline. Hidden deep within the desert and protected by a magical barrier, most players never even realized she existed. But Nox saw an opportunity. If used well, Gremory could become a powerful asset, not just to extend his lifespan, but to serve as a crucial trump card in desperate times. Eventually, the group stopped their march as a mysterious wall loomed ahead. Nox turned to the others and told them not to act on their own, instructing them to follow his lead from this point forward. Christopher quickly responded with military-like obedience. Kushan echoed the sentiment, reaffirming his loyalty to the young master, Alina. Cheeks flushed and tone dripping with affection, eagerly promised to obey whatever Nox desired. Nox paid her no mind. Focused, he began casting a spell. Advanced Barrier. As expected, the presence of Gremory was confirmed. She was indeed hiding within. He turned to Alina and asked if she could activate the magic. Her face lit up with joy as she confirmed she could. Closing her eyes, Alina began chanting, "Gnome, Earth Spirit and Fairy, answer your master's call in this place." A radiant light shimmering like a rainbow began to emanate from the point where her magic was cast. At that moment, the system also began to reveal more details about Alina herself. Alina is a 21-year-old half-elf whose main elemental affinity is wood. She is known for her cheerful demeanor, often radiating positivity in any situation. A genius in potion-making and a prodigy in the spiritual arts, Alina possesses an open-minded nature that allows her to embrace new ideas with ease. She has recently awakened the blooming state of the law of spirit contract, hinting at her growing potential. Despite her talents, Alina often displays a dreamy, air-headed disposition, accompanied by a naive charm that makes her both endearing and unpredictable. She tends to fall in love easily, swept away by emotions without much thought. However, her innocence is paired with a lack of awareness about the world around her. Adding to her flaws, Alina is also known to indulge in alcohol a bit too freely, which sometimes leads to irresponsible behavior. At that moment, everyone was able to witness Alina's true potential. Above her, a radiant light believed to be from a spirit began to shine, illuminating the entire surrounding area. Simultaneously, the system issued a notification indicating that the unit would receive additional buffs when contracting with wood-type spirits. Nox then began to explain certain aspects of the game lore. Inner Lunatic. According to him, the game offered various combat styles and corresponding traits. Among them, Spirit Arts stood out as a special ability. While it lacked firepower, it required extremely high stats, which made even seasoned players reluctant to use it. Nox believed that if Alina were developed with Spirit Arts as her subclass, she could potentially grow into a prodigy. This was the reason Alina had been one of his favorite units. In terms of raw stats, Liz's fire element spirit arts were stronger, but in this desert, where fire elements were difficult to use effectively, Alina had the advantage. He also noted that Liz would become more useful once he unlocked stats related to spirit arts. At that point, the green light above Alina began to concentrate, forming a small orb, signaling the near completion of the spirit summoning ritual. The system then confirmed the contract. Contracted Spirit. Gnome. As the light dispersed, it revealed a pure white, adorable gnome. Christopher, intrigued, sat down and watched the newly summoned spirit with fascination. Nox verified its identity and internally reflected on its nature. Gnome, spirit of the earth. Traditionally, it would appear as a white-bearded dwarf wearing a hat. But in Inner Lunatic, it had been redesigned with a cute appearance. Having completed her task, Alina beamed with joy and spoke playfully, claiming she had done well and affectionately addressing Nox as "darling." Nox, uninterested in her antics, began tying a rope around himself to prepare for the next phase of their mission. He eventually turned back and acknowledged her efforts with a brief compliment, saying she had done well now that she was sober. Despite the praise, Alina wasn't satisfied. She responded with frustration, saying she had hoped to be recognized for her hard work studying spirit arts. Nox sighed and stood up. Then, to her surprise, he stepped forward, patted her on the head, and repeated his praise with a bit more sincerity. The sudden gesture caused Alina to blush and grow flustered. While she was still lost in her own thoughts, Nox approached the other two and instructed them to wrap the thread around their wrists. The thread would allow them to keep track of each other and to pull on it in case of danger. After some searching, the group finally arrived at a location that seemed to be protected by a barrier. The system immediately issued a warning. Warning: you've entered the domain of the lesser demon of honesty and sorrow, Gremory. You are trapped in the maze of death. If you cannot find the path, the player will die. Nox warned everyone to be cautious and avoid getting caught in the sandstorm. Right after he spoke, whirlwinds began to rise around them. He silently analyzed the situation, realizing that it was a sand-out phenomenon, intended to obscure their vision. What made it worse was the fact that the entrance to the ruins shifted every hour. However, he believed that Gnome could solve this problem. Suddenly, the spirit gnome noticed something. It let out a sound and rushed in a specific direction. Alina seemed to understand its meaning and urged the others to follow, excitedly calling Nox "darling" again. However, her expression made Nox visibly uncomfortable. Irritated, he told her to let go of his hand before speaking. Without further delay, the entire group followed Gnome's lead. Eventually, Gnome stopped at a location that appeared to be a dead end. The group halted with caution, staying alert to what might happen next. At that moment, the group encountered a massive pit ahead. Christopher, upon realizing what it was, reacted with alarm, recognizing it as a type of sand dune with a dangerously steep drop. One misstep could cost them their lives. The gnome suddenly grew more agitated, gesturing excitedly toward the depths below. It seemed to be trying to tell them that what they were seeking lay at the bottom. Alina, catching on to the creature's intent, began to feel a hint of unease. Christopher, curious and slightly concerned, approached her and asked what the gnome was trying to say, but instead of answering, Alina, displaying her usual recklessness, offered no explanation. Without hesitation, she leapt into the abyss with the gnome, leaving the rest of the group behind with only a single sentence: that they should simply follow. Nox, witnessing the impulsive act, found himself speechless. He couldn't help but think to himself that this version of pathfinding was nothing like he had imagined. Left with little choice, the rest of the group followed her lead and began sliding down the steep sand dune. Christopher, far from nervous, wore an enthusiastic expression as he exclaimed that the experience reminded him of a training exercise he once did with his squad during night class. Apparently, they had enjoyed his company so much that they had pushed him off a cliff, an experience that, according to him, this moment vividly brought back. Nox, on the other hand, felt no such excitement. Inwardly, he scoffed, thinking that Christopher's story clearly described bullying more than camaraderie. After an intense descent, the group found themselves suspended mid-air near the bottom of the dune, only to realize they were falling straight into a cavern below. The fun quickly vanished from Christopher's face as he shouted that they were about to crash into the ground. Nox, however, remained calm. He swiftly activated a mana shield, a technique he had learned from Professor Ras. Violet mana surged from his hands and formed a protective barrier around the group, allowing them to land safely. Reflecting on the situation, Nox acknowledged that while the spell was still difficult to manage in combat, it was perfectly suitable for situations like this. As the group composed themselves and began scanning their surroundings with caution, Christopher exhaled in relief and remarked on the vastness of the ruin before them. He praised Nox's keen insight, claiming to be thoroughly impressed. But before the mood could settle, Kushan seemed to sense something unusual. He swiftly signaled Christopher to keep quiet and warned the group to be on high alert. Something was coming. The noise in the distance grew louder and was steadily approaching. Soon, the source became unmistakably clear. Monstrous insects and bug-like creatures, terrifying not only in appearance but also in sheer size. Within moments, the group found themselves surrounded on all sides, forced to stand back to back in a defensive formation. Nox had anticipated a confrontation, but even he hadn't expected such an overwhelming number of enemies. Christopher gripped his sword tightly, his expression growing tense as he declared that those bugs had no right to approach the young master of House Reinhafer. He assured that there was no need to worry, for he, Christopher, would take care of them before his master even needed to act. However, before he could finish, Nox interrupted him with a serious expression, stating firmly that he would fight as well. At that moment, he had already drawn his black sword, and a terrifying surge of dark purple mana radiated from his body with overwhelming intensity. Internally, Nox acknowledged that although it wasn't much, every bit of his remaining lifespan was precious. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the labyrinth, a woman sat alone, reaching her hand toward the faint rays of light that filtered into the cavern. She complained that she had intended to use Cramser for a greater cause, but because of some brat who had appeared out of nowhere, everything had gone to waste. She was clearly referring to Nox's group, accusing them of daring to set foot in the domain of the great Gremory. She swore they would be taught a lesson. Her voice then turned eerily mystical as she announced that they would now have to face the trial of that ruin, one named Honesty and Sorrow. While the battle against the massive insect monsters raged on, the system suddenly notified the players. The player's remaining lifespan had been restored to 14 days. However, it also issued a warning that the negative trait was still in effect. In order to remove the effect of the trait known as dead count, the player's lifespan needed to be extended beyond 30 days. Nox quietly reflected on this, recognizing that dead count was a debilitating trait that restricted a player's actions in various ways. It reduced stats by a certain percentage, imposed multiple penalties, and created additional disadvantages. Even after defeating numerous enemies with the debuff still active, his lifespan hadn't increased beyond the 14-day limit. After a long period of relentless combat, the monsters were finally wiped out, their corpses now piled high around the battlefield. Kushan confirmed that things had more or less settled. Nox, while assessing the battlefield, silently acknowledged not only Kushan's combat prowess, but also the exceptional swordsmanship of Christopher. It was, after all, the sword of the knight so dearly valued by Theo. He recalled the moment they unleashed the technique, Frozen Blade, a sword art of immense destructive power and precision. The technique comprised 9 forms, categorized into the first phase, middle phase, and final phase. At first, Nox had thought Christopher was merely a talkative old man, but now he realized that the captain of the Black Sword Knights was something else entirely. He then turned to Alina and praised her, saying she had done an excellent job, especially with her progress in learning spirit arts. He told her she had contributed in many ways this time. Alina, pleased, remarked that perhaps all the training she had done with May during their free time had finally paid off. Nox inwardly remarked on May's incredible self-sacrificing nature, getting hit by Alina's potion, healing, and then taking hits again, only to heal once more in endless repetition. He thought to himself that she truly was a hero in her own right, and that he really ought to give her a raise. After that, Gnome guided them forward, leading the group to a massive gate. When they pushed it open, they were met with a chilling sight. Towering statues of monsters that looked incredibly lifelike and terrifying. Kushan observed that, as expected of a demonic ruin, monsters seemed to spawn endlessly. Christopher, concerned, asked Kushan to step aside, declaring that he still had enough strength left to swing his sword. Without hesitation, he struck the leg of one of the statues. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the damaged portion quickly regenerated as if nothing had happened. Shocked, Christopher exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how it was possible when he had clearly seen the statue being struck. It was then that Nox calmly instructed everyone to remain still, explaining that most of what they were seeing were illusions. Christopher, still unwilling to accept it, asked if that meant they weren't actually fighting real enemies, and then wondered aloud how they could distinguish reality from illusion. Nox thought to himself that what lay ahead required knowledge that only a seasoned player would possess. Normally, one would have to struggle through the maze and defeat the beasts within. However, with the right trick, the whole ordeal could be bypassed effortlessly. Alina, still uncertain about Nox's decisions, hesitantly asked how he could be so sure of the correct path. Nox merely smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. The first trick, he recalled, was to keep moving in the direction toward which the skull decorations were bowing. That path would lead directly to the boss room. Then, standing before a massive skeleton, Nox drew his sword and announced to everyone that they should prepare for battle, for the beast that would appear in this room was no illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a relentless assault on the surrounding statues, all while thinking to himself. The second trick was simple. One could determine whether a monster was real or not by checking if the skull wore a ring on its index finger. The unique magic power within the ring attracted beasts. It was a trial designed to blur the line between illusion and reality, gradually severing the challenger's connection to the outside world. But to him, it was meaningless. The trials of honesty and grief only appeared to those who strayed from the correct path. He had no intention of making such mistakes. He was only following the true route. Eventually, the group stood before yet another door. They pushed it open, and there, seated in the center of the room, was a lone figure waiting for them. It was a skeleton. It addressed them with a chilling voice, calling them foolish creatures, and declaring that they had finally reached this realm. There was no longer any reason for it to hide. Then, with a sudden scream, it let out a deafening cry, commanding them to sleep, along with this trial. At that moment, a thick cloud of dust spread rapidly throughout the room, engulfing everyone. The group fell into panic, their minds racing with fear and confusion over what was happening. Nox, however, remained calm. He assessed the situation with a cool gaze, mentally noting how flashy this so-called final outburst was, Almost simultaneously, a notification from the system appeared, stating that the player had seen through the illusionary scenery. The poison status would be ignored, and no damage would be taken. His eyes lit up with determination. In one swift motion, he swung his sword, cutting through the surrounding dust. His voice rang out clearly and forcefully as he shouted that enough was enough. He declared that it was time to end these meaningless, boring trials, and demanded the being to rise. The skeleton appeared enraged. It let out a dreadful laugh and remarked that an interesting kid had entered. It acknowledged that Nox's defeat of Cramser had not been a fluke after all. Those who had accompanied Nox were visibly shaken by this revelation. In their panic, they stammered and questioned aloud whether this could truly be what they feared. Nox answered them with composure. He confirmed that it was exactly as they suspected. This was Grand Duke Gremory, one of the 72 demons, the very beginning and the end of the tragedy tied to the Tajulan kingdom. The female demon, wearing a twisted smile, expressed her fascination. She admitted that he was the first human she had seen in these ruins who hadn't succumbed to her illusions. She was genuinely curious about how he had done it. Kushan, filled with fury, called her out, accusing her of being the demon who had brainwashed Cramser and conspired to devour Tajuleen. He declared that the deception would end now, but the demon only scoffed at him. With a mocking tone, she questioned his use of the word deception. She reminded them of her nature. She was the demon of honesty. As long as humans existed, and with them, the divisions of class, the downfall of Tajulan was no lie. Reality, she said, was often more cruel and devastating than any illusion. All she had done was reveal the truth and the natural order that resided within her. Then she addressed him directly, calling him Little Prince. Kushan lost his composure and demanded to know why such a thing had been done. But before he could say more, Nox quickly interrupted him, telling him that it was enough. He explained that there was nothing more pointless than asking a demon for its motives. With a mocking smile, he added that perhaps it was because of resurrection. The demoness, beautiful and composed, responded with a gracious smile, noting how surprisingly knowledgeable the young boy was. Far more so than the prince, she confirmed his guess, admitting that he was right. Nox, seemingly satisfied with having steered the conversation in his intended direction, chuckled inwardly. Then he offered to share even more knowledge, mentioning, almost casually, the archangel who had once sealed the demoness in the past. That revelation visibly stunned her. She asked how he could possibly know that. Nox replied calmly that yes, he was just a human, but one who knew all her weaknesses. Infuriated, the demoness shouted back at him, questioning his smug tone and reminding him of her rank as a Grand Duke. She insisted she could crush a mere human effortlessly, but Nox remained composed. Closing his eyes, he addressed her by name, Gremory, and told her to end the pathetic charade. He revealed that he had known everything from the beginning and had merely played along with her meaningless trials. Then, without hesitation, he cut his own hand, letting the blood flow down his sword. The unexpected action confused and unsettled the demoness, Nox continued, stating that due to her contract with the Archangel, she was unable to harm a human within the final sealed chamber of those ruins. And just as he said that, chains materialized from nowhere, binding the demoness tightly and preventing her from resisting. Thrown down by the chains, she cursed the contract and shouted in frustration, trying to twist the logic, claiming that Nox had attacked her first. The onlookers, witnessing the astonishing scene, could hardly believe what they were seeing. They exclaimed in disbelief that a demon unable to harm humans was unheard of. Suddenly, all the strange behavior made sense. The Grand Duke-level demon had never fought directly but relied on illusions and trials. It became clear that young Master Nox had known her weakness from the start. Now with the demoness firmly restrained, Nox pointed his blood-streaked blade at her and coldly demanded full cooperation. If she answered everything he asked, he promised to spare her life. His first question was simple: the name of the angel who had sealed her. The demoness scoffed at the request, claiming she wouldn't remember the name of just any angel. But Nox's eyes narrowed, his voice hardened as he recalled slaying a demon like her once, one who had also been too slow to understand their situation. He wondered aloud whether that demon's name had been Paimon, pressing the tip of his sword against her throat. Frightened now, the demoness hastily offered to describe the angel's appearance instead. Nox gave a faint smile, expressing how much he appreciated her sudden willingness to cooperate. He then ordered her to tell him everything she had seen and everything she knew. Despite facing Nox and feeling a deep sense of discomfort, the female demon seethed inwardly, unable to suppress her indignation. How dare he subject her to such humiliation? And yet, something about his tone, his gestures, and especially his eyes. She was certain she had seen them before. A chilling realization crept in. This man was dangerous. Avoiding his direct question, she tried to divert the conversation, claiming that the angel had large white wings, each about 2 meters wide. Nox was unimpressed. He swiftly raised his sword and retorted that such a detail was nothing more than common knowledge, akin to saying demons had horns. If she intended to waste his time with such trivialities, he warned coldly, he would kill her on the spot. The gleaming tip of the blade so close to her face made her flinch in fear. In a stammering voice, she called him an insolent brat. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke again, her tone shifting. She claimed to remember now. The angel had looked just like him. He possessed eyes that were truly gem-like, strikingly beautiful, and violet in color. That answer made Nox freeze. Everything suddenly felt far more uncertain and obscure than before. Within the depths of his thoughts, Nox reflected silently. He contemplated the concept of angels, beings widely known as the embodiment of good, often portrayed in stories as symbols of righteousness. Traditionally, they stood in eternal opposition to demons, who represented evil and served as their complete moral counterparts. In the world of inner lunatic, angels existed as well. However, one puzzling question lingered in his mind. If demons were so prominently featured throughout the main storyline, then why were angels never shown directly? Even when they were mentioned, it was only through hidden references, Easter eggs, or cryptic item descriptions. Driven by curiosity, Nox had dug deep, scouring through documents and in-game texts, until he came to a realization. These beings, these angels, might be tied to a tremendous secret hidden within the lore of Inner Lunatic. What was known for certain was that Gremory had once been sealed away by a great archangel and had remained imprisoned in the ruins for an extraordinarily long time. That fact alone suggested she must know at least something about the nature of angels. Returning to the present, the demoness's voice broke through the silence. She claimed that her memory had returned, that the angel who had sealed her looked remarkably like Nox. She described his gem-like stunning violet-colored eyes, which shimmered with a haunting beauty. Nox, initially expressionless, muttered a simple remark, indicating his understanding, but his demeanor quickly shifted. His face twisted into something terrifying as he raised his sword toward her, demanding whether she meant to imply that her knowledge was ultimately useless. Fear overtook the demoness, and she tried to calm him with a nervous protest, asking if he could perhaps put away the ominous blade. She argued that if she truly had any useful information to offer, she would have already found the angel herself. All she could recall, she claimed, was a vivid image, a blinding light tearing into her world of darkness, the scent of sunlight, and then a woman descending from the sky with massive wings and violet eyes. The woman had struck her, and from that moment on, Gremory's demonic powers had been suppressed. Bound and in pain, the demoness cried out in frustration. She demanded to know why Nox was keeping her alive, urging him to just kill her already. She couldn't understand his intentions. According to her, the angel had spoken only one thing before vanishing. One day, your chance to repent will come. Those were the final words she remembered. Listening intently, Nox processed every detail she offered. He thought quietly to himself about the mention of violet eyes, an extremely rare trait in Inner Lunatic. Only members of House Reinhafer possessed such a color. That connection stirred something within him. Theo, Reinhafer, the angel. Could there be a link between them? Then, breaking the silence, Nox spoke again, signaling it was time to move on. The demoness, terrified and pitiful in appearance, asked with dread whether there was still more to come. Without a trace of emotion, Nox solemnly declared his next demand. He ordered her to grant him access to the trial of honesty and grief hidden within the ruins. Having fully subdued her, he began analyzing her information in greater detail. A series of data windows began to materialize before him, each revealing specific insights about her. Gremory was known as a female demon, whose true age remained an enigma. She belonged to the demonic race yet wielded the divine element as her primary force. Among her many accomplishments, the most remarkable was her association with the legendary 72 demons. Her abilities were recorded with notable precision. Her stamina reached a level of 27, mana stood at 23. Luck was relatively low at 7, but her will and charm both measured an impressive 20. Those who spoke of her described her positive traits as a natural talent with the sword and martial arts, combined with an unyielding honesty, unwavering loyalty, and a generous spirit. Her mouth was often referred to as the mouth of truth, for she rarely spoke falsehoods. However, her nature was said to be intertwined with pure evil, a neutral yet defining aspect of her being. On the darker side, she carried traits of sorrow and grief, often marked by tears, and had moments of frivolity that contrasted with her otherwise commanding presence. After reading all of Gremory's information, Knox smiled with satisfaction. In his mind, he reflected on what he had just learned. Her most valuable trait was something called Mouth of Truth, a demonic curse that made her completely incapable of lying. On the surface, it seemed like a worthless trait, one that any demon would be ashamed of. But to Knox, it was perfect, the ideal tool to exploit. Without hesitation, he ordered her to explain the details of the trial. Gremory responded with a gentle smile and began to clarify. The trial of honesty, she said, was rather straightforward. Upon entering the chamber, the participant would be asked a single question, to which they must respond with complete honesty. They were free to offer whatever they chose as a wager, and the greater the value of their offering, the greater the reward in return. Her explanation, however, unsettled Christopher. The fact that a demon could speak so calmly about something so deceptively simple made him uneasy. He turned to Knox and voiced his concern, saying it all sounded a bit too easy, and suspiciously so. Gremory heard his comment and, in a darker tone, explained further. The question, she said, would be deeply personal, about someone closely tied to the participant, and most crucially, the answer given would not be kept secret. It would be delivered directly to the person in question. She then gave a chilling example. If she were to ask, "Did you ever want to abandon that loud man over there in the middle of the desert?" and the truthful answer was, "Yes," then that honest reply would be carried to the man's ears in the form of a demon's whisper. The mere thought of such a scenario left Christopher frozen in fear. He stammered Knox's name in disbelief, his face pale with dread. Even Knox, usually composed, wore a look of frustration and powerlessness as he realized how the labyrinth truly operated. He then asked Gremory what exactly caused someone to fail the trial. She answered bluntly, "Lying. The greater the wager, the harder the question. But likewise, the rewards would also be more significant." Despite the simplicity of the rules, Knox couldn't shake his suspicion. In his mind, he considered the real danger. On the surface, it sounded like an easy trial, but the difficulty wasn't in the question itself. It was in the implications. Do you want to kill the Emperor and take his power? Do you wish to poison your lover and replace her with someone new? Do you secretly plan to assassinate your brother and steal your family's honor? If the answer to any of those was yes, then the intended recipient would hear it, and the consequences could come faster than death itself. He understood then. The true trial lay in the exposure, to bare one's soul on this wretched continent, to reveal secrets, betray emotions, and hand over weaknesses. That was the real challenge. But Knox was no stranger to high stakes. True gamblers never walked away from a table just because the risk was everything. If the trial demanded everything from him, then he was prepared to offer it all in return. At that moment, a system announcement echoed through the air. The trial of honesty and grief had been activated. To proceed, the player would need to wager something of immense value. The system asked him directly, "What will you bet?" With a blank expression, Knox responded coldly. He would bet his life, every remaining moment of it. Outside the trial chamber, Elena cried out in alarm. She had heard his declaration and was gripped by worry, calling his name desperately. But no one could stop him now. As he stepped forward, the black gate before him opened, releasing a wave of deathly mist. Without hesitation, he passed through. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out once again, loud and final. The player has wagered himself, Knox von Reinhofer's own life. The trial's difficulty has increased to maximum. Failure will result in death. At that moment, Knox had already entered with Gremory into a strange and indeterminate space, shrouded entirely in darkness. Gremory remarked that he had wagered far more than she had expected, warning him that a single question could very well lead to his death. She asked if he wasn't afraid. Knox turned to her with a skeptical gaze and told her to go ahead and ask. Smiling, Gremory extended her arms in a welcoming gesture and declared that the trial would now begin. She then posed a question in a tone laced with suspicion and danger, asking whether he would be willing to kill his father, Theo von Reinhofer, if it were truly necessary. The moment he heard that question, Knox's expression changed, and he fell into deep contemplation. He reflected that before the trial had begun, he had tried to predict what the question might be. He had anticipated something along the lines of, "Do you want to overthrow the royal family?" Or, "Do you truly trust your people?" Questions he was mentally prepared for, Even if he were to be hated for his answers, he wouldn't have cared. He reminded himself that for the sake of others, he had to see this story through to the end. After all, he wasn't really Nox the Good-for-Nothing, but rather Yu-chan, playing a role. He had already accepted the possibility of being hated and had grown accustomed to it. But a question involving Theo, Nox's father? That was different. He began to wonder what Theo had truly meant to Nox. Or more importantly, what the word father even meant to him personally. Caught in a web of doubt and internal questioning, Nox remained silent, unable to answer. Gremory smiled and urged him again to respond, repeating the question. Would he kill his father, Theo, if necessary? Nox found himself in an agonizing dilemma. He closed his eyes and thought to himself that this question had, in fact, reminded him of his true purpose. He was, after all, a stranger to this world. He needed to find his memories, to understand why he had been brought here, and above all, he had to eventually find a way to leave this world. With that in mind, he finally responded that yes, he could kill Theo von Reinhafer even if he was his father. If anyone stood in his way, he would kill them. His answer was met with heavy silence. Moments later, a surge of black energy engulfed Nox, and both he and Gremory were transported out of the sealed chamber. Though his response had not been the one he had hoped to give, his sorrowful expression revealed the emotional weight of choosing a path bound to the harsh current of truth. At that very same moment, far away in Theo's office, the man was in the midst of writing a letter. Suddenly, his hand began to tremble, as if he had sensed a terrible omen. Rodwell, the head butler who was present at the time, addressed him, asking if something was wrong. Theo's face had gone pale and tense. It seemed he had sensed something terrible had just occurred. His eyes darkened more than ever before. In Theo's office, while he was writing a letter, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It declared solemnly that he, the patriarch of House Reinhafer, Theo von Reinhafer, would be killed by his own child, Nox von Reinhafer, if necessary. The words struck him like thunder. His expression darkened, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Sensing the shift in Theo's demeanor, the butler asked with visible concern if he was all right, noting that he didn't look well. After a brief pause, Theo managed to collect himself and replied that it was nothing, as if nothing had happened. But in truth, his mind was still spiraling, consumed by the words that had invaded his thoughts. He questioned internally why he would feel shaken now. Hadn't he always known a day like this would inevitably come? He reminded himself of the secret and the curse that every head of House Reinhafer was burdened with, passed down from one generation to the next. Even his father and grandfather had been unable to escape the tragic fate, and to break this endless cycle, to bring it to a definitive end. Nox, his child, would have to kill him one day. Though he had always presented himself as a cold and composed man, his hand began to tremble at the realization that he was destined to be slain by his own son. Despite knowing this fate, Theo found himself wondering, every time he watched his child grow stronger, so full of ambition and potential, if it was truly impossible for him to hand over the position of patriarch willingly, like the heads of other families, instead of by dying. He admitted to himself that he had lived by suppressing emotions unbefitting of a Reinhafer, and perhaps, he thought, he was starting to grow soft. Letting the pen fall from his hand, Theo turned to Rodwell, the butler, and told him that they should take a walk. The two of them strolled together down the hallway until Theo paused before a window, gazing out at the rain pouring from the gray sky. He asked Rodwell how long he thought it would take. Rodwell, puzzled, asked what Theo meant. Theo elaborated that, since Rodwell had just returned from a mission, he should have some sense of it. He explained that Nox must harbor deep hatred toward him, the father who had failed to protect his mother, making Theo, essentially, the boy's sworn enemy. Theo then asked how long it would be before Nox drove a sword into his heart and succeeded him as patriarch. Rodwell, taken aback and visibly anxious, stammered that he wasn't sure, but if he had to guess, it might happen much sooner than expected. Hearing this, Theo responded with a calmness that seemed almost unnatural. He remarked that he understood, and that there wasn't much time left. Outside, the rain continued to fall, like the weeping of a father burdened with a grief too profound for words. Back with Nox's group, after receiving his answer, Gremory gave a satisfied smile. She commented, even as a demon, that she still couldn't understand how a child could be so cold toward their own parent. Nox tensed at the remark and demanded curtly that she hand over the reward. Startled by his coldness, even Gremory grew wary. She snapped her fingers, and his reward materialized before him. At that moment, the system announced that he had obtained the artifact known as the Mirror of Sealing. The item was called the Mirror of Sealing. It belonged to a unique category, classified simply as Other. It was of the highest grade and had no specific attribute attached to it. The mirror could not be stacked, nor was it bound by any equipment restrictions. Upon receiving the reward, Knox picked it up and examined it. Seeing this, Gremory spoke up again, a hint of concern in her voice. She warned him that the artifact was extremely dangerous and urged him to handle it with care. Knox simply looked at her and smiled faintly, clearly knowing better than anyone just how dangerous it truly was. And as his cold, piercing eyes glinted with silent understanding, the system issued one final message. Special effect. Seals the subdued target into a mirror world. The target loses most of their power and cannot escape until the owner permits it. Gremory sensed the danger in Knox's eyes, and fear overtook her. She stammered in disbelief, questioning what that look meant and whether he was truly intending to use it. But Knox remained indifferent. Without hesitation, he activated the mirror, turning it toward her. He declared that he was using the Mirror of Sealing and identified the target clearly. It was one of the 72 demons, the Archduke of Honesty and Grief, Gremory. A system notification immediately followed, announcing that the artifact had been activated. The Mirror of Sealing had begun the process of sealing the designated target, Gremory. Within seconds, dark energy resembling invisible chains erupted from the artifact, binding Gremory's body. She struggled violently and screamed, demanding that he wait and calling him a maniac. As panic set in, another system message confirmed that a negative trait, dead count, had been removed. It reported that by using the artifact, Knox had gained 131 days of life, bringing his remaining lifespan to 145 days. Moments later, Gremory's figure had been completely absorbed into the mirror. Knox, unfazed, calmly confirmed that she had been captured. He then handed the mirror to Kushan, telling him that this piece of trash had nearly destroyed his kingdom, and from now on, it would serve as a pawn in their fight against demons. From within the mirror, Gremory howled in fury, demanding to know how he dared to do such a thing to her. Knox ignored her curses and lifted the mirror toward the sunlight. The light irritated her, and she began shouting obscenities from within. Seeing that she had quieted down a bit, Knox smirked and remarked that things were peaceful now. He warned that if she made noise again, he would double the heat next time. Kushan, witnessing the scene, was left speechless by Knox's ruthless behavior. He couldn't help but wonder who the real demon was. Christopher, still concerned, hesitantly voiced his thoughts. He reminded Knox that even if Gremory had been captured, a demon was still a dangerous creature. He questioned whether bringing her back might cause trouble at the estate and suggested that it might be better to dispose of her immediately. Knox brushed off the concern with a simple explanation, stating that as long as no one found out, it would be fine, and that the discussion should end there. Alina came running over with relief and joy. She expressed that all she cared about was Knox's safety, and that if it was something he was doing, she would trust it no matter what. Encouraged by her words, Christopher chimed in as well, echoing the sentiment and saying that they felt the same. Knox, paying no mind to his overly enthusiastic servants, turned inward in thought. He reflected that although Gremory had lost much of her power and wouldn't be of much help in direct combat, she would still serve excellently as a compass for future demon hunts. He noted that the Black Flame Ring granted the most lifespan not from beasts, but from demons, and thanks to Gremory, he had gained enough time to breathe a little easier. He then concluded that it was time to return. The Tajilan rebellion had come to an end with the great reward of his extended lifespan. He had already ordered Kushan, Arya, and Lise to concentrate on stabilizing Tajilan for the time being. Once everything settled down, he intended to integrate all three of them into Eldine as soon as possible. He also considered integrating individuals like Alina and others into Eldine as well. Although each house was officially granted only 3 entry passes, he reminded himself that with enough money, the rules could be bent. After all, that was the true essence of nobility, finding loopholes when needed. At that moment, Kushan, clearly in high spirits, told Knox that he would wait for his orders as previously discussed. Knox responded by saying that was good and promised to send word as soon as he could. Inwardly, however, he admitted to himself that even the mere sight of desert sand now made his skin crawl. He thought that once he returned, he would take a hot bath and collapse into a soft bed. Finally, he could relax a little. After a long journey, Knox and his group had finally arrived at the family estate. However, what awaited him there was something even more terrifying than any demon. The moment he stepped foot inside, the loud voice of a woman called out his name, startling him to the core. It was Talia, a beautiful red-haired girl who hadn't shown up for a long time. Her face carried a hint of awkwardness as she greeted him, saying it had been a while. Her sudden appearance took Knox by surprise, and he asked in disbelief why she was suddenly there. She hesitated, beginning to say something, but before she could finish, a stern voice rang out from behind. The voice addressed him directly, confirming that he was indeed Knox von Reinhofer. As Knox heard it, he turned toward the source and immediately recognized the approaching man. His expression quickly filled with dread. The man went on to say that he had heard Knox had completely swept his daughter off her feet. He then remarked that Knox really was quite handsome, and added that the boy reminded him of himself in his younger days. As Knox recounted it, this man was Robert von Stillreiner, the most influential of all the dukes, widely known as the White Flame Knight. He was also the father of Talia, whose engagement to Knox had previously been broken off. Knox quickly bowed respectfully and asked what had brought Robert there. But Robert's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacing as he stated that he had come to discuss the progress of the marriage proposal they had talked about before. Those words froze Knox for a few seconds. Once he processed what was happening, his expression turned into one of nervous humor as he mentally cursed himself for having completely forgotten about the engagement with Talia. He then responded by pointing out that the matter was serious and that Robert should perhaps have discussed it with his father, rather than with him directly. Robert replied that he had already spoken with Theo, his old friend, and insisted that they now have a nice, long talk. Still confused, Knox questioned whether the engagement hadn't already been called off. He added that it wasn't as though he could refuse marriage talks with a royal princess. Robert's expression soured further upon hearing this, and with an increasingly threatening aura, he asked if Knox was deliberately trying to avoid the discussion by becoming the princess's groom as a way to escape marrying his daughter. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Knox found himself at a loss for words. Internally, he panicked, realizing he had truly messed up. Robert von Stillreiner was infamous among gamers for being absurdly powerful. Knox feared that if he said the wrong thing now, he might actually be beaten to death on the spot, and could end up losing all the lifespan he had earned from sealing Gremory. However, Talia, standing behind, quickly spoke up to stop her father. She questioned why he was making things so difficult for Knox, her tone filled with frustration. Being publicly confronted by his beloved daughter, Robert's expression changed almost instantly. His demeanor softened as he gave a friendly smile and remarked that if his dear Talia said so, then she must be right. Knox, observing the scene, recalled to himself that Robert was a complete idiot when it came to doting on his daughter. He had expected something like this to happen, especially after the Penelope proposal. Still, the other party being a princess complicated matters. Pushing forward with an engagement involving their family instead wouldn't be easy. He couldn't help but wonder what had convinced Robert or swayed Theo to support such a change. Seeing the pitiful gloom on Knox's face, Talia began to feel guilty. She quietly admitted to him that although she had initially said she would just be stopping by casually, her father had insisted on accompanying her. She insisted that she hadn't had a choice in the matter and swore she hadn't planned for things to go this way. Knox, after hearing her explanation, concluded to himself that it didn't seem to be a lie. Robert, turning his attention back to his daughter, affectionately told her that he had only come to see what kind of man Knox was. He then reassured Knox not to worry or feel tense, adding that he understood Knox hadn't chosen the princess on his own. However, his gaze suddenly shifted, becoming intense and threatening, as if he intended to devour Knox whole. With that ominous expression, he stated that he just wanted to have a conversation. That was all. Not wanting to get beaten to a pulp, Knox reluctantly agreed. Inwardly, he could only think that returning home had led him straight into the biggest event yet, and he had no idea how he was going to survive it. Later, Knox returned to his room and found several letters already placed on his desk. One of them read, "Greetings, young Master Knox. This is your butler, Rodwell. I urgently send this letter with important news. The head of House Stillreiner has arrived at the Reinhofer estate with Lady Talia. They came to discuss the previously broken engagement with you. Since the initial cancellation of the engagement was quite unexpected, the atmosphere seems tense. Please return as quickly and safely as possible." Gitri explained that Rodwell had sent the letter immediately after their return from Tajalin. She added that even before their arrival, the heads of both families had already decided to cancel the engagement with the princess and instead proceed with the original engagement. Knox gave a strained laugh and commented that with one side being a royal princess and the other a duke's family, it might be safer for him to simply run away at this point. Gitri responded that it didn't seem like House Stillreiner would let things go so easily this time. Knox agreed, noting that she was right. He'd have to figure out how to explain everything to Lord Robert. Gitri concurred, saying that their first priority should be emphasizing that the cancellation hadn't been Knox's decision. Until then, she would ensure the servant stayed in line to maintain Lord Robert's trust. Grateful, Knox thanked her and reflected inwardly that, As expected of Jitri, her composure was exactly what one would expect from a support genius. He recalled that support genius was an extremely rare trait, found in only 1 or 2 characters across the entire game of Lunatic. It usually appeared only in the late game, which meant that Jitri was basically unmatched at this point. Just as she had said, if the engagement with the princess had been due to royal command, then ideally Theo would accept that House Reinhafer had no choice in the matter. The real problem, however, was that Theo had probably heard rumors that Nox might be capable of killing him. The thought alone made Nox hesitant to even face the man. At that moment, Rona teasingly remarked to Nox, questioning just how many girls he had been involved with. She exclaimed that at this point, trying to count them all seemed entirely meaningless. Hearing that, Nox was instantly enraged. He warned Rona with a chilling threat, implying that she must be eager to see what hell looked like first, and that he'd be right behind her, urging her to pave the way like a proper servant should. Only then did Rona realize that she had crossed a line, but by then, it was already too late. Just then, a knock came at the door, calling for Nox. It was Talia. She introduced herself somewhat hesitantly and asked if he could open the door. Jitri leaned in quietly and asked Nox what he planned to do. Nox responded that there was no other choice. He needed to go out. As he walked toward the door, he thought to himself that the key to resolving the current situation lay with Talia. He reminded himself that he had also prepared a trump card for this scenario. Now was the time for Nox to let his face shine. He needed to use his good looks to win her over and create an escape route. The moment he opened the door, his expression was calm and cold, yet undeniably handsome. He asked what was going on so suddenly, feigning indifference. Talia, clearly captivated by his appearance, grew shy and suggested that, if he didn't mind, perhaps they could go for a walk and have a little chat. Internally, she found herself thinking how handsome he truly was. Nox, caught off guard by her proposal, questioned whether she really meant to go for a walk, especially at such a late hour. Neither of them realized that someone was secretly watching them from the shadows, his expression filled with displeasure. Nox, however, had sensed the man's presence. He wondered whether that madman Rober was planning to burn down the entire estate. From a distance, Rober watched the two walk away and cursed Nox under his breath, calling him a little rascal. As they strolled, Talia, still a bit shy, commented that the moon was especially bright that night and the stars were twinkling beautifully too. Nox responded with a somewhat awkward tone, and in his mind, he lamented the situation. He couldn't even tell whether the stars were beautiful or not. Things were getting bad, despite his efforts to diligently play the villain. The public perception of Nox was beginning to shift. They had only gone through one major story arc, yet already he was suffering the consequences of not severing ties with characters he should have kept at arm's length. Eventually, Nox asked Talia whether she was truly okay with the situation. She looked confused and asked what he meant. He explained that if both of their parents agreed to proceed with the engagement, wouldn't that mean they were essentially disobeying a royal command? Talia fell silent upon hearing those words, her expression contemplative as she sank into thought. Elsewhere sometime earlier, a thunderous voice could be heard. Roder was fiercely questioning Theo. He accused him of humiliating House Stillreiner, saying that even if it had been under the princess's orders, House Reinhafer's continued silence was suspicious. Hearing these accusations, Theo's expression grew stern, and he turned his gaze toward Roder with serious eyes. Roder then turned to his daughter and reminded her that they needed to speak in private. He instructed her to step outside for a moment, and Talia obeyed without question, quietly leaving the room. Standing in the hallway, she began to wonder to herself what the two men might be discussing. Knowing her father's temperament, she considered the possibility, albeit half-jokingly, that they might even be fighting with swords. After a while, the conversation between the two household representatives concluded, and a butler called out to Talia, thanking her for waiting. He informed her that the engagement would proceed as planned. Shocked, Talia asked her father in disbelief if it was really true. Roder, brimming with confidence, reassured his daughter, reminding her that he had said everything would return to normal. Overjoyed, Talia ran to embrace her father, thanking him exuberantly and exclaiming that she would gladly tie his necktie 1,000 times over. Yet only seconds later, her mind began to swirl with questions. She recalled how, at that moment, she had been so happy that she couldn't even think straight. But soon, doubts crept in. What had become of the engagement with the princess? What exactly had her father and Lord Theo discussed behind closed doors? Her turbulent thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Nox, who told her that the most important thing wasn't the royal decree or their family's status. It was her own will. He asked what it was that she truly wanted. With a hint of sorrow, Talia admitted that she didn't really understand complicated matters and knew she had many shortcomings. but confessed that she didn't hate the engagement. Knox, maintaining a calm expression, simply acknowledged her response. Inwardly, however, he recalled the version of Talia from the game, that Talia had been like a disaster. She had gotten Knox killed, and in the end, with hollow, vacant eyes, had driven a sword into his heart, driven by a twisted longing. They had been cursed to be a tragic pair, forever haunted by the bond they shared, but that had only been the Talia he remembered from the game. At that moment, Talia spoke up, telling Knox that he had something he needed to do. Knox was surprised by her question. She continued, saying that she could feel it. She mentioned that she had watched him working tirelessly at the academy, studying all night in the library and endlessly swinging his sword at the training grounds. Observing him like that had made her realize something. He was chasing after something with all his heart. She said he had no time to think about others, but even so, if he could occasionally talk to her and share moments like this, just the two of them, that would be enough for her. She even brought up how she had been given the title of Knox's fiancée, claiming with a hint of playful pride that she was in the lead now. Knox's expression turned a bit somber. He admitted to himself that he could no longer deny it. There was a subtle but undeniable gap between the Talia from Lunatic in his memories and the one standing before him now. He silently remarked that she was far too naive. Talia said nothing in response to his thoughts. Instead, she simply followed him closely from behind. Then, without warning, she wrapped her arm around his in a gesture so sudden and intimate that he couldn't even react in time. She began speaking again, telling him that he probably already knew she had an older sister. Someone very strong, though perhaps not as strong as him. For some reason, she said, her sister harbored a deep hatred for her. Talia admitted it might sound silly, but she still wanted to talk to her sister, to understand the reason behind that hatred. To do that, she felt she had to become strong, stronger than her sister. Unlike their father or her sister, she claimed, she lacked talent and was rather foolish. Even so, she believed that she could grow stronger one day. She said she wouldn't give up. Not on her sister, and not on Knox either. Later, back in their room, Talia was helping her father fix his clothing. She asked him, almost incredulously, whether he really still remembered what she had said when she was a child. Rober, in tears, told her that it felt like only yesterday when she was crying and begging to marry him. He then asked, with deep concern, whether that boy, Knox, had truly not done anything to her. He confessed that Knox had a terrible reputation as a scoundrel, and if he ever... Before he could finish, Talia cut him off, insisting that Knox would never do such a thing. She declared that Knox was far stronger, more amazing, and more determined than her father thought. Rober looked at Talia with eyes full of affection. Then he gently held her hand and called her name softly. He told her not to let her sister's feelings hurt her too deeply. No matter what happened, he said, both she and her sister were his precious daughters. Her sister was just a bit tired, and with time, things might change. Talia nodded, telling him it was okay now. She said she would become strong enough to earn the chance to speak with her sister. And then, in her mind, she recalled what Knox had once told her, that if she wanted to chase after her sister, she should go. He had told her to forget the pain, clear her mind, and that he believed she would overcome it. His words of encouragement had taken her by surprise. As he turned to leave, he added that the Talia von Stillreiner he knew was a strong person. Back in the present, Talia continued her conversation with her father. This time, she beamed with joy and mentioned that she now even had a husband who truly believed in her, giggling as she said it. Hearing that his beloved daughter had allowed another man to take her heart, Rober grew visibly irritated. That unpleasant look returned to his face, and he silently resolved to himself that it wouldn't do. He would really have to strangle that bastard with his own hands. Talia overheard this remark and immediately tried to calm him down, pleading with him not to lose his composure and addressing him both formally and as her father. At that moment, Rober was walking through the corridor. Unfortunately, he happened to run into Knox there. With a calm and composed voice, Knox greeted him respectfully. Bowing slightly, he apologized for the trouble that had arisen due to the engagement matter. Rober was somewhat surprised by Knox's attitude and responded that since Talia believed in him so deeply, he would say no more about it. He then noted that Knox's father, Theo, was the leader of the Dark families, and that he was well aware of Theo's plan to rebel against the royal family. Rober added that he sincerely hoped Knox would succeed, because if the royal family fell, then Knox and Talia could be together, couldn't they? With that, Rober walked away, laughing heartily. Knox let out a sigh of relief and thanked him. Internally, he reflected that this must have been the private conversation between Theo and Rober that Talia had mentioned earlier. It was now clear to him. House Stillreiner had likely caught wind of Theo's rebellion plan. The primordial god. Arden was said to have created humanity, and it was in that place that the engagement took place in secret. Talia, standing beside Nox, whispered an apology to him, saying that she had not thought her father would demand such a formal engagement ceremony. Nox reassured her that it was fine, and that it wasn't something she could have foreseen. The priest conducting the ceremony then called upon the children of both houses to exchange the sacred symbols of engagement. Talia slipped the engagement ring onto Nox's finger, and as he looked at it, he reflected to himself that it was the symbol of a vow, an enchanted ring infused with mana that temporarily restored about 10% of one's power. He thought that he might not wear it immediately, but it could prove useful in an emergency. Christopher, visibly excited, declared that it was just as expected of the young master. He said that witnessing such a beautiful engagement filled his heart with emotion, and praised Lady Talia for shining so brightly, insisting that their love was beautiful. Jitri, standing beside him, quietly tried to remind him to restrain himself, but his foolishness prevented him from understanding. When her expression darkened, Christopher grew frightened, and quickly fell silent, standing rigidly in place. From above, Nox noticed this exchange, and wondered what Jitri could have said to make him react so strongly, since he had only asked her to keep Christopher quiet. Rona, meanwhile, burst into tears, lamenting that she had always known the young master would grow into a man of dignity, yet she still felt upset. Jitri tried to reassure herself, saying that he would be fine, though what troubled her was that the entire engagement had been arranged in secrecy, hidden from the imperial family. Rona laughed through her tears and teased Jitri, saying that she still did not understand the young master. She argued that he would never be the kind of man to love only one woman for his whole life, and that he would probably take at least a few concubines. Hearing this, Nox grew irritated, and silently vowed that Rona would be punished later. Alina, clutching a wine bottle in despair, sniffled about her husband, while May, standing beside her, pleaded with her not to drink, at least for that day. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony was interrupted when Carl, Nox's loyal horse, galloped into the hall with a flower in its mouth, offering its own congratulations to its master. Rona, delighted by Carl's appearance, greeted it joyfully. Nox, however, thought to himself that even Carl had shown up, and that Theo must truly be holding a death ritual for him. Yet, strangely, he felt an odd sense of pride about it. As the ceremony drew to an end, Talia's father, Rober, stood up and thanked Nox for accepting his request. Then his face darkened as he warned him to take good care of his daughter, Nox. Uneasy, reluctantly agreed, but wondered inwardly if Rober could at least put his sword away before speaking in such a manner. Rober went on, telling Nox that he would eventually fall in love with Talia. Even if he had not yet, he certainly would, because she was that kind of girl. Nox realized then that Rober already knew the truth, that he did not yet love Talia, that his thoughts were still clouded, and that his heart remained unsettled. He understood that if he was to protect her from heartbreak, he would need to see this story through to the very end. At last, Nox turned to everyone and instructed them to begin preparing to leave, telling Talia as well that they would head to the academy. Talia, overjoyed, smiled brightly. After some time back at the academy, the professor was overjoyed to see Nox's return. He exclaimed that his top apprentice had finally come back and told him there were countless topics he wished to discuss. He added that he had presented a paper at the last conference, and that the results had just been released. Nox smiled and remarked that the professor had not changed at all. Inwardly, he reflected that this moment marked the beginning of the second chapter of the main story. He knew he had to endure all sorts of classes to prepare for the dark clouds that lay ahead. For at its core, Inner Lunatic was an academy story. To raise his stats, he would have to survive the hellish lessons starting now. He also reminded himself that he needed to quickly get his characters enrolled at the academy. The professor, still enthusiastic, mentioned that, along with the announcement of their paper, there had been unexpected news. The dwarves had reached out through magical communication. Surprised, Nox asked about the dwarves. The professor then elaborated that, as expected in a fantasy game world like Inner Lunatic, there were many races, and the dwarves were especially renowned for their smithing skills. He added that there was another surprise. Several dwarven shops had already opened in Sector 4, the Academy's commercial district. Thanks to their research, the dwarves were now able to extract materials from monsters and use them to forge or enhance artifacts. Not long after, Nox found himself in the merchant district. Seeing the bustling shops, he thought to himself that the crafting and enhancement system had finally been unlocked. Looking back, he admitted that his luck stat of 10 had felt nearly useless up until now. But at last, he could say goodbye to the days of suffering from cursed RNG and begin benefiting properly from equipment. G-Tree then remarked that thanks to his paper, Sector 4 had undergone dramatic changes. She added that it seemed like he was finally maturing, and as someone who served him, she felt genuinely relieved. Knox teasingly asked if she was worrying about him now, though inwardly he admitted that it was good to hear her words. He noticed that her face had brightened recently, and he reflected that if he hadn't saved her, G-Tree might have become a tragic victim. He was truly glad that he had saved her. Yet, despite the changes in the future, he reminded himself that he still had to keep up the act of being a scoundrel during the main story. Later, they arrived at a smithy where a dwarf was busy forging weapons. Knox greeted him, but the dwarf turned to them with an unfriendly look and demanded to know who they were. Knox thought privately that the way the dwarf spoke was incredibly rude. Choosing to ignore the attitude, he stated that he had come because he wanted equipment made. The dwarf gave him a skeptical look and scoffed, saying that he surely wasn't the first arrogant noble brat to visit. He asked if Knox thought weapons appeared out of thin air upon command, then pointed out that he didn't even have any demon materials. Unfazed, Knox emptied his bag, laying out a pile of rare ingredients and items that stunned the dwarf. The smith stammered in disbelief, exclaiming that such rare materials in such quantity were almost unheard of. With this much, he admitted, something could indeed be crafted. His tone softened, and he invited them inside. He then introduced himself, saying his name was not Dwarf, but Arson, and asked them to remember that, since calling them merely by their race was highly disrespectful. Knox, however, brushed it aside, and mockingly referred to him as Dwarf again. Enraged, Arson shouted that Knox could call him whatever he liked. Ugly, shorty, bearded gnome. It didn't matter. Knox smirked to himself, thinking that Arson was exactly as he remembered. He had truly wanted to meet him. For dwarves were the best race for roasting. Their reactions were dramatic, their tempers explosive, and the impact always entertaining. Even among players of the game, many continued to call them by their race name for that very reason. To most characters in the game, dwarves were treated as nothing more than crafting stations anyway. Shifting to a more serious tone, Knox addressed him by name and remarked that he knew he wasn't the only noble from the academy to visit this workshop. Arson admitted that was true, but added that Knox was only the second to bring actual materials. Then he paused, confused, and asked what Knox had just called him. To smooth things over, G-Tree interjected, explaining that their young master was a man of reason and that what had happened earlier had merely been a joke. Brightening, Arson exclaimed that perhaps the young man wasn't so bad after all, then eagerly asked which noble house he was from. Knox answered simply that he was from House Reinhafer. At once, Arson's expression shifted to fear. He stammered, repeating the name of the house as if confirming it, before nervously asking what kind of equipment Knox wished to have made. Puzzled, Knox questioned the sudden change in attitude and asked if something was wrong. The dwarf hastily insisted that this was how he always spoke, forcing out a strained laugh. Observing Arson's sudden shift in attitude, Knox immediately understood the reason. A few years earlier, his father, Theo von Reinhafer, had brought an end to the war started by the Dwarf King, utterly defeating the dwarves. Though it had not yet been revealed in the story, Arson was a descendant of the former Dwarf King. Naturally, the mere mention of the name Reinhafer was enough to provoke such a reaction. Afterward, Knox presented a blueprint of armor and suggested that, if there was no problem, they should continue. He asked Arson if he could craft armor based on that design. When Arson saw the blueprint, his eyes lit up with excitement. He exclaimed that the listed materials were extraordinary. 2 griffin hearts to maximize wind power, 3 feathers for mobility and speed, and golem cores, both stone and iron, for balance and defense. He admitted it was lavish, but at the same time, brilliant, something most dwarves would never even imagine designing. Knox, however, thought to himself that such a thing was natural. The design was his custom-built, endgame tier early to mid-story armor, created through trial, error, and over-the-top gameplay. More importantly, it raised the hidden stat of agility to 10, which extended his key skill, Chore of the Genius, to 10 minutes. Excited, Arson affirmed that there should be no further delays and urged that they begin crafting immediately. Yet before they could proceed, a voice suddenly interrupted, declaring that the transaction was void. The speaker was Eleanor. She explained that the rival in merchantry had been the first to request such a deal. Both Knox and the dwarf craftsman were startled by her unexpected appearance. Arson, visibly uneasy, protested that he wished to be the first to craft the item. Eleanor countered by pointing out that Arson's father had already signed a contract. She added that, since her side had placed a bulk order, even if Arson were to submit his request immediately afterward, production would not be possible until 3 months later. She remarked that it was unfortunate for him. Hearing this, Knox realized the situation was troublesome. He wondered if this was the butterfly effect caused by his earlier interventions, since in the original story, contact with a dwarf would not have occurred this early. He then reviewed the personal details of the craftsman. Arson was a 24-year-old dwarf of royal blood, aligned with the element of earth, renowned for his genius in artifact crafting and handiwork. Though the latter had been reduced to level 1 by the Dwarf King's blessing, he was optimistic yet obsessive. Quick to change stances and sometimes simple-minded, he also displayed darker flaws, bullying the weak, yielding to the strong, and being plagued by insecurity, burdens, and forgetfulness. His stamina and will both reached 14, while his mana was only 2, his luck 9, and his charm 6. Blessed by the Dwarf King, his active skills included hammer swing and heavy strike. At that moment, Arson, embarrassed, admitted with difficulty that he had completely forgotten about the agreement. He urged that it should not be misunderstood, insisting that his race was normally very intelligent. Before coughing awkwardly, Nox, dissatisfied, thought that the foolish dwarf posed a serious problem. Without Arson, who possessed both the genius of artifact crafting and handiwork, the equipment would not even be possible to produce. Eleanor then remarked that it seemed Nox also wished to commission Arson to craft an item. Catching the look in her eyes, Nox reflected that she had the uncanny ability to immediately recognize extraordinary talent, always showing keen interest in abilities that shone like gold. Yet, her dislike for him persisted, no matter how great his talent might be. When he responded by asking what of it, she proposed that they should have a constructive discussion. She suggested that his Nox merchantry sell the bulk monster materials he had acquired to her group. In exchange, she would allow him the first opportunity at equipment production. Hearing this new title, Nox felt irritated. He wondered what Nox merchantry was supposed to mean, and suspected that Grain had once again acted on his own without orders. From her demeanor, it seemed she was only pretending to remain calm, while in reality, she had yet to secure the actual materials and had merely signed the contract in advance. Thinking back, he realized that it had never made sense from the beginning. In the early and mid-game, nearly all monster materials came from the Chaders. With the Riehafer family holding exclusive control, it would never have been possible for Eleanor to produce equipment in such large quantities in the first place. After that, Nox, wearing a cold expression, turned back to the blacksmith and told him to sit. Since the conversation might take a while, he added that the same went for Arson. Hearing this, Eleanor became uneasy and questioned in surprise whether Nox had just called the dwarf by his name. They then moved inside to continue their discussion. Eleanor remarked that she had never expected him to name a merchant company after himself, and even more so to pass the notoriously strict merchant approval process. Nox replied that it had simply turned out that way. Eleanor continued, saying she had not anticipated that he would own a merchant company on top of annexing the entire Chaders region, and admitted that her own information-gathering skills as a merchant might still be lacking. Nox, feeling irritated, thought to himself that this was just her prejudice. Eleanor went straight to the point and declared that the Rivalin Merchant Company would purchase all the Chaders monster materials he had listed on the market. She emphasized that they would pay the full price, for their honor was at stake. Nox reflected silently that when it came to profit, Eleanor always threw herself into matters with great passion. The hunger for love she had never received from her father, the wealthy magnate Clarkson, had twisted into a relentless desire to seize more and more, to shake people by controlling resources. To Nox, she was a tragic figure in many ways, and it did not help that he himself was tied to one of her deepest traumas. He resolved inwardly that he would never sell all monster materials to a single family, since allowing one family to monopolize resources would make it harder for others to produce artifacts, slowing their growth. He reasoned that if his only goal were immediate financial gain, then selling everything to Eleanor's company would indeed be the best option. But what mattered most to him was the average growth statistics of his characters. That was why, before returning from Chaders, he had instructed Grain never to sell too much at once, only small amounts at a time, so that no family could monopolize, and their trade share would remain below 15%. If artifacts became widespread, countless lives could be saved. Moreover, in the later stages, where capital would be crucial, this approach would also be of great help in the merchant storyline involving Eleanor. He finally voiced his stance, saying they could not release everything on the market, and that exceeding 15% was not possible. Eleanor was displeased and asked why, adding that she already knew he possessed far more monster materials stored both in Chaders and in his warehouse, and insisted that selling only a small amount would not cause any problems. Nox answered that it did not matter, since he was not doing this for money anyway. Eleanor pressed him, asking how it was possible that, after cultivating the barren Chaders, money was not his goal. Nox told her that money could not buy everything, and that she would not understand that yet. Those words left Eleanor upset, though she could do nothing about it. She admitted honestly that the Nox she had once known had changed far too much, to the point she no longer understood what kind of grand plan he was pursuing. She addressed him formally as Nox von Reihofer and asked what it was he truly wanted. Nox responded coldly that she did not need to know. Confused, Eleanor repeated his words, questioning whether she really did not need to know. Nox then told her that if she could not accept his offer, she could do as she wished. Whether it took 3 months or 3 years, he would simply find someone else. Inwardly, he thought to himself that this was a game he could not afford to lose. Eleanor did not know that he could craft the armor he desired through arson. In merchant negotiations, he reminded himself, the one with the advantage was always the one who held more information, and Eleanor's answer had already been decided. At last, Eleanor conceded. She said she would buy 15% and give up the production order, since without the materials, they would be unable to produce anything anyway. The blacksmith was overjoyed and asked in excitement if that meant he would be allowed to craft the gear first. Eleanor confirmed it, instructing him, as Dwarf Number 1, to begin with their client's order. That immediately ignited the blacksmith's enthusiasm, and he exclaimed that his artisan spirit was burning, demanding to know what everyone was waiting for and urging them to come straight to the crafting table. But Nox interrupted, telling him to wait and to hold off on production for the moment, explaining that they would first begin with equipment enhancement. Arson's eyes widened as he noticed the mana crystal in Nox's hand. He recognized it as an enhancement crystal, a rare blue gem with a very low drop rate from monster hunts. He also understood that, at this stage with no reliable success rates, a single careless enhancement could waste precious materials. Alarmed, he protested, urging them to stop the young master, warning that if Nox's hands slipped and the gear broke, his own safety might be at risk. Jitri calmly reassured him, saying there was no need to worry. She insisted that their young master was a gentleman, and that he was surely thinking of a plan none of them had even imagined yet. Eleanor, hearing her flowery words, found the statement amusing, while Nox silently thought to himself that being praised so much was making him self-conscious. Nevertheless, he reflected that the moment had finally come, the one that had made countless gamers from beginners to veterans laugh and cry, equipment crafting and enhancement. He then handed the blacksmith a uniform, telling him to start with that one. The blacksmith took it, recognizing it as the Eldian Academy uniform, and remarked that with this, a single enhancement crystal should be enough, but Nox countered by ordering 100 enhancement crystals to be used first. The blacksmith froze in shock at the demand, and Eleanor herself was stunned, crying out in disbelief. She asked if she had heard correctly, whether he truly intended to use 100 enhancement crystals on nothing more than a school uniform. She insisted that it was impossible, and pointed out that even for him, a newly formed merchant group could never have so many stockpiled. Nox, however, with a cold expression, stated that he would pay the full amount up front, and ordered Arson to enhance them continuously. Reluctantly, the blacksmith, clearly overwhelmed, said that if Nox insisted, then he would begin. He immediately threw himself into a frenzy of hammering, the sound of metal striking metal echoing through the room. At the same time, the system notifications began to chime, announcing, "Enhancement +1." Then quickly climbing higher with each strike, Jitri and Eleanor, watching from the side, were astonished as the blacksmith continued his relentless work without pause. Finally, a new system message announced the success. Eldine Academy Uniform, Noble, +3 enhancement. The item appeared, and the blacksmith held it up triumphantly, declaring that they had just witnessed a magnificent sight of success. Yet Nox, in an icy tone, simply remarked that there were still 97 left. The blacksmith froze on the spot, unable to utter a word. Nox, smiling with a twisted grin, raised a handful of additional crystals and declared that there were still plenty left, urging them to continue enhancing. After Nox requested equipment forging, Arson exerted himself to the utmost, sweat covering his face as he carried out the final steps. At last, the item began to glow, and in his astonishment, Arson exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how such a thing could be possible. At the same time, the system announced that Nox had succeeded in enhancing the Eldin Academy Uniform Noble 2+15. Overjoyed, Arson declared that this was truly a masterpiece and questioned whether enhancement could really be this easy. He remarked that the young master must be extraordinarily lucky. Nox simply smiled, thinking to himself that of course it appeared that way to Arson, since the latter did not understand how the system worked. He reflected that with Arson's natural talent as a blacksmith combined with his own luck stat of 10, success was guaranteed up to +7, though the chances decreased by 5% with every stage beyond that. At the very last stage, +25, the chance fell to merely 1%. However, that rule only applied to top-class artifacts. For something like an academy uniform, the maximum enhancement was +15. That meant the uniform was now fully enhanced. He considered that it was always best to fully enhance equipment he would use frequently, and noted that simply equipping it already increased both his physical and magical attack power by nearly 30%. The system then announced that he had achieved maximum enhancement on the artifact and that, as a bonus, one additional skill slot had been unlocked. Nox rejoiced inwardly, thinking it was perfect, for now he could learn another skill. He immediately began considering which item would be the next target for enhancement. Arson, thrilled, confessed that it had been a long time since he had felt such excitement in his chest. In response, Nox asked whether he truly intended to stop at this point, smiling as he remarked that enhancing a mere uniform hardly suited the dignity of a master blacksmith. Arson, puzzled, asked what he meant, but then his expression shifted to shock as he realized what object Nox had revealed. He stammered in disbelief at the sight of such an expensive-looking item. Eleanor too shared the same astonished expression when she saw it. Meanwhile, Nox secretly laughed to himself, noting inwardly that Eleanor surely recognized it, the highest-grade orb of the Great Sage, which he had acquired from her armory. Arson resumed his work, this time focusing all his skills on enhancing the orb that Nox entrusted to him. After much effort, the Great Sage's highest-grade orb was successfully enhanced to +10. Delighted, Arson exclaimed that he realized just how many successful enhancements he had accomplished that day with the very hammer in his hand. He said he could feel the electric thrill of it and praised the young master as truly extraordinary. Jitri, equally elated, laughed and remarked that today's luck was indeed extraordinary, though he warned that Nox would not allow this streak to tempt him into gambling his fortune away. Nox only smiled calmly and replied with amusement that perhaps such a thing might not be such a bad idea. Jitri firmly objected, insisting that it was absolutely out of the question, declaring it nothing more than beginner's luck and warning that gambling led only to ruin. Meanwhile, the blacksmith, still overjoyed, eagerly asked if the young master had any more treasures, saying he felt as if he could enhance every orb in the world that very day. Eleanor, who stood silently to the side with a dark expression, muttered in disbelief, wondering how Nox could so recklessly enhance such priceless artifacts. She questioned how he could attempt such things so casually, knowing that even a single failure could completely destroy the item. Nox laughed to himself, thinking that he liked that unhappy expression. He considered it punishment for Eleanor's constant attempts to read his thoughts every day. He then stated that the items in his possession were not even originally his. Since they had been given to him, he was free to use them however he wished. Afterward, he remarked that if the others had seen enough, they should excuse him, as he wished to discuss artifact crafting with Arson. Eleanor's face tightened in displeasure at being ignored, while Nox silently assessed her. He admitted to himself that he could not yet consider her an ally. Unlike Talia and the others, recruiting Eleanor to his side would be complicated due to their current relationship. Even so, he had no intention of making her his enemy either. Her rivalry in merchantry, after all, did not align itself with any faction. In the final stages of conflict, they simply chose whichever side would benefit them most. Someday, he knew he would have to prove his value and bring them over to his cause, but now was not the right time. Eleanor then remarked that she would be leaving, adding that it was uncomfortable for her as well to listen to a business discussion that he clearly did not intend to share with her. Jitri immediately offered to escort her out, addressing her as Lady Eleanor. She laughed lightly and teased him by asking if Jitri was really his name, saying he need not try so hard to act before her since she could easily see through any attempt at deception. After she departed, Nox observed her with a thought that it was exactly as expected of Eleanor, the so-called genius of acting. In his mind, he concluded that Jitri's performance had likely only deepened her suspicion. Turning back to the matter at hand, Nox told Arson that they should return to their true topic, artifact crafting. Arson responded with a grin, declaring that he would use the young master's materials to create a genuine masterpiece and assured him that he could be counted on. Nox, however, grew more serious, drawing out the black sword and requesting one more thing before they began. It was then revealed that the blade was Stormbringer, the weapon of the first patriarch, one that Nox himself had never even seen before despite being a veteran of inner lunatic. He explained to Arson that the weapon had been passed down to him by his father, describing it as a peculiar blade that absorbed the wielder's mana and released it explosively. He said he wished to know more about it. Arson took the sword in hand, examining it carefully. After a moment, his eyes widened in surprise, and he asked Nox if he had ever heard of the White Dragon. Nox echoed the name in puzzlement. Arson then explained that it was a being from a distant past, once revered as the ruler of the skies, but whose traces had completely vanished, never to appear again. Nox reflected on this, noting that even after countless playthroughs of Inner Lunatic, he had never encountered such lore. Arson went on to explain that the sword appeared to have been forged from the scales of that very white dragon and, judging by its craftsmanship, had likely been created by his own ancestors long ago. Nox realized that the blade was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Arson affirmed that indeed, with such material, only a dwarf could have forged it, yet he also remarked that upon closer inspection, the sword was in terrible condition. For the edge of a blade made from such scales to be chipped this badly, it must have been wielded in a massive battle, otherwise it could never have ended up in such a state. Nox spent a moment in deep thought before finally taking the sword in his hand. He thanked Arson for examining it for him and reflected that it was no wonder he had sensed something unusual. He resolved to investigate further when the opportunity arose. Questions stirred in his mind about why Theo von Reinhofer had entrusted this sword to him. His thoughts wandered to the first patriarch, the White Dragon, and also to the lavender-eyed angel that Gremory had mentioned. Later, back at the academy, the sunset painted the rooftops in fading light. The students were gathered together, and the professor addressed them. He asked if everyone had assembled and declared that it was time to introduce himself again. He announced that his name was Burnin, and from that day onward he would be their swordsmanship instructor. He explained that he would be teaching them the basics of Archive Imperial swordsmanship, describing it as a style that was agile, fast-paced, and precise. He claimed that seeing was believing and declared that he would now select cadets for a demonstration. Pointing at two individuals he described as suspicious-looking, he ordered them to step forward immediately. Hearing this, Nox and another boy reacted with some surprise and curiosity. Burnin then called upon another student with red hair, remarking that among these sword-wielding delinquents, she at least seemed the most human. Startled, Talia replied nervously that she understood. With 3 students now standing before him, the professor quietly considered his own choice. He admitted to himself that although he had called them out, they were a frightening group indeed. In his mind, he identified them one by one. Paracelsus, the prodigy swordsman who was shaking up the ranks of commoners. Talia, the second daughter of House Stillreiner, who, though overshadowed by her elder sister, still possessed remarkable talent. And finally, Nox von Reinhofer, the genius heir of one of the 3 dark families, who had firmly secured his place as the top student. Burnin's expression grew grave as he realized that each of them was exceptional in their own right. Excitement gleamed across his bald head as he addressed the group once more. He urged the cadets not to miss a single move and commanded them to watch closely as he delivered judgment upon those who seemed to have everything. He ordered all 3 to attack him at once, insisting that the fastest way to learn was by enduring a beating. Paracelsus responded with eagerness, thrilled at the idea, while Talia appeared anxious but not truly afraid, admitting to herself that this might actually turn out to be fun. Burnin then shouted for Nox to begin. He immediately directed his attack toward him, but Nox calmly parried the strike. Nox's thoughts lingered on the sound of the wooden sword cutting through the air. It was nothing like ordinary wood. Yet, when compared to sparring with Theo, this duel seemed trivial. He admitted it had been some time since he had stretched his muscles. He recognized that the professor's strike was difficult to block, even for someone as skilled as Burnin. In the next moment, Nox unleashed the black sword art, executing its first technique, Shadow Blade Slash. A violet aura enveloped him, and his eyes blazed with madness as he swung fiercely toward the professor. Confronted with the terrifying force of Nox's technique, Burnin's face twisted with dismay, and he cursed under his breath. Their swords clashed, but the sheer force behind Nox's strike overwhelmed the professor, causing his attack to rebound. A satisfied smile crossed Nox's face as he reflected on the result. He noted with confidence that the technique worked well even against instructors. Though it was still only an intermediate-level skill, his countless sparring sessions with Theo had clearly borne fruit. He mused that a character possessing the trait of genius wielded destructive power that surpassed imagination. Even without guidance, such individuals would naturally ascend to the top, often gaining sudden insights and pioneering new realms of mastery by themselves. That, he understood, was the true meaning of the trait known as genius, or brilliant talent within the inner lunatic. Yet he also acknowledged that some geniuses had fragile childhoods, just like the 2 others standing beside him. It was Talia's turn. She leapt forward with confidence, letting out a loud shout as she launched a powerful strike against the professor. Yet he blocked her attack with effortless ease. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved behind her. Talia desperately tried to keep up with his speed, but even so, she could not react in time. She only managed to duck at the last moment to evade his counterattack. At the same time, Paracelsus seized the opportunity and swiftly maneuvered behind the professor, preparing to strike. However, with a calm expression, the professor accelerated, creating afterimages, and parried Paracelsus's assault just in time. Both Talia and Paracelsus were forced to retreat, their expressions grim. From outside the battle, Nox observed that they were struggling considerably, especially Talia. He reflected that while her natural ability was nothing more than ordinary talent in swordsmanship and combat, she was, in the long run, the only one with the potential to surpass even those born with genius traits. The professor's face then twisted into one of frightening anger as he declared that all of them were so talented, clicking his tongue in annoyance and remarking that the world always seemed to revolve around those blessed with a full head of hair. But when his gaze shifted toward Nox, his expression changed and his thoughts darkened. He considered how that white-haired boy looked far too relaxed. Burnin must have realized it too, that he had not yet revealed his full power. He told himself that exposing all his cards now would cause more harm than good, especially since within Eldine there were still extremely dangerous individuals lurking in the shadows, followers of demons who were waiting for the right moment to strike him and his students. For that reason, he admitted silently that he could not reveal his final trump card. That was something he would only use in the most desperate of situations. Afterward, he turned back to Nox and remarked that the white-haired brat had grown far more than the last time they met. He confessed he did not know what Nox had gone through, but acknowledged that the young man's reflexes had already become impressive. Nox responded calmly, asking whether that was really so. The professor then shifted his attention back to the duel and addressed the two who had crossed swords with him. He asked them why they thought he had been able to follow their movements and evade their attacks. Talia admitted hesitantly that she had not seen it clearly, but it had felt, if only for an instant, as though his sword had disappeared like an illusion. Paracelsus added that it was probably because, from the beginning, the professor's focus had not truly been on the sword itself. With a displeased look, the professor affirmed that their observations were correct before demanding that the white-haired student explain. He asked Nox how he had managed to track their movements and catch them from behind. Nox, still composed, replied that it had been because the professor used a footwork technique. The other students who had been watching outside began commenting among themselves in surprise. They questioned what footwork was supposed to be, wondering if it was that flashy movement style the royal swordsmen were rumored to use, darting about with a swoosh as they moved. They exclaimed excitedly that it was indeed footwork and that they were finally getting a proper lesson for swordsmen. Some expressed relief, saying they were sick of endless theory classes, while others remarked that at other academies this kind of technique was not even taught until the second year. The professor confirmed that what had been said was true. He explained that normally, footwork would not be taught so early, but since this was Elden, where the very best students gathered, the training curriculum needed to advance more quickly. The first of these was the basic footwork known as Step of Light. As the name suggested, this technique belonged to the royal family. Although it was only a foundational level method, he stated that when enhanced, it could be developed into various derivative styles. Before teaching them the Step of Light, the professor declared that he would first test their skill levels objectively, since confirming their growth was the first step to learning. However, he remarked that evaluating each student one by one would be boring. Instead, he announced that from that moment on, each cadet would choose one of the three who had just sparred with him and fight them. They would see how many students those three prodigies, the so-called stars, could defeat, and conversely how other cadets would find a way to bring them down. He then called upon Leon von Marvis, ordering him to step forward and choose his opponent. Leon, looking uncertain, admitted that he was not confident with the sword. The professor, raising his voice, demanded silence and ordered him forward, questioning whether Leon was suggesting that mages should be spared from sword duels or that enemies would patiently wait until the very end to attack him. He exclaimed that such thinking was nonsense, for on the battlefield the ones targeted first were always the mages and healers. At the very least, Leon had to learn a final measure to protect his own body. Hearing this, Leon reluctantly agreed and responded that he understood. The professor, watching him go with a faint sadness, admitted that though he may have spoken harshly, fairness would still be considered. As long as Leon used a sword, he would permit any form of battle. After hesitating, Leon turned his gaze toward Nox and declared that he would choose Nox von Reinhofer. Nox was taken aback, unable to comprehend what the boy had just said. Leon's face lit up as he repeated his choice, holding both a sword in one hand and a magic book in the other. Dissatisfied, Nox quickly turned to the professor, calling for a timeout and protesting that what Leon was holding was not even a sword. The professor, however, angrily retorted that it still counted as a sword and that the book would be considered merely a support tool. Annoyed, Nox thought to himself that such reasoning was absurd. He then confronted Leon, asking if, of all opponents, Leon had really chosen him for a duel, and if he looked that easy to defeat. Leon opened his magic book with a smile and explained that it was nothing like that. Rather, he had simply thought that Nox was the strongest. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy summoned undead, each wielding a sword. Seeing this, Nox grew furious and demanded to know if, in a sacred sword duel, the instructor was truly going to allow his opponent to summon undead. The professor, completely unconcerned, replied that he permitted it. Confused, Nox pressed further, asking why such a thing would be allowed. The professor, now enraged, shouted that it was simply because it was entertaining. He cursed, calling Nox a white-haired brat, and admitted that Leon was irritating as well, but insisted that Nox was far worse than anyone he had ever taught. He ranted about Nox's rich, lustrous hair, his strange and dazzling eyes, and his infuriatingly handsome face, coupled with an attitude that seemed to see through everything. As his body suddenly ignited in flames, the professor declared that Nox was the enemy of all men. Annoyed, Nox wondered to himself what kind of insane character he was dealing with. The professor then ordered that if Nox understood, he should begin the duel at once, and commanded all the students to pay close attention. Nox thought that since the challenge had been made, he would not back down. He did not care what methods or rules were used. Afterward, he smiled with confidence, his entire body flaring with a purple aura as he warned his opponent not to cry if Leon von Marvis were to lose. The undead immediately grew restless, their frenzy erupting as they charged toward Nox with a terrifying presence. The professor, who observed the battle with a cautious expression, admitted to himself that while he had indeed told them to use any means necessary, he had not expected Leon to summon the undead so quickly. He reflected that it was only natural for someone of the dark families, and what struck him most was that every single one of the summoned creatures possessed at least the strength of an intermediate knight. To summon dozens of such beings freely, without restrictions, one would need to command an immense reservoir of mana, a power that, in his estimation, could only be wielded by Princess Penelope, the direct royal bloodline of the Archime Empire. His thoughts drifted toward House Marvis, recalling how it had revived itself from near annihilation during the Territorial War, once ruled by a young patriarch. He speculated that this duel might lead to an unexpected turning point. Then again, perhaps not. After all, House Marvis had once been counted among the three great dark families alongside Reinhofer and Satyr. Yet as soon as signs of decline had appeared, lords and nobles alike had conspired in betrayal and secret pacts. Because of that, Leon's father, Rune von Marvis, had been executed, and following the eruption of the Great Territorial War, the house had quickly fallen into ruin. On that day, the young and naive Leon had witnessed the true face of nobility, and that revelation had shaped in him a perspective utterly different from other aristocrats. For the sake of victory, he no longer cared whether his honor was tarnished. He would always find a way to prevail, regardless of what sacrifices were required. That desperation, coupled with his sharp judgment, had been what allowed him to achieve victory in the last territorial war and preserve his household. The professor admitted to himself that if it were Leon, then even the white-haired one might struggle against him. Yet soon, disbelief began to cloud the professor's eyes, for the sight before him overturned his expectations. Leon's undead were fierce, their madness driving them to swarm Nox with overwhelming force. And yet Nox cut them down with terrifying ease, shattering their bodies into fragments one after another. Each undead that rushed toward him was cleaved apart, and the image he projected was that of a war god, cold, merciless, and terrifying. At that moment, a thought seemed to resonate with the situation. There was always someone stronger. Beyond the sky there was another sky, and above every talent, an even greater talent existed. The professor realized that Nox's swordsmanship was utterly different. It was like a sword dance. It gave the impression that Nox was not fighting merely to win, but fighting to survive. All the students present could only stare in rapt attention, their expressions filled with caution. In the end, they were all forced to admit the same undeniable truth. Nox was overwhelming. After finishing off the obstructive undead, Nox quickly set his sights on their controller. He charged toward Leon with blinding speed. In that moment, Leon felt powerless, his face betraying growing fear. Just as Nox closed in, Leon managed to cast a spell, erecting a barrier to block the attack. It had to be admitted that Leon possessed remarkable talent in magic, for even Nox's powerful strike could not shatter the shield. The observing students were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. They exclaimed in shock that Leon had actually blocked the blow. Because of the rebound force from the barrier, Nox was pushed back, his expression turning grim. He inwardly acknowledged that this was Leon's true strength. His eyes caught sight of the artifact Leon was using, the Necronomicon, a grimoire belonging to House Marvis that had not been wielded for generations. Nox recalled that in the past, when even Leon's retainers had abandoned him, Leon had awakened its power and secured victory in the final territorial war through a contract with the Black Lion Marvis. Gathering all his magic into his sword, Leon spoke with renewed confidence, admitting that Nox was truly impressive and that he had miscalculated in thinking such efforts would suffice against him. He requested another match. Hearing this, Nox smirked with excitement, thinking to himself that Leon was insane. Dealing with undead of that caliber, he reflected, would already be difficult even with only the first technique. Yet this was precisely the challenge he had been longing for. He had long wished to test himself against a worthy rival, and Leon might be the perfect opponent. Leon, noticing the inhuman grin on Nox's face, grew intensely wary. At the same time, he sensed something unusual. He questioned inwardly what was happening, realizing that Nox was not suppressing his mana, but rather draining his own strength. Leon could not understand why, since in this fight Nox should have been amplifying his power instead. Meanwhile, Nox's true intentions became apparent. Behind him, a massive orb of dark purple magic was forming, steadily growing larger as it absorbed the surrounding mana, an ominous sight befitting a descendant of the Dark Swordsman's lineage. Leon did not know what Nox intended, but he remained cautious and did not underestimate his opponent. He ordered his gigantic undead to charge forward and attack, while thinking to himself that he had no idea what judgment Nox was making, but that it would be best to attack quickly. The massive undead, wielding a sword wreathed in deadly miasma, hurled itself toward Nox with terrifying force. Yet Nox showed no intention of moving. His face grew so grim it was frightening, and in that moment, he unleashed a technique he had never used before. The black sword art. Second technique, dark severing flash. At first, the scene appeared deceptively ordinary, but only a second later, the strike created a compressed purple sphere of energy, from which an immense surge of mana burst forth, tearing apart Leon's massive undead bit by bit. The professor, who was observing, found the sight nearly unbelievable. He told himself there could be no doubt that the sword dance was the second technique of the black sword art. He reflected that there was not a single sword instructor across the continent who would fail to recognize the supreme black sword art. However, he also knew that to master the second technique, one normally had to surpass a certain age. If someone gained overwhelming power too early, it became dangerous, and the direct bloodline naturally inherited greater strength. Yet this boy, at barely 15 years old, was perfectly wielding the second technique, and with nothing but a wooden sword. The giant undead could no longer maintain its form, and began to disintegrate. Leon's face darkened as he remarked that Nox truly was different. Nox, brimming with confidence, retorted that if Leon wished, he could crush him even further. Realizing that he had already exhausted everything else, Leon resorted to his most mysterious magic. He quickly began gathering power beneath his feet. Nox observed him, and thought that Leon was fated to become one of the strongest figures in the future. In this world without its destined protagonist, he reflected, if the only one who could burn with competitive spirit was himself, then so be it. At that instant, a massive skull was summoned beneath Nox's position, and its gaping maw opened wide, attempting to swallow him whole. Yet Nox still smiled brightly, thinking to himself that just as with Paracelsus, he could only give Leon the same answer, that Leon would eventually come to realize his weakness, and Nox would become the goal he strove toward, as the villain and the one who had to reach the end of the story in the protagonist's place. Without hesitation, he cleaved the skull before him into fragments and immediately charged at Leon with a look of delight, striking directly at him. Leon, nearly drained of mana and unable to form another magical barrier, could only defend himself reluctantly against the assault. The collision of their auras created a shockwave that threw the air into chaos. Inwardly, Nox declared that he would overwhelm and crush everything before him. When the dust and smoke finally began to fade, the battle was over, and Nox had emerged victorious. Leon's sword had broken in two, though he still managed to stand for a few moments longer. Looking down at his own hand, Leon admitted defeat, telling Nox von Reinhofer that he conceded and that, thanks to him, he had learned much. In response, Nox remarked that Leon's use of the undead in combat was not a bad choice. Surprised, Leon expressed his gratitude to him. Then the instructor raised his voice, announcing that the sparring was over and that the winner was Whitehair. Hearing himself called by that nickname, Nox felt annoyed, muttering in his thoughts that his name was Nox. The instructor continued, declaring that the next matches would proceed and urging everyone to choose their sparring partners. The other students, after witnessing the battle, hesitated and whispered among themselves that rather than face a monster like Nox, they would prefer to fight Paracelsus or Talia instead. Standing quietly in a corner, Paracelsus overheard their disparagement and, angered, drew his sword and shouted that if that was how they felt, then all of them could come at him at once. Meanwhile, Nox adjusted his stance, thinking with satisfaction that with the overwhelming difference in power he had shown from the start, those reckless enough to challenge him blindly would likely not appear for some time. At that moment, Princess Penelope stepped forward toward the instructor and stated that she too wished to select Nox von Reinhofer as her sparring partner. Her declaration left the rest of the students astonished that she would dare to challenge such a monster. Some tried to dissuade her, yet the princess herself remained calm and composed, as though she had some hidden intention.